We find ourselves at an elite Magic Academy exam where students must smash open giant boulders to grab the shiny gems hidden inside. The bald instructor is absolutely fuming because a redhead girl showed up late, and worst of all, she is with Setsuna, the class trash, who shouldn't even dream of being here. Our main character suggests there is a real future for close combat mages, but the angry Baldy just yells at him to respect his elders before walking away with a sneer. Once they finally reach the testing grounds, it is painfully clear that absolutely nobody is making any progress at all. It turns out those massive rocks are incredibly tough. No matter how much magic they throw, their attacks just bounce right off. Even the students who buff their entire bodies with mana end up totally drained, leaving behind nothing but tiny little scratches. The loud instructor shouts that this exam decides their final rank, warning our boy he will be severely punished if he fails. Meanwhile, the rest of the class is completely ready to quit, grumbling that this ridiculous trial is completely impossible. Baldy points to an empty rock, giving our guy exactly 10 minutes to retrieve the hidden gem inside. But the redhead immediately recognizes it as an unbreakable black stone. Talk about a completely rigged test. The teacher just smirks at the clock, warning them that time is quickly ticking away. Undeterred, our hero gently steps past her to examine the boulder. While the instructor taunts that he only has 8 minutes left, the boy calmly replies that he only needs 10 seconds. While the teacher nearly pops a vein from anger and the girl warns him not to break his hand, our protagonist steps up and conjures a mana sword mid-strike. The blow connects perfectly. But for a moment, nothing happens. Just as the instructor begins to laugh, the massive boulder suddenly explodes into a million tiny pieces, leaving the gem right in his hand. The teacher is utterly speechless, and the crowd goes wild. Could this trash kid actually be stronger than their instructor? As the angry teacher begins screaming about cheating, a giant hand grabs his head from behind. And here is the twist in his past life. Setsuna was actually one of humanity's ultimate mages, destined to slay the evil god. They fought with everything they had, but they lost otherwise. We would not have a story. That dark deity slaughtered his entire team effortlessly. When Setsuna woke up, the final human stronghold was already burning, and he could not believe they failed to leave even a single scratch. Yet when the monster mocked their useless struggle, our hero lunged forward with one last desperate, mana-charged punch, and against all odds, the evil deity actually bled. That was when he realized close-range magic could pierce the boss's defenses. Sadly, it was too late, and he died. But his demise activated a mysterious time-travel necklace he had owned forever. The world went dark, and he suddenly woke up back at the academy. His old friend Leo was slapping his head, telling him to stop daydreaming. Setsuna was totally stunned because Leo was supposed to be dead. Like a true main character, he quickly locks in. Now that he is back in his younger body at the academy, he knows exactly what path he has to master to kill that god. Best of all, today is the big day to choose their specialization. When his name is called, the other students whisper about how he is a total prodigy with an affinity for every single magic type. Unfortunately, you can only choose one to master. The instructor tells him to make his choice, completely certain that this young prodigy will pick the prestigious long-range path. Instead, Setsuna shocks everyone by choosing close-range combat magic. The teacher loses his mind, shouting that it is an absolute waste of raw talent, since that trash path is only good for basic physical enhancements. It is an abandoned style that ruins your future, but Setsuna is the only one who knows it is the secret to defeating the dark god. Much to everyone's absolute horror, he locks it in. The fallout is pretty harsh. Overnight, he goes from the school's star pupil to its biggest joke, with the teacher constantly screaming at him for being an arrogant brat. Everyone who used to kiss his feet now treats him like the plague, gossiping about how his career is totally finished. But as he walks outside to clear his head, he spots a group of punks harassing a redhead girl. These three goons are literally stealing her magic brooch in daylight. She scrambles to dodge their spells until our main character steps in to save the day. He flares up a tiny bit of aura, but the trio just laughs, knowing he is the trash who picked close combat. The blonde leader starts chucking fireballs, mocking his useless choice of style. He boasts that the kid will be dead before he can even reach him, but our hero treats this as a free training session. Channeling mana into his feet, he effortlessly dodges the fireballs, closes the distance in a flash, and delivers a brutal gut punch. Terrified, the lackeys return the stolen items and drag their leader away, before the girl introduces herself as Layla. She thanks him and wishes they could chat longer, but she is running incredibly late for her test, which brings us right back to the rocky exam with our angry bald teacher. Everyone is left completely speechless seeing the close-range trash destroy that unbreakable stone with his bare hands. That is when a massive hand grabs Baldy, asking if he is picking on kids again. A cool man named Lionel scolds the teacher, Akari, explaining that Setsuna simply struck the rock's weakest mana point, Lionel coldly adds that if Akari cannot even recognize basic student techniques, he has absolutely no business being an instructor. To teach him a lesson, Lionel announces to the class that Akari will now demonstrate his defense skills, leaving the poor teacher horrified. Before he can even argue, Lionel winds up, teasing that this should be easy to block. Akari starts desperately begging and promising to behave, but Lionel shows zero mercy and throws a heavy punch. Even with a guard up, the sheer impact launches him straight into a wall. Setsuna is genuinely impressed by Lionel's raw power, realizing this guy is a beast. Once he is done with Akari, the big man walks over to our hero, laughing it all off. Puffing a cigar, Lionel tells him to try his best in this minor department. Taking that as a challenge, Setsuna boldly declares he will become the top student and crush all the other divisions. Lionel loves that fiery spirit and promises to personally train him anytime. He then steps forward to introduce himself as the head professor of the close combat department, announcing that they are about to select a representative for the upcoming exchange match. During this tournament, all 8 academy departments compete to see who reigns supreme. In his past life, Setsuna won this entire event, representing the long-range division, earning the headmaster's personal favor. Realizing he cannot miss this perfect opportunity, his eyes suddenly land on some shattered black rock fragments on the floor. That is when Lionel reveals that our hero is not the only one who passed. Someone else arrived earlier and smashed the rock with nothing but their bare fists. Looking around, Setsuna realizes the debris flew from incredibly far away. He looks over to spot a monstrous student named Drago Okrid, who walks forward as the professor calls him over to our hero. Drago asks why a guy with such high magical potential would waste it on a trash department. He quickly cuts our boy off, flaring a heavy aura while bragging that his family has dominated this class for generations, and that a weak body like Setsuna's stands absolutely zero chance. Drago flares his scary aura to intimidate the crowd, but Setsuna just stands there like a statue. Offended, Drago throws a punch and demands a real fight, refusing to let a weakling represent them. Our boy remembers that in his past life, Drago was actually the star student of this department. Even so, he just flashes a smug smile and happily accepts the beatdown invitation. Lionel is just glad they stopped arguing and schedules the duel for next week. As Drago walks off, he warns Setsuna not to chicken out, saying their match should be a literal fight to the death if he is actually a close combat mage. The local background characters already assume Setsuna is a goner. Layla tries to play the supportive cheerleader, asking if he actually has a shot at winning this. Her cute smile immediately evaporates when he bluntly says no. He knows he is currently too weak, but he has a secret plan up his sleeve. He walks off, leaving a confused Layla chasing him all the way to a massive tree. Setsuna boasts that this is his ultimate private training spot. The second he touches the bark, a vibrant green energy erupts from him. With a smirk, he promises this tree will make him 3 times stronger. Layla gasps at the sheer size of the thing, realizing it is a sacred tree over 1,000 years old. Setsuna is just thrilled the tree still recognizes his soul from his past life. When she asks about the green glow, he explains it is the tree's special blessing. Only those chosen by the tree get this cheat code, and his unique holy power allows him to constantly recharge his mana here. He discovered this secret spot in his previous life. As long as he stays close, his mana tank stays completely full, meaning he can abuse his body with endless training without ever hitting a limit. Layla gets all hyped up. Since he saved her precious brooch, she declares it is time to return the favor. She pumps her fist with anime enthusiast energy while Setsuna just watches, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, over in the training room, Drago is casually lifting weights that would crush a normal human. Because he is built different, he quickly gets bored of these basic exercises. He asks Lionel if there are any of those giant black boulders left in the courtyard. Lionel panics, thinking he wants to smash them, but Drago walks off with an absolutely unhinged idea instead. He starts doing push-ups with a massive boulder balanced on his back. Layla watches this nonsense in absolute terror. Realizing one punch from this monster would turn Setsuna into paste, she runs to find him. Meanwhile, our genius main character is just chilling under his tree, casually reading a martial arts textbook. Layla finds him looking so relaxed, she wonders if he even knows he has a duel. He panics, saying Drago is out there doing push-ups with 5 heavy steel rocks on his back. Setsuna is not surprised at all, knowing exactly how Drago trains, and tells her this is part of the plan. With glowing blue eyes, he looks back at his book. As Layla questions his sanity, he explains that standard physical reinforcement is just using mana to override the nervous system. Send mana to the legs, they get fast. Send it to the arms, they hit hard. So by that exact logic, if he floods his brain with mana, his memory becomes instant. In the time she was gone, he has basically memorized a whole library. He stands up, claiming he has mastered the theory and is ready for the practical exam. He steps out, unleashes a perfect kick, and summons his mana blade. He flows through sword forms without stopping, leaving Layla totally starstruck. She has to admit, his bizarre brain hack training method is actually genius. But Setsuna wants more. He knows he is still weak. Suddenly, the massive strain of forcing 100 martial arts into his muscle memory catches up, and he faceplants. Layla runs over screaming, but he tells her to chill. He is just breaking his physical limits on purpose. Since he can also boost his natural healing, the sacred tree's green light activates, instantly repairing his battered hands back to being smooth and perfect. Layla begs him to find a safe, normal way to practice, but Setsuna absolutely refuses to slow down. He cannot beat a lifelong close combat specialist like Drago with half-baked methods. He casually mentions he plans to repeat this excruciating self-harm process over 1,000 times this week. Layla is horrified, considering one cycle almost killed him. Our main character just chuckles, saying this is nothing. He remembers his childhood days at the orphanage. Back when he had zero magic, he still trained his heart out every single day. No matter how many times he failed, giving up was never an option. He kept pushing until he got better. He tells Layla to stop worrying if pain equals gains. He will gladly take it. With that, Setsuna gets back to work, and Layla actually joins him. Together they train, destroy their bodies, heal up, and do it all over again. Soon, Setsuna is doing push-ups with heavy boulders on his back as well. Layla watches in awe, realizing he works harder than anyone. Talent be damned. Finally, the fateful day arrives, and both fighters step into the arena. Drago looks absolutely disgusted, genuinely surprised our boy showed up. Setsuna just grins, saying he never runs from a fight, especially since he is the rightful representative of this department. Lionel stands at the sidelines to referee the match and signals for them to begin. Setsuna strikes first, rushing in to take the initiative. He fires a punch, but Drago easily parries it. He follows up with a heavy kick, which Drago blocks, though the force actually slides the big guy backward. Setsuna is stunned that his strikes did 0 damage, realizing Drago used mana guard. Drago gets serious, his eyes dripping with pure bloodlust. Before Setsuna can even blink, Drago teleports in front of him, slamming a punch into his gut with a shockwave so massive it literally blows away the crowd standing behind them. Layla screams, convinced Setsuna has been turned into mist, but as the dust settles, he is still standing, crouched low and perfectly blocking the impact. The crowd cannot believe 2 fresh students are throwing down like seasoned gods. Setsuna sweat drops, knowing that if that punch had landed cleanly, he would be meeting his ancestors. Drago throws another heavy fist, but Setsuna slips under it. Drago immediately follows up with a right hook aimed at his jaw. Setsuna blocks again, making Drago furious that his opponent is just playing defense. He mocks our boy, telling him he has already hit his pathetic limit. Up in the stands, Layla starts to panic, worried that all that insane training still was not enough. But Lionel, being an absolute veteran, sees what the kids do not. While everyone thinks Setsuna is losing, he is actually neutralizing every single blow with godly, hyper-precise mana control. Drago keeps up the aggressive pressure, yelling that Setsuna is just another arrogant elite who looks down on close combat mages. He rants about how his family faced endless humiliation just for their magic class, but he will change everything with his own fists. Drago summons a glowing mana sword, and Setsuna immediately answers with his own. The duel turns into a lethal sword fight. They trade deadly swings, each trying to decapitate the other. Setsuna channels his speed hack, dodging Drago's heavy strikes with inches to spare. Setsuna flips into the air, which only triggers Drago even more. Drago leaps after him, slamming down like a meteor as they land, but our boy gracefully slips away. Drago's strike completely obliterates the stone floor. Without skipping a beat, he presses the attack, driving the protagonist back with a relentless barrage of heavy swings. Drago finally corners him, prompting Setsuna to remember how the other snobby students mocked him for picking close combat magic. Reflecting on that, Setsuna tells Drago he actually understands his anger. But, he adds, they are both aiming for something way bigger. He strikes back, effortlessly shattering Drago's mana blade with one clean swing. Drago is stunned by the sudden, terrifying change in his movements. Setsuna's counter almost cuts him in half, but Drago barely dodges. The speech about aiming higher clearly struck a nerve, and Drago finally stops holding back his true power. Drago throws a sudden, heavy left hook to catch him off guard, but our boy easily reads the trajectory. Setsuna slips into his blind spot, ready to strike, but Drago instantly reacts to block. Even with great defense, those hits are starting to add up. Lionel watches closely, realizing Setsuna is forcing Drago to waste all his energy with crazy good mana control. But honestly, it is still anyone's game. As the clash drags on, Setsuna knows he needs a massive opening to crack Drago's defense. Suddenly, Drago leaps back and conjures up another glowing mana blade. Drago swings hard at our main character, but the attack completely misses. Setsuna realizes his opponent poured everything into one final strike, so he just times his dodge and slips away. Talk about a tight spot. Setsuna is literally one step away from falling out of the ring. Drago loves this. He thinks the main character is completely cornered with nowhere left to run. With victory in sight, Drago charges up a massive final strike, sending his mana into absolute overdrive. Watching from the sidelines, Layla completely freezes, terrified of what's coming next. Drago charges forward with a brutal punch to end the fight, but that is exactly where he messes up. The punch lands, sure, but it only hits a lingering afterimage. Turns out, our main character can leave a decoy behind just by keeping his mana flowing in place. Before Drago even realizes he was tricked, Setsuna is already hovering right above him. Drago tries to dodge at the last second, but the blade slices diagonally right across his chest. He screams in absolute agony as Lionel finally realizes Setsuna won by patiently baiting out the perfect counter. It was a hell of a fight, but it is officially over. Lionel raises his hand and declares Setsuna the winner while Drago lies on the ground, writhing in pain. Layla jumps up, cheering wildly, while the other students just stare in absolute disbelief. Yet, Drago still tries to crawl back to his feet, proving to everyone just how stubborn he is. Holding his wounded chest, Drago realizes Setsuna held back his final blow to save his life. The main character offers a hand to help, but Drago stops to ask what he is fighting for. Our hero simply answers that he fights so he will never lose again. He is going to make sure nothing is ever stolen from him, which means becoming stronger than literally everyone. That heavy answer gets to Drago, who finally respects him as the real deal. He painfully stands up, accepts his defeat, and listens as Setsuna praises his skills. Setsuna even notes that this guy could make a pretty solid ally down the road. Lionel walks over, lifts the hero's hand, and officially crowns him the close combat representative. A few days pass, and Lionel calls the chosen representatives together to start prep work. He warns our main character to play nice, and Setsuna nods, pushing the meeting door open. He walks in and instantly becomes the center of attention. As soon as they realize he represents close combat, the vibe sours, and one guy immediately starts talking trash. Setsuna spots the crest on the loudmouth's hand and realizes he's from the enchantment magic department. The guy keeps pushing, stepping close to reveal they will face each other in round 1. He laughs that close combat hasn't won a tournament in 100 years, saying they're just brainless meatheads. Before the jerk can even finish, Setsuna stomps right on his foot, making him wince. Our hero coldly notes that the enchantment department must have trash manners. The guy tries to argue, but Setsuna shuts him down, stating he doesn't care about history. Close combat is taking the crown this year, which only makes the other boy snap. A sudden voice from behind tells them to save the drama for the actual arena. Setsuna realizes things are playing out exactly like they did before his regression. It is the headmaster. Carol from the summoning department cheerfully greets him, excited to show off her skills. Setsuna recognizes her instantly, glad to see she is still just as friendly as before. He remembers how brutal their previous clash was before he regressed. He managed to win back then, but he knows he needs to be way more careful this time around. The headmaster is pleased to see 8 elites gathered, explaining that the tournament will be a random series of intense one-on-one battles. First, close combat takes on enchantment, the style that infuses items with mana. The second fight pits healing magic against long-range magic, which snipes targets before they can get close. The third match puts formation magic, the art of complex magic arrays, right against summoning magic, which pulls legendary beasts from other worlds. And the final match features special magic, which fits no standard category, up against alchemy magic, capable of permanently altering physical substances. The headmaster explains, this tournament is a hands-on experience to learn from other departments. With 10 days to prepare, they can either learn new tricks or refine their current skills before showing off their true fighting spirit. Carol cheers excitedly in response to the speech, and as the headmaster turns to leave, the representatives all bow respectfully. Setsuna quickly follows the headmaster into the lobby, knowing this is his only chance for a private chat. The old man recognizes him, and Setsuna immediately states he has a favor to ask. He cuts right to the chase if he wins. Will the headmaster teach him his magic? The old man plays dumb, claiming his summoning arts are useless to him, but Setsuna clarifies he means the other magic. It instantly gets a reaction. A terrifying pressure explodes from the headmaster, nearly crushing our hero, as he demands to know how Setsuna found out about that secret second magic. Setsuna can feel the intense suspicion, but he needs that power to defeat their true enemy. He refuses to back down, holding his ground against the crushing weight of the aura. He admits he cannot explain how he knows, but a close combat victory after a century should prove his worth. He asks if the headmaster truly does not want to see that victory. Finally, the headmaster realizes Setsuna isn't plotting anything evil. He makes a deal: if the boy wins the championship, He will teach him that secret magic immediately. Setsuna bows in gratitude. The headmaster warns him the path will be brutal, but Setsuna does not care. He is ready to prove his resolve in the tournament, and pleased with that, the old man walks away. Later, our hero sits alone, enjoying some bread Layla recommended. He is relaxing and planning his next moves when suddenly, a giant golem leaps out to attack him. It nearly crushes him, but he blocks just in time. The golem belongs to that annoying enchantment representative, who sneers that he has no intention of waiting for the official match. He wants to eliminate the main character right now, calling him trash for daring to humiliate him. Setsuna just laughs it off, saying the guy brought this embarrassment on himself. That is when Setsuna notices a massive squad of golems waiting in the shadows. Realizing it would look terrible if he got caught bullying the close combat guy, the jerk dismisses them. He storms off, warning that the real match will be different. Setsuna is actually pretty impressed by how the guy infuses mana into so many objects, admitting he has real talent. He stares down at his ruined bread, honestly way more upset about the wasted snack than the actual attack. The next day, Lionel gathers the class to study the recording of Setsuna's big fight. The teacher asks if they finally understand what they are lacking, and everyone nods. Lionel calls on Drago first, demanding he point out his own weaknesses from the match. Drago honestly admits he lost control of both his mana and his emotions. Turning to the protagonist, Setsuna confesses his own simple flaw: he completely lacks the raw strength Drago possesses. Lionel is pleased they can see their flaws, calling it the first step to growing stronger. Suddenly, Layla asks if this analysis will help them prepare, and Lionel absolutely loves that question. Lionel explains that Setsuna's next opponent is the enchantment representative Joel, a guy who summons multiple golems for defense and offense. Since golems use physical bodies, their style is basically combat magic, shocking Layla. Lionel hands out roles, telling Drago to focus on speed and strike from every direction like an army of golems. Setsuna's job is to block those strikes and counter. Drago gets ready, warning him this spar won't end like last time, but the protagonist just smiles and says he is looking forward to it. Drago charges in and throws a left punch right at Setsuna's face. The protagonist dodges, thinking he avoided it perfectly, only to notice another strike heading straight for him. Instantly, Setsuna realizes his reaction time is still too slow. Lionel is seriously impressed by how Drago balances speed and power, throwing punches so fast his arms look blurry. Setsuna tries to read his movements, slips up, and almost gets his head taken off. He still manages to slip away, prompting Lionel to shout out the exact counter combo he needs. Setsuna acts on the advice instantly, pushing back to throw a heavy counter. By the end of the spar, both guys collapse from pure exhaustion, and Drago admits he got pushed hard. Lionel praises them both for some solid work, telling the protagonist that in a few days he will easily handle 4 or 5 golems. Still, Setsuna knows he can't afford to relax. Lionel loves how fast his student picks things up. While Drago has great basics, Setsuna's natural combat instincts are just on another level, and before they know it, the big day arrives. The arena is packed to the brim with students, teachers, and eager spectators. The headmaster takes the stage, announcing that out of the 8 representatives, only one will stand at the top. Naturally, bets are already flying. Hilariously, the delinquent Setsuna beat up earlier is actually betting on him now. Meanwhile, some focus on the calm, dangerous fighter named Actor from the long-range department. Actor will face whoever wins between Setsuna and Joel, and even just standing there, he oozes menace. With stages chosen randomly, the very first match lands on a harsh desert field. Joel smirks at the sandy arena, fully confident it favors his magic. His classmates cheer, yelling at him to crush weak little Setsuna, but Layla screams back that they will see who the underdog is. She is ready to jump down and fight them herself, but Lionel holds her back with a calm smile, feeling zero pressure. With both competitors ready, the referee starts the battle. Joel pulls out a piece of black steel rock and asks Setsuna if he knows what it is. Since the protagonist clearly does, Joel proudly boasts that this fragment mixes with sand to summon a golem. He drops the stone, floods it with mana, and molds a massive golem from the sand. Joel brags that normal blades cannot even scratch it, then proudly reveals a pouch full of more fragments. Scattering them into the desert, he summons a whole army, smugly telling Setsuna his chances of winning are 1 in 10,000. The massive wall of monsters even has Layla looking worried in the stands. To make things worse, Joel mocks him, saying he can rebuild them forever with all this sand. As far as he is concerned, Setsuna cannot even get close to him. Some students think the match is already over, shouting for Setsuna to surrender before he gets hurt. Joel plays the big boss, offering to hear his last words, but the protagonist completely shatters his ego. He casually remarks how disappointing it is that this is Joel's absolute best. Completely snapping, Joel orders every single golem to charge. They leap at Setsuna all at once, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Joel bursts out laughing, declaring that Setsuna is finally paying for his arrogance, while the crowd struggles to see through the thick dust. What they do not know is that Setsuna is slicing through the golems with ease, barely even shifting. When Joel finally gets a look, his creations are just broken rubble, and Setsuna notes he has already mastered black steel. Joel is completely stunned since those golems were supposed to be indestructible. Desperate, he starts rebuilding them, loudly reminding Setsuna that he can do this all day. Setsuna retorts that in close combat, nothing beats up-close magic. No matter how many golems Joel summons, their basic movements are way too predictable. With that, he leaps forward and shreds them in an instant. His sword slices through them like hot butter. Joel stubbornly refuses to give up and reaches for more fragments. But Setsuna closes the gap before his opponent can even blink. The protagonist tells him this was never a fair match. Before Joel can even twitch, a punch slams right into his face, shattering his glasses and blasting him away, while the clueless crowd still wonders what is happening. As the dust finally clears, they spot only one student left standing. Before anyone can even recognize his face, the referee loudly declares Setsuna the winner of the very first match. Joel is face down on the ground, and Setsuna smiles, happy to secure his first victory. Layla lights up the second she realizes he actually won, leaving all of his haters completely speechless. Seeing the protagonist win a match is something they have not witnessed in years, and they cannot even fathom how he beat Joel. Some assume Joel lost control of his own mana and blew himself up, deciding Setsuna just got lucky. However, Cyrus knows the real truth. Joel did not self-destruct. Setsuna won fair and square, and seeing this victory, Actor finally starts taking him seriously as a real threat. Actor decides he will need a proper plan to deal with him. With that, the tournament moves along to the second match, and back in the stands, Layla excitedly asks Setsuna if they are watching. Setsuna agrees, wanting to see if he can pick up any new tricks. This match pits summoning against formation magic, and right from the start, Carol from the summoning department takes control. He is riding a fierce, giant wolf that blasts ice attacks at her opponent. Yet, the formation fighter keeps pressing forward, slicing through the frost to get close to Carol. Setsuna is quite impressed by his agility, wondering if he could pull off those same clean movements. Layla admits the other departments look flashy, but she is strictly focused on getting stronger in close combat. This prompts the protagonist to ask why she chose this difficult path over others. Layla explains that years ago, a close combat mage saved her and her little brother from a rampaging grizzly bear in the forest. She thought they were goner until that brave mage rushed in and literally beat the beast to death with his bare fists. From that moment, she vowed to become strong enough to protect those around her. He chuckles nervously, worrying her reason might sound a bit childish, but Setsuna gently reassures her. He tells her that as long as she holds on to that dream, she will keep growing stronger. Layla beams at his words. They are sharing a really sweet moment when Leo suddenly walks over. Turns out, Leo is the second strongest student in the long-range department after Setsuna. He claps Setsuna on the shoulder, calling his match impressive, before casually assuming Layla is his girlfriend. She instantly blushes bright red, stuttering out that he has got it completely wrong. Soon, round 2 kicks off with a battle between long-range and close combat. The randomly selected stage is a scorching hell, where a single misstep means falling into the lava below. Staring at the bubbling lava, Drago realizes that closing the distance is going to be a nightmare. Layla agrees it is a terrible matchup for him, especially since Cyrus rigged the stage selection just to secure a win. Cyrus desperately wants to make Setsuna pay for choosing close combat. Later on, Layla visits Setsuna while he is studying, and he immediately warns her not to touch the vase on his desk. Apparently, it activates on contact, draining all mana. Layla is completely shocked, asking why such a lethal thing is just sitting around, but Setsuna explains it was a trap set for him. Hearing that, a worried Layla asks if he is truly okay with deadly traps constantly being left around him. Setsuna calmly replies that he has been dodging them easily so far. He is certain Actor is behind these tricks, though the guy was smart enough to leave zero evidence. Just then, they hear kids knocking, only to find them holding a bouquet that a stranger asked them to deliver. But when they turn to point him out, the guy is already gone. Layla wonders why he didn't just bring them himself, but the kids say he claimed he was too shy. A flower suddenly slips from the little girl's hand as she gasps about feeling dizzy. A dark, nasty aura starts spreading, and Setsuna instantly kicks those flowers away. He knows this deadly sign from his past life. Layla asks what's wrong, and he warns her these flowers contain a lethal poison called venenum. The kids begin coughing and stumbling, so our guy and Layla rush to help them. But Setsuna is absolutely furious that some monster used innocent children for this. He tells Layla they need treatment right now or the damage will be permanent, but finding a healer in time is almost impossible. They lay the kids down, and Layla asks if it's really that urgent. Setsuna nods, warning her to stay back so the poison doesn't spread to her, but she tells him not to worry. She can handle this. Pulls out a special brooch from her mother, and the second Setsuna sees it, his eyes go wide. Layla explains it holds powerful healing magic, then kneels over the kids to activate the spell. The spell actually works, making those dark marks on their skin fade away. Layla says her mother gave it to her for emergencies, and this definitely qualifies. Setsuna smiles and thanks her. Then he wraps his hands in protective aura and scoops up the toxic grass. He sprints away to dump it before the fumes spread, because venom is the most lethal poisonous flower in existence. He can't just burn it near a crowd, or the toxic fumes will infect everyone. But as he runs, he can already feel the nasty poison starting to seep into his own body. Setsuna books it to the sacred tree, the safest place to neutralize this mess. Reaching the spot, he tosses the flower up, draws his mana blade, and shreds it to pieces. He then collapses under the branches to recover. Meanwhile, the arena crowd is getting restless, assuming our hero chickened out. The referee checks the clock, seconds away from disqualifying him and handing Akhtar the easy win. When the protagonist finally walks in, he gasps out that he has zero plans to forfeit. He looks absolutely enraged, but dark poison spots still cover his skin, making Akhtar burst out laughing and mock him. The guy doesn't even bother denying he sent those flowers. Setsuna demands to know how he could poison innocent children without a shred of guilt, but Akhtar just plays dumb and acts clueless. In fact, he says those kids should feel honored to be useful to a big shot like him. That just makes our guy even angrier. And with both fighters ready, the referee starts the match. Akhtar instantly fires off a massive long-range blast. Setsuna dodges, but Drago can instantly tell something is seriously wrong. His mana is wild and unstable. Sure, he purified the flower using the sacred tree, but he didn't have time to cleanse his own body. Akhtar keeps spamming heavy blasts to wrap this up fast. Setsuna manages to dodge them all, but the effort is draining him dangerously fast. Everyone can see he's trapped on the defensive, and Cyrus is grinning ear to ear. He's literally camping by the arena entrance just to watch our hero get humiliated. Setsuna glances up, but Layla still isn't back. He's still worried sick about the children, hoping they're safe. Akhtar spots the distraction and hurls an even deadlier attack, while Setsuna's haters start talking trash about how all he can do is run away. Akhtar keeps up the barrage, screaming at him to just surrender. He tries to shield himself with a mana guard, but a massive spell crashes right through his defense. The blast lands hard, slicing him up. Akhtar laughs, mockingly claiming Setsuna is already breaking down. But our hero just looks up and asks why Akhtar hasn't moved in to finish the job. The logical play is to shut down any chance of close combat, so Setsuna realizes Akhtar is hiding something. He's been baiting him. Akhtar is surprised he figured it out, admitting it was a pretty sharp read. He agrees the kid shouldn't be underestimated, then tells him to take a good look around. Akhtar has turned the entire floor into a boiling lava pit, leaving our protagonist trapped on a tiny stone pillar. The punk who bet all his cash on our boy almost chokes on his spit. Akhtar brags that he never takes risks, since this trap was his plan all along, before unleashing a massive storm cannon. Honestly, even Drago looks incredibly worried. Akhtar boasts that this blast is going to end Setsuna. But right then, Layla shouts from the stands, telling him the kids are perfectly safe. Hearing those words, our guy decides to stop holding back. Despite being hunched over in sheer agony, Setsuna stands tall and tells Akhtar his comeback starts right now. Akhtar is completely stunned to see him standing there so casually. Our hero tells him not to panic, explaining he just used a simple physical boost and has been actively breaking down the poison inside his cells this entire time. In reality, Akhtar was the one getting played. While Akhtar was busy destroying the floor, he was busy purifying himself. Akhtar snaps back, telling him not to get cocky since he's still half dead, while Cyrus screams from the crowd to finish him off. Akhtar fires the storm cannon directly at Setsuna. Weighing his options in a split second, he bets everything on a single, insane move, swinging his mana blade right into the oncoming spell. The effort tears at his body, but he channels enough raw force to deflect the storm right back. The entire crowd is speechless, especially Drago, but Akhtar manages to cancel his own spell before it hits him. He smugly gloats about handling his own magic, mocking Setsuna and claiming the fight is officially over. But as the smoke clears, he sees our protagonist charging straight through the dust, mana blade ready. Our guy stares him down, asking if he actually thought a little distance would keep him safe. With zero time to block, Akhtar gets slashed deep across the chest and falls, as Setsuna cold-heartedly tells him to beg those kids for forgiveness, not him. Akhtar collapses, and the referee declares Setsuna the winner. Drago smiles at the outcome, but suddenly the cracked ground beneath the arena crumbles, sending both fighters plunging down toward the boiling lava. Realizing Oktar is passed out and cannot save himself, our hero decides to rescue him, forcing a massive speed boost to his legs. He grabs Oktar, and right before they touch the lava, Carol summons her massive beast Fenrir to scoop them up. Setsuna is stunned by the giant creature, while the crowd goes absolutely wild as Fenrir carries them to safety. Carol gently pats her summon, while medics carry Oktar off and begin treating Setsuna. She smiles, teasing that he probably would have survived anyway, but Setsuna seriously disagrees, telling her she truly saved his life. He respects her as a fighter with genuine talent and class, realizing he is going to need some serious preparation before they face each other. Now even his loudest haters are admitting his previous win over Jewel was not just dumb luck, considering he just beat Oktar fair and square. They know things will get rough if he keeps winning, while the headmaster quietly watches the tournament. Cyrus is absolutely livid that Oktar lost to Setsuna, swearing in his rage that he will never forgive him. Once the medics patch him up, our protagonist heads back to the stands to meet Layla. Drago says Layla filled him in on everything, acknowledging the crazy ordeal he just went through. Setsuna asks about the children, and Layla reassures him they are sleeping in the clinic, expecting a full recovery. Hearing that, Setsuna lets out a relieved sigh, but suddenly senses an unsettling presence. A strange aura makes him snap around, and though he tells a concerned Layla nothing is wrong, he still feels it lingering. It hovers right over the entire tournament. Even a week before the final championship match, Setsuna cannot shake that creepy feeling from the arena. Training alone in the deep woods, he summons Lionel, who asks why he was called. Setsuna explains he needs Lionel to guide him once more, then addresses him by his legendary old title, the Fist of Comet. Lionel is completely taken aback, asking how Setsuna could possibly know that name. Honestly, our guy was only taking a wild guess, but Lionel's shocked face completely confirms it. This truly is the legend. He vividly remembers hearing that name back in his past life, where the Fist of Comet was known as a terrifyingly strong mage who could take down dragons with a single punch. Since Lionel retired before he ever joined the military, they never fought side by side. After thinking it over, our hero swallows his pride, bows deeply, and begs Lionel to teach him that legendary magic. Lionel rubs his neck, muttering that it has been ages since he heard that name. Setsuna tells him to relax after all. Lionel is easily the most terrifying close-range fighter he has ever laid eyes on. Lionel wonders why he is chasing more power when he is already a beast, but our main character admits he is nowhere near satisfied. He refuses to lose even if he has to fight a god. Lionel cracks up, calling Setsuna one seriously wild kid. He agrees to teach him, even though he usually avoids passing this insane magic down to someone whose body is still growing. Then Lionel tightens his fist, and Setsuna freezes as massive waves of mana swarm the old man. The raw pressure pulls in nearby rubble like a mini tornado. Lionel explains this is his legendary Fist of Comet technique, a move that burns way too much fuel. Still, one clean hit is usually all it takes. He tells Setsuna to pay close attention, then lets loose a punch that absolutely obliterates the entire training ground. Setsuna eyes practically glow seeing that ridiculous destruction. Lionel warns him that the move requires constant charging, making it terrible for fast one-on-one matches like the tournament. He asks if our boy is still down to learn it. Setsuna does not hesitate. Seeing his determination, Lionel agrees to start the grind. Meanwhile, Carol breezed through her bracket to secure her spot in the finals against him. She holds a private meeting with a shady guy who suddenly turns on her the moment her guard slips. He binds her under some creepy curse before the big match. Fast forward 1 week, and Setsuna is looking noticeably buffed during training. Honestly, even Lionel is stunned. What took him 2 whole years to grasp, Setsuna has basically mastered in mere days. Lionel praises his talent, noting how our main character already upgraded the skill and rebranded it as Charge Bullet. Soon, the stadium is packed to the brim for the grand finale. The upcoming clash between Carol and Setsuna has the entire crowd practically buzzing with anticipation. Unlike earlier, people actually think our boy has a decent shot here, even if Carol remains the favorite. The kids he saved are cheering loudly. This ultimate showdown is set in the ancient ruins of the goddess. To keep the audience from getting vaporized, the mages deploy a heavy barrier around the arena. Layla is thrilled because Setsuna can finally go all out, but Lionel has a pretty bad feeling about this. Setsuna keeps his eyes on the prize, specifically Lionel's promise to teach him if he wins. Carol smiles, pointing out that he seems a lot more lively today. She tells him not to hold back a single thing. They face off, and the moment the referee gives the green light, Carol immediately summons Fenrir. The giant wolf unleashes a massive ice blast that Setsuna barely ducks under. He instantly realizes getting clipped by this thing means instant frostbite. Carol gets hyped, seeing him slip away like that. Dodging that easily proves his skills are the real deal, but she warns him that the pressure is not stopping, ordering Fenrir to charge right back in. This time, he multiplies his speed tenfold to escape. Blurring across the arena, he weaves through a barrage of deadly claws and lands a clean slice right across Fenrir's face. The crowd thinks that finally did it, but Lionel warns it is far from over. Summon beasts are made of pure condensed mana. A shallow cut means absolutely nothing to Fenrir. And right on cue, the wound begins to seal up. Carol looks pretty proud of her giant pet, cheering it on. Then, she casually turns the entire stage into an ice rink, the freezing cold locked inside by the barrier. Fighting on ice makes Fenrir way more dangerous. Up in the stands, the shady puppet master watches closely, eager to see how Setsuna plans to survive this beast. Setsuna realizes he is in a tight spot, so he decides to wrap this up with his shiny new toy, Charge Bullet. But Carol has other plans, launching a barrage that keeps him completely on the defensive. The trash talkers are already celebrating talk about Toxic, claiming a physical fighter can never beat a summoner. Even the kids look terrified as Setsuna gets thrown around, but Lionel spots what our boy is plotting, and his eyes widen. Layla asks what is up, but Lionel just brushes her off. Inside, he is sweating because he knows the kid is trying to charge the bullet, a move totally unfit for a duel. Setsuna can only pull this off because his sheer speed lets him charge while running. Lionel knows that requires insane control, but our main character is just crazy enough to try. Watching his weird movement, Carol realizes he is cooking up a plan and decides to shut it down. She summons a massive bird beast, leaving Drago completely jaw-dropped because nobody knew she had a second summon. Even Lionel has to admit her talent is off the charts for managing 2 active summons. Before Setsuna can even blink, he is sandwiched between both monsters as they crash into him, engulfing him in smoke. Layla panics, thinking our boy is done for, but the smoke clears to show him blocking both monsters with a raw mana shield. Setsuna chuckles. He knew Carol was a genius, so he already planned for a surprise trump card. Carol is shocked he blocked that attack. While she is still frozen, he finally unleashes his charged bullet to end the match. Right then, the shady guy in the shadows snaps his fingers, activating the curse. Carol screams in agony as dark magic floods her body. Setsuna lunges forward to save her, but he freezes in horror as he senses the dark energy. It is the undeniable power of the evil god. This sudden twist completely throws our boy off as he stares, wondering what on earth is happening to Carol. Carol raises her hand, summoning a massive horde of shadow monsters. The clueless crowd thinks this is just her showing off, but Lionel instantly realizes this dark mana is coming from somewhere else entirely. He screams at the ref to halt the fight and drop the barrier, demanding to know where the barrier mage is. Little does he know, that poor mage is already sleeping on the floor, knocked out by the villain. To make things worse, only the creator of the barrier can actually dismantle it. Now Setsuna is trapped inside with an angry swarm. While dodging their claws, he figures the puppet master must be close by and tries to pinpoint him. But before he can move, the villain sends the monsters into an absolute frenzy, giving him zero room to think. Under the non-stop pressure, one of the beasts finally gets a clean swipe across his back. Setsuna gasps as he is slammed hard onto the stone floor. He struggles to his feet, his hands heavily bleeding from the claw wounds. Up in the shadows, the villain is loving this, confident our boy will never locate his hiding spot. He is also pretty sure those wrecked arms will get Setsuna killed in seconds. Outside, Lionel is biting his nails. Our boy has no room to charge his bullet, and Carol looks like she is about to collapse. If this nightmare continues, Lionel knows Carol is going to die. Suddenly, she briefly snaps back to her senses, whispering for Setsuna to run. That is all the proof our boy needs. She is absolutely being puppeted. Tears stream down her face as she begs him to get away while he still can. Setsuna tries to retreat, but the coordinated monsters perfectly block every single exit. Furious, our boy grabs a unicorn monster and hurls it straight into the pack. Meanwhile, the useless headmaster just sits on his hands, refusing to lift a finger. Outside, Lionel desperately searches for the barrier mage, knowing Setsuna is running dangerously low on mana. He just hopes he can find the guy before the kid gets ripped apart. Meanwhile, Setsuna keeps swinging. Then, a monster sneaks into his blind spot and drives a sharp horn deep into his thigh. Layla screams as blood splatters across the ice. Even the jealous students who wanted him to lose start whispering that this has gone way too far. Setsuna collapses to his knees, and the puppet master orders the horde to move in for the kill. Fenrir lunges directly at his throat, forcing our boy to throw up his bare arm to block the jaws. The giant wolf bites down hard, bone-crushing as agonizing pain rips through him. Screaming out, his mind suddenly flashes back to one of Lionel's lessons. He remembers asking what truly matters most in a real fight. Drago had argued that ending the enemy with one massive blow was key, while Setsuna insisted on minimizing damage while closing the gap. Lionel told them both theories were fine, but they were missing the real secret. More than anything, he had told them, A warrior needs unbreakable spirit, the sheer will to take a beating and still land that hit. That was exactly why the old man put them through such brutal training. Now, in this life or death situation, that hellish training is the only thing keeping him conscious. With Fenrir still grinding his arm to pieces, Setsuna finally finds his opening to focus his remaining mana. He is locking in for one final charge bullet, and that completely breaks the mastermind's brain. Setsuna was supposed to be dead, but he sneaky charged his attack right in the middle of all that chaos. Since the monsters did him a huge favor by packing together, he decides to clear the whole mob in one shot, pouring every drop of mana into his right fist. His eyes flare with absolute rage as he fires his charge bullet, obliterating every last one of them. As the dust settles, Carol slips off her giant wolf. She is plummeting toward the floor, but Setsuna lunges forward and catches her in a classic bridal carry. He lets out a shaky breath, relieved to feel her heart beating. The entire arena stands frozen in disbelief at what he just pulled off. Since Carol is out cold, he wins by default, and the referee officially crowns Setsuna the champion. The ref showers him with praise, announcing that it has been over 100 years since a close combat student last won this prestigious academy exchange match. Setsuna takes a slow breath, stepping forward to raise his fist high, as his supporters absolutely lose their minds. Meanwhile, the haters are left completely speechless by a technique they have never seen before in their lives. Layla's face lights up as the reality of his win finally sinks in. Drago gives a respectful nod, thoroughly impressed, while that delinquent who bet on our boy walks away with pockets full of cash. But behind the scenes, the puppet master is absolutely seething because even after pulling all those illegal moves, Setsuna is still breathing. Furious, he decides to eliminate the formation mage to clear his name. But as he tries to clean up his tracks, he senses someone has beaten him to it. Sure enough, Lionel locates the unconscious mage, but the true villain has already vanished into thin air. Lionel rushes over to find the formation mage completely unresponsive. Right then, the massive barrier finally shatters, and the headmaster strides in to speak with the champion. When the headmaster asks about Carol, Setsuna explains she was likely being puppeted. The old man simply nods, telling him to leave the rest of the investigation to the academy. He admits he is highly impressed by Setsuna's performance and promises to keep his word. Setsuna thanks him, feeling a wave of relief. As the headmaster turns to leave, he tells him to visit his private chambers tomorrow. Shortly after, Setsuna heads to the infirmary where a healer patches him up. She manages to close his superficial wounds, but warns him that his internal damage will take time to heal, making bed rest mandatory. He nods in thanks just as a loud knock echoes. The door swings open to reveal Lionel, Drago, Layla, and the kids crowding in to check on him, desperately asking if he's holding up all right. Layla smiles, relieved to see him awake, and thanks him for securing the win. Drago proudly declares him the absolute pride of their department, while the kids eagerly babble about his legendary moves. After the celebration, everyone leaves except Lionel. He quietly tells Setsuna that the formation mage was attacked, but he will survive. He adds that Carol is deeply traumatized and resting, though she faces questioning once she wakes. Lionel suspects Setsuna was the true target and asks if he knows who is responsible, but he remains silent. Later, the cloaked figure sneaks into Carol's room, easily bypassing the defensive barrier on her door. He intends to murder her before hunting down Setsuna, knowing her death will permanently erase his final connection to the crime. Just as he prepares to strike, Setsuna bursts through the door. Having anticipated this assassination attempt, he blocks the blow in the nick of time, only to freeze in sheer horror when the villain's hood falls back. It is Leo. He sneers, realizing he is caught, and boasts that he left zero evidence behind. Setsuna counters that while there might not be proof, seeing what Leo just tried to do is more than enough. Leo wears a chilling grin and suggests they take this chat outside, complaining that he detests the smell of medicine. Setsuna agrees, but as they step out, his unhealed internal injuries flare up with agonizing pain. Leo asks him directly just how long he has known who was pulling the strings. Setsuna replies that Leo vanishing right after the magic path ceremony always felt deeply suspicious. To make matters worse, Leo mysteriously losing his spot to represent the long-range department was just too strange to ignore. Leo is genuinely impressed that our boy pieced the puzzle together, but Setsuna adds that he can feel a strange, foreign mana radiating from him, and Leo coldly demands to know what he is talking about. Suddenly, dark energy erupts around Leo as black marks crawl across his face, and he admits his surprise that Setsuna knows about that strange deity. Cold sweat drips down Setsuna's face as the horrific truth sinks in. He steels himself to stop Leo before he can unleash total chaos, while Leo decides it is time to end our boy once and for all. Recognizing the mortal danger, Setsuna strikes first, swinging his glowing mana sword, but Leo snuffs out the attack with terrifying ease. Setsuna gasps, realizing he is trapped in the exact same nightmare as when he faced off against the evil god himself. Leo boasts that the dark deity granted him the power of absolute magic nullification, rendering Setsuna's spells completely useless. Refusing to yield, our champion lunges forward to attack again, but the results are exactly the same. Realizing the negation only triggers upon impact, Setsuna wonders if he can exploit a blind spot. He rapidly circles around and strikes from behind with all his might, but his blade shatters into pieces. Leo calmly turns, telling him it is entirely useless. His mana detection is far too quick. Before Setsuna can even react, Leo blasts him with scorching fire, sending him crashing backward in absolute agony. Leo remarks that he wanted to battle him at full strength, but this battered version will have to do. He mockingly commends Setsuna for surviving this long as a close combat mage, suggesting he should have chosen long-range magic instead. With a cold glare, Leo declares this is the absolute end of the line. He unleashes a crackling bolt of lightning directly into Setsuna's thigh, causing him to scream in raw agony as blood gushes from the deep wound. He realizes with horror that Leo is deliberately targeting the exact leg he injured during the finals. Clutching his bleeding limb, Setsuna gasps out, asking why, but Leo simply replies that he is sick of this world. Setsuna refuses to accept that mindless hatred is the true reason his former friend turned evil. Knowing the terrible ruin it would bring, he screams at him to shut up, denying that this monster is the real Leo. Enraged, Leo charges forward while our champion quickly formulates a desperate plan. He must wait until the last possible second before activating his mana blade, hoping to recreate the clutch counter he once used against the dark deity. Even while completely broken, Setsuna clings to a sliver of hope. But Leo alters his strategy, firing a massive long-range spell before he is even within reach of a counterattack. Setsuna's eyes widen as he realizes Leo is casting spells at an impossibly high speed, clearly boosted by the dark god's raw power. As Leo steps forward to deliver the killing blow, a booming voice commands them to stop. A sudden wall of brilliant white flames erupts, shielding Setsuna from the lethal strike. Both boys freeze instantly, immediately recognizing the immense presence of the powerful figure who just intervened. Hovering above them, the headmaster stands tall atop a massive summoned dragon, glaring down with a terrifying expression. The duo leaps into the fray, and while the headmaster offers a brief apology for his tardiness, Setsuna is just glad to be alive. The headmaster takes one look at the scene and realizes Leo is the mastermind behind all the tournament chaos, explaining that he simply tracked the residual dark mana directly to this spot. Leo mockingly admits he is impressed the old man connected the dots. Suddenly, a colossal aura erupts from the headmaster, nearly blinding Setsuna with its sheer intensity, as he grimly tells his student there is only one option left. He must apprehend him, despite how painful it is to doubt his own pupil. Without warning, the dragon unleashes a devastating torrent of fire, completely engulfing the entire area where Leo is standing. Setsuna is awestruck by the dragon's overwhelming destructive power, but as the flames clear, Leo remains standing. He completely nullified the attack with a solid barrier, boasting that only the evil god's protection spared him from certain death. The headmaster is stunned to witness magic nullification with his own eyes. When Setsuna asks if he recognizes the spell, the old man reveals it is documented in his family's ancient records, the House of Silverbook. According to those legends, when the ancient dark powers awaken, absolute disaster will consume the world, and this negation ability is a herald of that impending doom. Leo arrogantly brags that the old man's magic won't do a thing to him, charging up a massive 3-element compound spell that Sona recognizes. The headmaster simply closes his eyes, and when they snap open, they are glowing with brilliant gold. Shouting with authority, he orders Setsuna to step 2 paces to the right. Noticing the headmaster's glowing eyes, our hero moves instantly, barely dodging Leo's lethal long-range magical strikes. Meanwhile, the headmaster effortlessly slides past every incoming blast. Leo is completely dumbfounded since his ultimate spell was supposed to be completely unavoidable. Smiling at Leo's shock, the old man asks why he's so surprised, reminding him he's not the only special guy around. Leo admits he's tough, but promises he won't dodge the next strike, unleashing a massive dark aura that shoots into the heavens. Feeling that corrupt, divine energy up close sends a wave of pure terror through Setsuna. Leo smugly declares that once he is finished, absolutely nothing of them will be left behind. Knowing this won't be a simple brawl, the headmaster realizes that if they both go all out, the entire school will be reduced to dust. He throws Setsuna a quick signal, and our boy grabs hold immediately. The headmaster chants a spell to levitate himself and the dragon into the air to attack from above. Leo instantly realizes the old man is trying to save the academy from total destruction. High above, the dragon unleashes a stream of white flames, which Leo counters with his dark power. The dark magic easily swallows the dragon's fire, causing a massive explosion, yet the headmaster doesn't follow up. Leo is baffled that the old guy is backing away, but the headmaster calmly replies that his job is already done. Suddenly, Setsuna leaps out from behind the dragon, rushing Leo with a flawless surprise attack. Leo just smiles at the incoming rush, telling him he has zero chance of success. He raises his dark barrier to block, but Setsuna shouts that he's relying way too much on that cheat power. Setsuna is absolutely determined to prove that melee magic was the superior choice. Leo smirks, warning him not to underestimate the dark divinity, but his smug face vanishes when our hero breaks through the barrier, delivering a devastating punch that slams him down. The punch lands so hard the entire ground caves in. The headmaster is incredibly proud of Setsuna. Our hero's theory was totally right. Raw speed can actually bypass his magic nullification. Since Gladdy chose close combat magic, he rushes over to the headmaster. The old man tells him the crisis is over, but his wounds need tending. Suddenly, they hear Leo's voice echoing again. They both turn to see Leo rising once more, admitting that Setsuna actually impressed him. Our hero can't believe this monster is still standing, but Leo says it's time to show his true potential. Dark energy explodes from his body, and Setsuna is too close to escape. He unsheathes his mana sword to slice through the black tide, but the blast completely overwhelms him and sends him flying. The headmaster screams his name as Setsuna crashes to the dirt. Fading out of consciousness, he realizes Leo fused long-range spells with magic nullification. Right before the darkness takes him, a memory of training with Leo in the woods flashes by. The hallucination is so vivid that Setsuna sees himself on the chopping block, with Leo poised to deliver the final blow. Leo jeers at him for being a total failure who couldn't protect anyone. The memory makes Setsuna scream out in agony. When his eyes blink open, he's in the school clinic with Layla watching over him. She rushes to his side, looking incredibly relieved he survived. He tells him he has been unconscious for 3 whole days. Setsuna is completely shocked, clenching his bedsheets in pure rage. He absolutely despises that the god's dark magic defeated him yet again. Forcing himself to calm down, Setsuna asks about the headmaster. Layla mentions he is resting in his chamber, but before she can finish, our stubborn hero climbs out of bed. She glares, asking where he thinks he's going. He explains he needs to verify something with the old man, but Layla tries to block him since he's still a walking corpse. He gently pats her shoulder, apologizes for making her worry, and walks out anyway. Meanwhile, the headmaster is finishing up a meeting with the academy's top professors. Right as they are preparing to wrap things up, Setsuna suddenly bursts through the doors. He shouts in concern, but is shocked to see the headmaster looking perfectly healthy. The old man warmly says he's glad the boy survived. Setsuna walks past Cyrus, who glares at him like he wants to strangle him on the spot. Lionel pats Setsuna's shoulder, mentioning that Drago and Layla were worried out of their minds, before stepping out to give them some privacy. Once the room is empty, our hero bows deeply, apologizing for his failure. He asks what happened after the battle, but his fresh wounds suddenly spike with agony, forcing him to clutch his ribs. The headmaster tells him to take it easy and not push his limits. He explains the aftermath of the clash. Leo chose to tuck tail and run because he had completely drained his mana reserves. The villain opened a dark portal and escaped right under the headmaster's nose. Sensing an ancient, terrifying force lurking beyond that rift, the old man realized they need to get far stronger. When Setsuna mentions the creepy eyes in the portal, the headmaster wonders if he knows something. Setsuna hesitates, but the headmaster urges him to spill the beans. As our hero struggles to find the words, the headmaster slips off his left glove, reminding him that he already shared his own deepest magical secrets. The headmaster wants to fully trust him, but needs the absolute truth first. Setsuna is torn, not knowing if revealing his knowledge of the future will trigger some cosmic penalty. Plus, would the old man even believe he traveled 10 years back in time? Noticing his silence, the headmaster asks if there's a specific reason he must keep quiet. A brilliant idea hits Setsuna, and he asks the old man to check the necklace of revival. Caught off guard, the headmaster inspects the pendant and is shocked to find the Spirit of Time's blessing has vanished. The headmaster asks if it was used in another timeline, and Setsuna nods. Our hero finally tells the truth: he activated the amulet 10 years in the future, driven by crushing regret. After hearing the entire crazy story, the headmaster admits that a future apocalypse is hard to swallow without proof. However, he knows traveling 10 years back is an incredible feat. Understanding the sheer burden the boy has been carrying alone, the headmaster places his hands on Setsuna's shoulders, promising to support him from now on. Our main character beams with relief and thanks him. With this powerhouse on his side, Setsuna finally feels they can save the world. To make things even better, the headmaster offers to teach him a secret second magic system to defeat the dark deity. He reveals it's called spirit magic, an incredibly rare art. Since this secret is far too big to discuss in his office, they decide to head somewhere much more private. He brings Setsuna to the Great Sacred Tree, mentioning it was his old training ground. Setsuna is shocked, since that's his favorite spot too. The old man explains that spirit magic fuses your soul with a spirit, drawing immense power into your body. Setsuna stands there stunned, trying to wrap his brain around this absurdly broken magic. Rather than over-explaining, the headmaster decides a live demonstration is best. Activating his mana, his eyes turn gold, just like during the fight with Leo. Shrouded in a golden aura, the headmaster suddenly challenges him to a game of rock, paper, scissors, leaving Setsuna utterly bewildered. The old man points out they can't exactly spar since Setsuna is still half dead. So, the ultimate hand game begins, and the headmaster absolutely dominates, winning every single round. He reveals the secret: he was using the Spirit of Time's power to see several seconds into the future. He explains that the world is filled with various elemental spirits. A contract with a wind spirit lets you fly, while water lets you phase right through physical attacks. Setsuna is blown away, realizing how insanely overpowered his melee combat style would become with this. The headmaster warns him that while making a contract is vital, there's a crucial first step. Eager to learn, Setsuna nods, and the old man declares it's time to start his training. Closing his eyes, he lets nature flow through him, explaining that spirits are everywhere. All Setsuna has to do is open his senses and feel them. Our hero tries the same, closing his eyes to pray for the spirit's help to defeat the evil god. But when he opens them, absolutely nothing has changed. The headmaster sighs, suggesting his deep-seated resentment is blocking the connection, leaving him totally confused. The headmaster explains that connecting with nature requires inner peace. He needs to stop overthinking and just feel the world. So our protagonist closes his eyes to try again. Setsuna admits he always overcomplicates things, his thoughts turning into a messy jumble. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the headmaster tells him to relax and let it flow. He admits it took him 3 years to master this, but believes the young mage can manage before the evil god arrives in 5 years. Setsuna completely disagrees. He needs to learn this way faster, because those enemy apostles could strike at any moment. That gets the old man's attention. He explains that these legendary apostles originate from the evil god's domain, wielding terrifying powers that completely defy normal magic. He is almost positive Leo is one of them, especially given that bizarre power he displayed. Setsuna explains that before his regression, he barely survived a single encounter with an apostle using long-range spells. Hearing this, the headmaster realizes they might be using the 12 dark powers from his family legends. Setsuna warns that more monsters like Leo are probably hiding in plain sight. While the headmaster understands the panic, he warns him not to rush, or he will lose control. He then mentions the upcoming joint dungeon training, suggesting it might hold some answers. Setsuna is pretty confused, but the headmaster promises that Lionel will fill him in later. He believes this training is exactly what Setsuna needs to shatter his limits. Still, it is not going to be easy, so he needs to rest up and prepare. What our hero does not realize is that the headmaster has an extra surprise waiting down there. Meanwhile, Leo heads back to the castle where the other apostles await. He says sorry for being late, but the 10th apostle, Jigan, is already fuming. The 9th apostle, Puker, chimes in to mock Leo for failing to eliminate a simple student. Leo apologizes with a smirk, claiming he lost his cool after facing his absolute best friend. That smirk makes Jigan absolutely lose his mind. We find out Leo is actually the 12th apostle, and the tension between the two turns ugly incredibly fast. They are about to throw down when the 2nd apostle, Satanacha, shuts them up with one word. He reminds them to act like professionals, but even as Satanacha demands their status reports, Jigan is still itching for a fight. Calling Leo a total failure, Jigan demands to know what they should do with him, even offering to execute him right there. Puker cuts in, claiming he wants to do the honors himself. Satanacha tells them both to shut up, explaining he already has a perfect plan in motion with someone else. A few days after the intense tournament, Setsuna finally heads back to class. Layla is pretty worried, saying he looks completely exhausted, but he laughs it off, claiming it is just a simple theory class. She sighs, pointing out his brand new injuries from after the tournament. Setsuna keeps his mouth shut. The headmaster strictly warned him not to mention the evil god to anyone, promising he would only share that secret with a few trusted professors. He also assured him the staff would secure the academy and hunt down Leo. Because of all this chaos, their special spirit training is officially put on hold. Remembering his orders, Setsuna just flashes Layla his signature grin and apologizes for stressing her out. Secretly, he is determined to heal up fast and keep leveling. Soon after, Professor Lionel struts in to make a massive announcement. The whole classroom goes wild, so Lionel clarifies that this training session will involve students from other departments too. He explains that while the tournament focused on individual magic styles, this training requires real teamwork to break limits together. Setsuna immediately realizes this was the headmaster's secret plan to boost coordination. Lionel adds that the event will take place inside the dangerous one-star underground dungeon, meaning only elite students are invited. He tells them they have exactly 2 weeks to prepare. Our hero gets instantly fired up, knowing his top priority is making a full recovery. Right after class, Layla suggests they grab dinner together, claiming they need to feast before the grind begins. Walking through the hallways, they overhear students gossiping about his legendary performance. Nobody can believe a supposedly weak, close-range mage actually took home the grand prize. Layla smiles, pointing out how he is suddenly a huge celebrity. Right on cue, a pompous blonde noble named Carl blocks their path, demanding to know if Setsuna is the champion. Our boy nods, and Carl instantly offers him a prestigious invitation to join his exclusive noble social salon. Carl brags that only high-class elites are allowed, normally banning commoners and melee fighters, but he is willing to make an exception. He clearly wants Setsuna's ridiculous strength for his own group. The watching students whisper in excitement as Carl makes his pitch. He tells Setsuna that elite mages need elite connections, instead of hanging around useless trash like Layla. Setsuna instantly rejects him. Carl is completely stunned when the protagonist tells him his little club is worthless and a total waste of time. Enraged, the noble draws a golden blade. Blinded by rage, Carl lunges forward to catch him off guard. Before he can even make a move, Layla grabs his wrist, coldly reminding him that student dueling is strictly banned. Giving him a terrifying glare, she easily pins Carl down. He is totally helpless. As his friends rush over, the arrogant noble desperately screams for her to let go. Ultimately, Carl's gang has to retreat, but not before he throws a classic fit, threatening to call his daddy to get them both expelled. Layla's scary expression melts away when she looks back at Setsuna, who smiles knowing she is getting pretty strong too. Suddenly, Carol arrives with a bright wave. Happy to see her safe, he welcomes her, and Carol warmly thanks him for saving her life. After expressing her gratitude, Carol suddenly drops a bomb, asking if he wants to come to her bedroom. Following that incredibly awkward invitation, the whole squad tags along. Carol is thrilled to host them, promising a homemade feast. Layla immediately jumps in to help, declaring that her friend should not have to do all the heavy lifting alone. Layla is secretly relieved she only meant cooking, given where her mind just went. When Drago asks why he was invited, Carol cheerfully says she loves a full house. Stepping into the kitchen, Layla is shocked to see a mountain of medicinal herbs, which Carol is using to make healing food. Setsuna watches silently, relieved that according to the principal, Carol remembers nothing of her possession. He wonders if her memory loss is from trauma or dark magic brainwashing. He is incredibly glad she is safe, but knows the apostles are definitely still hunting for other victims. Noticing him zoning out, Drago snaps him back to reality. He complains that Setsuna is always carrying the weight of the world and needs to relax. Setsuna is not sure he can ever truly unwind. Suddenly, chaotic shouting erupts from the kitchen, sounding way more like an intense training session than actual cooking. Carol pokes her head out and drafts Drago into kitchen duty. Before he can object, she ties a frilly-made apron around him, claiming it was the only clean one. Soon, the table is completely covered in a mind-boggling feast. While Carol is worried she overdid it, Setsuna assures her it is totally fine, fully planning to devour every single bite. He grabs his spoon and uses magic to literally speed up his digestion. Setsuna aggressively digs in, practically inhaling the dishes while a concerned Layla asks if he is doing okay. His eyes lock onto the egg soup. Drago proudly reveals he made it himself, and when our hero asks for a second bowl, Carol is left absolutely devastated. He literally just lost a cooking competition to a dude. While Setsuna loves this cozy atmosphere, it painfully reminds him of how the evil god destroyed everything in his past life. He swears this is the last time he gets caught off guard. 2 weeks fly by. The joint training day is finally here, and the students gather at the dungeon gate. Drago asks Setsuna if he's actually fully recovered. Setsuna smiles. He is completely fine, thanks to those healing meals from Drago and the girls. Drago laughs it off, claiming the food only worked because the guy actually finished every single bite. With the two of them on the same squad, Drago is convinced they are absolutely unstoppable. Right on cue, the older students show up, including a smug third year named Mafune. Tagging along with him is a girl named Yuzuha. Drago and Setsuna quickly introduce themselves, and Mafune immediately tells our boy to make sure he gives this his absolute best. Once they walk off, Drago remarks that Mafune seems pretty decent, and Setsuna agrees. Too bad they have zero clue this guy is absolute trash and already planning a betrayal. With everyone gathered, their instructor, Giovanni, steps up to explain the training. This dungeon is basically the ruins of some sealed demon, crawling with ancient undead, though it is still somehow rated as a basic 1-star. Her goal is simple: slay monsters, Giovanni explains that every single one of their moves will be recorded by a special memory bracelet they have to wear. Slaying monsters gets them bonus points, and the top team takes home big academy rewards. Plus, the #1 student gets to train with the kingdom's elite Magus battalion. That immediately gets Setsuna's attention. That battalion is the absolute strongest force around, and in his past life, he actually fought alongside those guys. Getting in now means reuniting with his old comrades much faster. Giovanni then hands out the bracelets. He warns everyone not to wander too deep since nastier beasts are lurking below. If things get ugly, they just need to channel mana into the bracelet to instantly teleport back to safety. Setsuna is aiming straight for that #1 spot, but he knows Drago is itching to beat him to it. The friendly rivalry is real. They trade a quick look, both ready to see who comes out on top. The second the teacher gives the green light, these two unleash massive auras and sprint inside first. From what Setsuna remembers, these ruins belong to an ancient civilization, and most of it remains completely unexplored. Right on schedule, monsters launch themselves at the intruders. But Setsuna knows better that emergency teleport bracelet is not some perfect safety net. He and Drago push ahead, eventually reaching a massive chamber overrun with ancient flora. It makes him wonder if anyone actually lived here. Then, he remembers the principal warning them that this training affects future missions. Our boy wants to master his spirit magic and secure that top spot no matter what. The rest of the squad finally catches up, and a completely exhausted Mifune wheezes about how fast they ran. Soon, they hit a fork in the road. After a brief debate, Mifune points down a path and insists going deeper is their best bet. Since they are competing for points, Setsuna figures the guy actually makes a decent call. But Setsuna notices the wall ahead is fake because the plants look wrong. He points out there might be a hidden room right behind it. Mifune tries to brush it off as nothing. But Drago backs his buddy up, claiming he can hear the wind whistling on the other side. With a single punch, Drago shatters the wall, grins at Mifune, and claims they found the real path. Forced to eat his words, Mifune reluctantly agrees, and they charge down the hidden passage. He is already drooling over all the easy points they are about to secure. Naturally, our main duo leads the charge, but a massive boulder suddenly falls right toward them. Drago reacts instantly, slicing the rock to pieces with his mana blade. Setsuna can tell his friend is completely fired up to show off his close combat magic. Suddenly, Setsuna senses a dangerous projectile flying right at him. He ducks just in time, and it slams into the wall. Drago points out how sharp their reflexes have gotten. He suggests they disarm the traps ahead so Mifune Yuzuha can walk safely. Moments later, they stumble into a chamber containing a single chest, but while they are carefully inspecting it, Mifune literally sprints past them and claims the loot for himself. He flashes a fake smile, thanks Drago, and pockets a free 15 points. Drago stands there completely speechless, finally realizing this guy is playing dirty for the reward. He promises himself he won't let it happen again, but they let it slide for now and keep pushing ahead. Drago quickly spots a second chest, but right as he reaches for it, Mifune uses a long-range spell to teleport it away. Just like that, he is up to 30 points while pretending to be completely innocent. Despite doing all the hard work, Drago is sitting at a big fat 0. Shaking off the frustration, he keeps pushing forward until he spots a rogue knight, wears it down, and goes in for the kill. But yep, you guessed it, Mifune swoops in out of nowhere, slices off the knight's head, and steals the kill. Mifune hits 40 points while Drago remains stuck at 0. Suddenly, a massive pack of monsters surrounds them. Mifune can't possibly steal every single kill here, allowing Drago to finally bag 10 points, while Yuzuha climbs to 30. But right after, Drago finds another chest, and the greedy parasite snatches that one too, hitting 55. Drago is utterly exhausted from doing all the heavy lifting, with absolutely nothing to show for it. Mifune condescendingly tells him he has muscles but 0 vision. Stuck at a mere 10 points, Drago is absolutely furious. That's when Setsuna, sitting quietly at 25 points, decides to step in. He points out that sharing rewards fairly is kind of the whole point of a team. He asks Mifune if stealing points is his actual strategy. Mifune just sneezes, mocking Drago for being all brawn and no brains. He casually tells them that using people is just how the world works, advising them to do the same if they have a problem with it. Setsuna finally figures out his little trick. The guy is using 2 different formation circles to seamlessly teleport things. Luckily, our main character has already spotted the massive glaring weakness in that little cheat. He also notices that Yuzuha doesn't seem to care about scoring points at all, hinting that she might have a completely different goal. The group continues deeper, with Mifune bragging that they will clear this place in no time. He is sitting pretty at 80 points, while Yuzuha has 50. Meanwhile, Setsuna has 35, and poor Drago is still struggling with 10. Soon, they step into a chamber with a completely different, eerie vibe. Instant karma incoming. Mifune spots another chest and triggers his teleportation circle to grab it. But the second he touches the lid, dark fire blasts him. A heavy, suffocating aura spills out as the chest flies open, revealing a terrifying monster that has absolutely no business being in a simple one-star dungeon. Meet the King of Death, a creature whose dark flames plunge victims straight into nightmares. The squad is completely stunned when the King of Death actually speaks, warning that they will pay for waking him up. Sensing the extreme danger, Setsuna orders Drago to grab the injured Mifune and retreat, while he holds the line. But Drago refuses to run, seeing this beast as a massive pile of points. When the monster fires a blast at Mifune, Setsuna slices right through the flames. Drago charges the monster head-on, only to get trapped by a sudden magic circle. With zero room to dodge, he takes the explosion directly. But luckily, his quick mana shield keeps him from getting completely vaporized. The King of Death summons multiple magic circles simultaneously, confirming Setsuna's worst fears. This beast is at least a 4-star monster. Before he can react, swirling dark flames begin closing in on him from every single direction. To make matters worse, Mifune is being targeted as well. Setsuna screams at him to wake up, just as Drago leaps in to slice down the incoming dark flames. Mifune opens his eyes just in time to see his savior. Drago reaches out a hand, telling the guy to stand up and fight. Mifune grabs it and gets to his feet. Suddenly, Yuzuha is targeted by a magic circle, freezing in absolute terror and forcing Setsuna to rush in. He asks if she is okay, and she smiles, thanking him for the quick save. Drago keeps the beast busy until Setsuna leaps back in, telling his buddy it is finally time to go all out. Instead of helping them, Mifune is already plotting a way to steal the points and make a run for it. Drago senses something fishy and asks if he is scheming again, but Mifune insists he would never betray his saviors. But deep down, the parasite is still waiting for a chance to betray them. Drago makes it clear Mifune is getting nothing. Setsuna gears up to fight the beast, remembering why he could not finish off Leo before he lacked the time to charge his bullet. Flashback time. He and Drago are training under Lionel, who presents them with heavy magic-weighted bracelets. Lionel explains these bracelets build insane strength over time, but warns Setsuna to hold off since he is still healing. It is a classic old-school training method, so they have to use it with care. Naturally, instead of backing away, our boy gets hyped to try them on. Back in the dungeon, Setsuna unclasps the heavy weights from his limbs. He is fully adjusted now, and they come off leaving him feeling light as a feather. Drago drops his weights too, making the ground shake with their heavy impact. Mifune is completely stunned, left wondering what kind of absolutely absurd training gear they have been wearing this entire time. Restraints gone, Setsuna and Drago blitz toward the monster at extreme speed, boosting their physical limits. Drago aims right for the active magic circles, completely smashing them to pieces with his fists. He closes in on the King of Death and swings for its head, but the monster catches his leg. That does not save the beast, because Setsuna flies in from the side with a heavy kick. The duo unleashes a flawless combo attack, triggering a massive explosion. Mifune can only watch in awe as thick purple smoke blankets the entire battlefield. Their epic teamwork ends with the monster losing its head from that joint kick. When Setsuna checks his score, it jumps to 50 points, and Drago gets the same. Since they co-op killed it, the points are split. Mifune is absolutely flabbergasted. Those two were not even using their full strength earlier. After the dust settles, Setsuna turns to check if Yuzuha is hurt, but to everyone's absolute shock, she has completely vanished. While they look for her, the ground violently shakes, the floor collapses, and just as Mifune almost plunges into the dark, our hero grabs him. Talk about a close call! Peering over the edge, they spot a massive swarm of undead scaling the walls. Realizing they cannot fight this entire army at once, the squad is forced to retreat. Setsuna wonders why this dungeon is acting so bizarrely. Before they can escape, the horde swarms them. Setsuna yells for everyone to aim for the heads if they want these zombies to stay down. Mifune has no choice but to join the brawl, but he quickly notices they are not gaining any points. He soon realizes why these undead are being constantly revived by dark magic. Drago whines about the endless waves, while Mifune admits this dungeon is completely broken. These monsters are way beyond 1-star difficulty. Suddenly, Setsuna senses the dark magical source emanating from the lower floors. He asks if they can feel that ominous pressure from below, but Mifune senses nothing and thinks he is just imagining things. Setsuna insists he is certain, even if he does not recognize the caster. Unwilling to guess, Drago says they should just investigate and dives down first. Mifune hesitates to jump, but Setsuna tells him he has no choice. Staying up here is a quick ticket to the afterlife. An annoyed Mifune asks if Setsuna is looking down on him, but our main character is just stating facts. He reminds Mifune that his only contribution so far was stealing Drago's points. With that, Setsuna dives down. Mifune decides this party and this dungeon are completely unhinged, but he reluctantly follows them down. As they slash through monsters, he asks if they train together because their coordination is way too clean. Drago bluntly tells him he talks too much, but Mifune argues he would rather chat than listen to zombie shrieks. Just then, Setsuna points to the left, detecting a massive spike of magic. The trio follows the path and discovers a giant, creepy eyeball monster driving the dark magic. Setsuna is genuinely surprised, as he has never encountered a creature like this before. Meanwhile, Mifune begins scheming again. Drago notices this and pretends to stretch, using the opportunity to punch Mifune dead in the face. He casually claims it was an accident, but the damage is done. While Mifune is still holding his nose, Setsuna obliterates the eyeball monster to bag 10 extra points. Drago warns that the horde is surrounding them again, probably because their power source just got wrecked. He does not mind. Now they can actually grind real points from these kills. Drago gets totally fired up, prompting a bruised Mifune to brace himself so he does not get left behind. Before they leap in, Setsuna asks Mifune if he knows where Yuzuha ran off to. Mifune shrugs and guesses she fled out of fear, but our protagonist is not buying that weak excuse. When the boss attacked, Yuzuha did not look frightened at all. Plus, they are facing monsters that have no business being in a 1-star dungeon. Since that creepy eyeball was leaking dark energy, Setsuna strongly suspects the apostles are behind this. If that is true, Drago and the other students are in serious danger. All Setsuna can do is hope Layla and the others are safe. The horde rushes them, and Drago welcomes them with a manic grin since he only sees free points. Neither holding back, Drago obliterates them with raw punches while Setsuna slices them apart with his mana blade. By the time the dust settles, Setsuna hits 200 points, Drago reaches 210, and Mifune barely scrapes together 100. Satisfied with his score, the coward decides it is time to bounce. Drago is disgusted, asking if Mifune is really going to abandon his classmate Yuzuha. Mifune just laughs it off, claiming they are not actually friends since they literally met yesterday. In his mind, she was just playing nice, and is probably crying outside right now. While Setsuna digests this, Mifune tries to activate his escape bracelet to teleport out, but absolutely nothing happens. He stands there completely frozen. Setsuna calmly points out that their only option now is walking all the way back to the surface, leaving Mifune panicking that the system is broken. Drago agrees that things are super fishy. Right then, Setsuna detects that bizarre energy signature again. He tells them he is going to find Yuzuha, assuring them he will be perfectly fine. Mifune immediately starts teasing him, asking if our boy has developed a little crush. Drago shuts him up and insists on tag teaming. Setsuna warns him of the terrifying pressure below, urging him to be careful. Drago nods, but a terrified Mifune insists they should escape and report to Professor Giovanni. He frantically demands to know how Setsuna is so sure she is even down there. Our hero explains he can track Yuzuha's faint mana, telling Mifune he is welcome to run back to Giovanni alone. The duo heads deeper, leaving a conflicted Mifune standing by himself. Wandering back alone is way too scary, so as he hesitates, Drago returns with a friendly pat on the shoulder. He tells him to stop being a coward and help find Yuzuha so they can all leave together. Mifune finally gives in, silently praying they locate her quickly. As they descend, he asks how Setsuna can detect her mana trail when they cannot sense a single thing. Setsuna credits his sharp senses to brutal, endless training, which Mifune totally dismisses as complete nonsense. Reaching the lower level, a sudden chill hits Drago. The atmosphere feels entirely different, and a bizarre noise echoes ahead. Setsuna points toward the eerie noise. Drago rushes ahead and spots a figure, quickly recognizing Yuzuha. He calls out to check on her, but the team immediately realizes something is terribly wrong. Her skin looks deathly pale, like the undead, as she sits trapped inside a glowing magic circle. Still, she desperately begs them for rescue, making Mifune instantly regret not leaving earlier. Drago tries to sprint to her side, but Setsuna grabs him, warning him to back off. He explains that they are looking at a highly dangerous, ancient magical trap. He reasons that the dungeon traps are being set off by a dark magical artifact, a relic he remembers from his past life. He knows Yuzuha did not do this to herself, someone else set this trap up. Setsuna states that breaking this requires a magical weapon to shatter the runic circle binding her. He instructs the boys to stand back and let him handle it, which Drago quickly agrees to. Our hero unsheathes his mana blade, channeling energy before delivering a powerful slash. The strike completely shatters the barrier, freeing Yuzuha from its grip as she collapses right into Setsuna's waiting arms. Just before losing consciousness, she softly murmurs that she cannot let him go. Setsuna then spots the magical source, a dark earring she is wearing. Mifune complains that she was careless, then asks if she will recover. Setsuna admits he is completely in the dark, hoisting a limp Yuzuha higher on his back as they move. The shadow of the apostles looms heavy. Drago bites his tongue, keeping his endless questions for when they actually escape. Setsuna glances back, asking Mifune to try his bracelet again. Mifune taps the metal with a trembling hand, nothing. He grumbles, wondering if that shady Giovanni handed them a useless piece of junk. Miffy frantically taps Yuzuha's bracelet, but it stays dead. Drago urges them to run, but the ground violently buckles beneath their feet, sending everyone scrambling into a full-blown panic. Mifune clutches his head, utterly lost in the chaos. Up ahead, Drago hurls his fists against the falling debris, but it is no use, they are completely boxed in. Setsuna calls it off. They need a detour, not a death trap. Meanwhile, across the collapse, Layla and her crew claw through the dust. They spot a buried student and haul him from the heavy stones. Layla taps her glowing brooch to soothe his injuries, her mind drifting to Setsuna and Drago with a silent prayer. Back in the dark, Drago asks if he should unleash a charge bullet, even if it risks bringing the ceiling down. Drago argues it is worth the gamble, but Setsuna shakes his head. His chest tightens as he warns them the air is rapidly thinning out. Worse still, they are already gasping from the constant monster fights. Murgi points downward, whispering that their only exit might lie even deeper in the abyss. Drago hesitates, thinking of Mifune and Yuzuha, but Setsuna offers to go solo. His cold confidence leaves Mifune stunned. Mifune admits Setsuna is a beast, but warns that deeper levels hold real nightmares. Setsuna guesses the tremor was the dungeon boss waking up. A thick, oppressive mana is choking their escape runes, proving this is no longer a simple one-star zone. Drago stares in awe at how much he knows, and Setsuna lets the praise slide his past dungeon crawls paid off. Mifune asks Drago to guard them, then tells Setsuna to mark his trail in case he fails. Setsuna nods, swearing he'll get them out alive. Slipping into the dark, he wonders what kind of absolute monster has the power to warp an entire dungeon. He doubts his own close-range magic will cut it. Slicing through rotting ghouls, Setsuna dearly wishes he could just summon fire or holy light to clean this mess. Close combat magic has a glaring flaw, no elements, just raw, direct strikes. Still, his blade never slows. A fierce, burning pride inside keeps him slashing through the horde. By the rubble, Drago keeps digging. Mifune finally breaks, admitting close combat magic is incredible, and confessing he only cheated because Setsuna and Drago made him feel utterly useless. He looks pathetic. Drago snaps at him to shut up and hold it together because they are leaving. Then, he yells through the cracks, screaming for Layla and her crew. Layla presses her ear to the dusty stone, catching his voice. Hearing they are trapped and Setsuna went ahead, she rallies her team to claw at the barrier. Ascending further, the air turns freezing cold. Setsuna spots a faint light of an exit ahead, but the boss's awakening has completely blocked off the path. The empty chamber seems quiet, but he refuses to let his guard down. Suddenly, a sickening pressure flares behind him. His instincts scream and he leaps away. A massive blow pulverizes the stone where he stood just a second ago. Setsuna rolls away, catching his breath. He spins around, and his blood runs cold. A massive, two-headed hydra towers over him. Already exhausted, Setsuna is thrown into a brutal fight. He notes the corrupted flesh on its neck. This thing was forced back to life by someone. He realizes only a follower of the evil god could raise a monster like this. Before he can scheme, the hydra spews a thick green mist into the chamber. Whatever that toxic gas is, he cannot let it touch his skin. Setsuna leaps back, realizing there is absolutely no escape unless he kills this beast. He sucks in a breath, holds it tight, and prepares for war. Sprinting forward, he launches into the air and strikes one of the heads dead on. The beast roars in fury, snapping wildly, but Setsuna slips through the attacks like a ghost. Still holding his breath, he slides behind the beast. Thanks to his past life, Setsuna knows the golden rule of fighting hydras: you have to obliterate every head. He has to decapitate them one at a time. But the skull on that first strike was way too thick. Time to switch targets. He aims for the softer neck this time, slicing one head clean off. But the remaining head instantly spits a stream of acid, shredding his cape. Setsuna barely rolls away, knowing that a direct hit would have melted him to the bone. To make matters worse, the sliced head bubbles and grows right back. That dark undead magic is keeping it perfectly immortal. He has to chop both heads off at once. This would be so much simpler with ranged magic, but he is stuck with close combat. It is time to pull out his final, desperate trump card. A memory flashes back Lionel, watching him struggle to shape and control two mana blades at once. Lionel praises his raw talent, but points out his young body cannot match his mind's vision. He warns him that dual-wielding mana usually takes close combat mages 20 years to master. Setsuna is still in a weak student body, with his magic veins totally clogged. Before he can fight like a master, he must control the energy within. That was the day he learned close combat magic is a whole different beast from ranged casting. He trained endlessly back then and now, facing this giant snake, that untested move is his only real hope. The smartest play is to manifest the first sword perfectly. If he lands that cleanly, he can instantly follow up with the second. Setsuna leaps and slashes with the shining mana blade, but it barely scratches the scales. He needs more juice. As he struggles to land, the Hydra whips its tail, catching him completely off guard. Setsuna twists mid-air, landing on his feet. He prepares to launch again, but the beast spits a massive glob of corrosive slime right at him. He triggers a quick burst of speed to dodge, draining his precious mana reservoir. Suddenly, his limbs grow heavy, the poison air is already sinking in. He has to end this now. Charging ahead, Setsuna baits the beast, holding his last bit of breath to maintain focus. The massive reptile eagerly chases its prey. With laser focus, he summons both mana swords simultaneously. Before the beast can even blink, he shears off both heads. A fountain of black blood erupts behind him. He knows he has barely scratched the surface of this move. Suddenly, slow clapping echoes through the cave. A mysterious figure praises his victory, noting he finally understands how Setsuna beat Leo. As the shadow approaches, Setsuna recognizes the face of Professor Giovanni. He stands his ground without flinching, which only seems to entertain the corrupt teacher. Setsuna cuts to the chase. Are you an apostle? And what is your sick game here? Giovanni smiles, admitting Setsuna's tournament performance made him want a strong undead puppet. He casually confesses to being the one who cursed poor Yuzuha. Setsuna's blood boils as he realizes the sheer scale of the setup. Giovanni laughs, explaining that Yuzuha wanted to follow him, never once suspecting the deadly earring he gave her. His only annoyance was her resisting the undead transformation at the very last second. Setsuna spits, done with the villain monologues, and swears to end him. Meanwhile, Layla and the squad are playing rescue crew, digging out Drago, Mifune, and Yuzuru. Drago is super grateful. Layla points out the shaking stopped, which means our main man Setsuna probably clapped the dungeon boss already. Mifune happily reports the magic signal is back on. Layla is ready to bail. She wants to teleport to safety, but Drago is a total bro. He insists on going back for Setsuna, leaving Layla in charge. She agrees to wait outside like a supportive queen. Drago says his thanks. Then, he sprints right back into danger. Meanwhile, villainous Giovanni is literally giggling, asking how Setsuna plans to punish him. Big mistake. Our angry boy charges with a massive swing. But Giovanni blocks with ice, sending Setsuna's fist directly into a freezing wall. Before he can even blink, an ice spike shoots from the floor. Setsuna dodges a lethal, skewering, but gets his face sliced. Giovanni starts trash-talking, saying melee mages stand zero chance against his cool moves. Setsuna realizes this circle-spamming mage has a setup for every counter. He needs to wrap this up fast. Only problem, his mana tank is running dangerously empty after that crazy Hydra boss battle. Then it clicks. Giovanni's magic is just like Mifune's. He has to prep his teleport spot beforehand. With that golden info locked in, our boy charges right back into the fray. But as he looks around to spot the teleport circle, he is a second too slow. An ice shard stabs straight through his shoulder. Screaming in pain, he drops to his knees while Giovanni tells him to just yield. But Setsuna says absolutely not. He is not stopping until Yuzuha's curse is broken. This actually shocks Giovanni. He demands to know how he even knows it's reversible, and why he's simping so hard for a girl who tried to sacrifice him. Giovanni offers a deal. He will cure her, but only if Setsuna swears absolute loyalty. He says this while casually palming our main character's head like a basketball. Setsuna is not having it and spits on the offer. He swings for Giovanni's skull, but gets blocked by ice again. However, this time, our big brain hero predicts exactly where the villain will teleport next. The moment Giovanni emerges from his circle, Setsuna is already right in his face. Giovanni is completely dumbfounded to see a very angry protagonist waiting for him. He can't believe his cheat code was read. Before he can react, Setsuna slices his hand clean off. But Giovanni just grins, praises the smart move, and regenerates it. Surprise, he is also an undead monster. Giovanni brags that the evil god saved him at death's door. Now he is some immortal masterpiece, ranting about how weak and fragile humans are, because of course we need a classic villain monologue here. His master plan? Turn everyone into zombies. Grinning, he reminds Setsuna that he is completely out of juice, telling him to just give up. And honestly, our boy knows he is not wrong. He is about to pass out, but still searches for a win. Suddenly, a familiar magic signal pops up. A smile creeps onto his face. Backup has finally arrived. Setsuna plays dead while Giovanni activates the circle beneath him. But the moment the villain focuses, Drago spawns out of nowhere and chucks a rock. It flies so fast, it completely obliterates Giovanni's jaw and half his face. Setsuna follows up with a mean uppercut, but Giovanni turns to ice and slips away. Drago rushes over, asking his bro if he is still alive. Setsuna thanks him for the clutch save. Drago worries about his wounds, but Setsuna is ready to throw hands. He asks about the others. Drago explains, Layla rescued their seniors, and they are already running. Setsuna smiles, proud she actually became useful. Suddenly, Giovanni pops out of another circle, absolutely furious that Drago ruined his precious monologue. Drago is stunned to see him, and Setsuna explains this teacher is the mastermind. Drago gets incredibly angry, promising to personally punish this school traitor. Setsuna explains the gimmick. He turns to ice when hit and counters instantly. He warns Drago to dodge immediately, adding that the villain's teleport skill has a cooldown. So, the plan is brain-dead simple. Drago will force him to teleport, and Setsuna will spawn camp the exit. Since his healing is slowing down, they can definitely end him. With the plan set, Drago charges. Right on cue, Giovanni turns to ice and teleports, but Setsuna is already waiting there, completely ignoring the freezing cold damaging his arms. He throws a heavy magic-infused right, then a brutal left hook that rips straight through Giovanni's body. The screaming villain flies into a wall, his upper half completely wrecked by Setsuna's rage. Our boy collapses after that effort. But wait, this villain is a total cockroach, pulling out a cheat item from his evil god. Using the item, he starts merging with the dead Hydra. As he mutates, he screams that they will learn true fear, towering over them in his ugly new final boss form. Battered on the floor, Setsuna realizes they are both dead meat, but through his blurry vision, he spots something glowing like fire deep inside Giovanni's mutated body. He remembers the principal's advice, spirit magic fuses you with a spirit, but only when you are completely empty. Since he has absolutely nothing left, he finally understands what the old man meant. Sensing a spirit nearby, he begs for its power to save his friends. But a voice suddenly snaps, "Shut up," making Setsuna instantly freeze. Next thing he knows, he is dragged into a weird new dimension. Looking around in total confusion, he turns to find a colossal creature made of pure fire staring right down at him. He wonders if this is one of those legendary spirits. It has a massive titan body and looks incredibly angry. Just standing in its presence makes our hero's legs shake like jelly. Forcing himself to speak, he explains that an evil god is threatening them. If he wants to save his friends, he absolutely needs this giant fire spirit's power. The spirit stares down, coldly telling him not to get arrogant. It explodes with rage, turning the entire ground to fire. Even from a distance, the heat is utterly insane. It glares, asking what it even gains from helping. Before he can reply, a massive flaming boulder smashes him into the dirt. Flat on his back, he asks why it is acting so hostile. The giant spirit has zero reasons to help. To prove it, it presses the heavy rock harder against his throat, cranking up the heat until Setsuna is completely engulfed in flames. It promises to turn this place into absolute hell. The fire burns him alive, and the pain is so agonizing he screams. But he knows if he fails this interview, they are all dead. The fire monster is actually surprised to see him awake after raising the heat. Any normal human would have passed out by now. It senses the spirit of time hiding inside him and wonders what that is about. But even while roasting, Setsuna refuses to quit, screaming for the Titan to just listen. That stubbornness catches it off guard, especially when it senses the evil god connection. Setsuna quickly yells that he wants the strength to crush them, but the spirit is still stubborn, threatens to burn him to ash instead. Setsuna fires right back. He does not care. He is not backing down. That answer finally gets through. Finally, it demands he prove his worth. A massive wave of fire breath swallows him whole, burning his very soul. He is overwhelmed, but keeps conscious just by thinking of his friends. The pain is absolute torture. Still, he pushes through, yelling that he cannot die until the evil god's crew is wiped out. The spirit is genuinely shocked, admitting nobody has ever survived an entire year in this fiery realm. It can't believe he is taking all this torture just for his friends. As Setsuna finally starts to lose consciousness, he has earned its ultimate respect. The fiery titan grants him its powerful crest, ordering him to go wipe out that annoying evil god. Forced back, Setsuna is kicked out of the fire realm and back into his own body. Meanwhile, Giovanni is absolutely thrashing Drago, who cannot handle those freezing strikes. Giovanni is shocked. Drago is still on his feet. What a stubborn fool. He sneers that pride won't keep him alive. Drago cannot move at all after that brutal beating. Giovanni grabs him effortlessly, declaring that this is the end. Next up is Setsuna. The villain cackles, saying both of them will make beautiful matching corpses together, tossed aside like trash. With his mana guard shattered, Drago has zero defense left. He lies there helplessly as his executioner approaches, finally accepting his death. He remembers his father telling him to use close combat magic to protect his friends. Hating himself for failing, he closes his eyes. Giovanni unleashes a corrosive blast, throwing up thick dust. Dust clears. Giovanni expects a bloody mess, but finds absolutely nothing. Only ruined ground remains. Where did he go? Suddenly, he feels a warm, overwhelming presence. He spins around. Setsuna stands tall in a blazing new form, cradling his friend after a clutch rescue. His hair has turned bright red, signaling his true awakening. Giovanni is utterly speechless. What kind of form is this? Before he can even process it, the boy vanishes, reappearing right in front of him. A heavy punch blasts Giovanni straight into the stone wall. He is bewildered. How is a physical brawler channeling such dense elemental power? It gets worse. The flames actually slow down his undead regeneration. This is no ordinary fire. Then, Giovanni spots another crest glowing on Setsuna's hand. 2 separate magic paths inside one body? Unacceptable. For the first time, Giovanni is actually trembling before his enemy. He refuses to admit he is scared. I am undead, he tells himself, beyond the reach of death. He spits out a toxic cloud, bragging that no living thing can survive. Setsuna simply punches through the poison with a single flaming blow, swatted away like nothing. Giovanni is left shaking, wondering where this absurd power came from, but there is no time to think. Setsuna closes the gap, landing another fiery strike. Giovanni curses as he goes flying once again. Amazingly, the onslaught is not over yet. But then, the raw energy suddenly misfires, and Setsuna passes out cold. Seriously, talk about terrible timing, the kid still cannot control his own power. Giovanni mocks him for falling asleep mid-battle. But the unconscious Setsuna still somehow slips his punch. How is he doing that? He realizes the boy is moving purely on instinct. Time to lock him down. He fires his freezing magic, and this time, it connects. Jagged ice shards impale Setsuna, pinning him to the floor. Giovanni smiles. Strong, yes, but still just an inexperienced child. He charges in to decapitate the boy and prove undead dominance. Suddenly, his own arm goes flying. What? He looks down to see Layla standing right there, her glowing mana sword fully drawn. Layla apologizes for being late, promising to protect him now. Giovanni curses his tunnel vision. He was too focused on the boy. Still, he thinks he can slaughter her instantly. She glances back, confused by his bizarre transformation, but vows to hold the line. Meanwhile, Setsuna is pulled right back into the fire dimension. The fire spirit mocks him for passing out from such weak heat. He demands answers. Didn't they just become one? Then, he notices Layla outside, fighting a losing battle. Panicking, Setsuna begs the spirit to teach him how to control this power. He must get back. The spirit tells him to figure it out himself. It explains that this is its very first time sharing power with a human. Setsuna is stunned. Outside, Layla is struggling terribly. She tries her best to hold the line, but Giovanni is just an absolute monster compared to her. He batters her relentlessly, slamming her straight into Setsuna's frozen body. Layla coughs up blood but refuses to quit, remembering Memsi's advice that determination can shatter any limit. That resolve flares up now as she fights to protect her friend, but she is simply no match. He beats her down again. Watching her suffer ignites something fierce inside Setsuna. The spirit teases him, asking if he wants to stand beside his future girlfriend. He remains silent. The entity decides to finish this itself. It unleashes an ocean of flames, engulfing him completely. Back in the real world, Giovanni is still playing with Layla when he suddenly senses a terrifying shift. Setsuna rises, fire wrapping around his body. He lunges, grabbing Giovanni by the face, and activates Inferno Blaze. Wild flames erupt, drowning the entire room in a sea of red. Pinning him down with one hand, Setsuna sneers. Immortality sounds nice, but humans fight this hard because they know their time is precious and limited. Truly understood flame magic only when death stared him in the face. Giovanni screams that this is impossible, but Setsuna only makes it hotter, engulfing him as Layla calls out. She asks if he is still the same Setsuna she knows. He smiles, promising everything is fine now. He walks over, thanking her for protecting his unconscious body. He asks if she is hurt. She smiles, saying she is just happy they made it. From across the room, Drago gasps he never expected her to return. Layla explains that their seniors safely teleported away. Still, she had a terrible gut feeling and came back to check on them. She sent other students to get help, meaning backup is on the way. Setsuna is about to praise her, but the immense physical toll suddenly catches up and he freezes. He collapses to the floor, his red hair fading back to normal. Thankfully, help arrives. A rescue team rushes in, and Setsuna weakly points, telling them to treat his friends first. He sees the others getting medical treatment. With a relieved smile, he finally blacks out. Much later, he wakes up in the school infirmary. Waking up, Setsuna jokes that he is practically living in the infirmary now. Honestly, we can all agree he needs a frequent flyer card. Just then, Lionel walks in, surprised to see him awake. Setsuna immediately asks about his friends. Lionel sighs he was out for 3 whole days, yet he is still putting everyone else first. Lionel reassures him that his friends are perfectly fine. In fact, he is the last one to wake up. Apparently, the headmaster dealt with everything after the battle. Setsuna is relieved, though he knows they are being kept in the dark. Suddenly, Lionel apologizes. Confused, Setsuna listens as Lionel explains that the headmaster ordered a secret investigation regarding Leo. They suspect more dangerous traitors are hiding within the academy, but this sudden attack completely delayed that plan. Furious that they let students get targeted twice, Lionel bows deeply. He offers a sincere apology, promising this will never happen again. Setsuna cannot believe his teacher is bowing to him. He begs him to stand straight and tries to sit up, but Lionel warns him that his body is suffering from extreme mana depletion. Still, Lionel reassures him that their savior used high-level recovery magic on his wounds. This leaves Setsuna wondering who actually rescued them. Right on cue, Professor Zakari walks in, carrying some sliced apples. Yes, the bald teacher. Lionel smacks his back, reminding him he has something important to say. Zakari actually lowers his head, apologizing for his trash behavior towards Setsuna during the orientation exam. He explains he was once a top student, but friends and family abandoned him the moment they realized his only path was close combat magic. That lingering bitterness made him fly off the handle, seeing Setsuna waste his potential on the same path when he clearly had other choices. Everything changed. Setsuna's squad took the top spot in training, and Setsuna himself just set the highest close combat score in the academy's entire history. Sure, the battalion training got cancelled after the chaos, but Zakari is just thrilled. Setsuna proved their department is far from trash. He actually thanks Setsuna. It is completely wild. He sounds like a totally different guy, and Setsuna even apologizes for being rude at first. With the air cleared, Zakari leaves to get ready for class. Once they are alone, Lionel pulls out a mysterious glove, saying the headmaster wanted Setsuna to have it. Setsuna has no clue why he needs a random glove. Lionel quietly points out that the spirit crest on his hand is a total anomaly. When Setsuna asks if he knows about spirit magic, Lionel drops a heavy term, ancient magic. We are talking about the very force that triggered a massive war centuries ago. That is why it is strictly forbidden. Lionel issues a chilling warning: never use it openly, because if the Holy Church finds out, his life is over. While Setsuna knew about the war, he had no idea spirit magic was behind it. Still, he cannot help but wonder how Lionel knows so much. Lionel confesses the headmaster spilled the beans, explaining everything, including the fact that Setsuna actually regressed. He reassures him that they are the only 3 people in the school who know his secret. A wave of relief washes over Setsuna, though he still wonders if Lionel is really the most trustworthy guy for this. But Lionel quickly makes it clear he does not care about his past life. All that matters is that Setsuna is his student right now. Hearing that, Setsuna relaxes and offers his thanks. When asked about the headmaster, Lionel mentions the old man is away chasing leads on the apostles. Setsuna wants details, but Lionel tells him to save those questions for the old man. Leaving him to rest, Lionel hints they have another serious matter to discuss once he recovers. That vague exit only makes Setsuna more suspicious. Left alone, he realizes he would be dead right now if not for the spirit's power. Layla's unwavering faith pulled him through, but he still worries he might never tap into that power again. Unwrapping his bandages, he stares at the crest, remembering the absolute fury of that flame. Suddenly, a voice echoes in the room, calling him a mere human who is far too weak to wield such power. Setsuna looks around in a panic, trying to find the source, until the spirit finally manifests. And look at this absolute unit. The legendary spirit plops right onto his head like a tiny, harmless puppy before introducing himself as Blazer. Blazer might look adorable right now, but Setsuna cannot forget the absolute nightmare he witnessed earlier. Meanwhile, the tiny spirit dashes to the window, marveling at how much the world has changed. The little spirit gasps that everything is massive, though Setsuna dryly points out that is probably just because he shrunk. When asked if it is really that impressive, Blazer admits human society is mediocre, but seeing it with tiny eyes is pretty cool. Since he is complaining, Setsuna asks why he chose such a body. Blazer acts too prideful to explain, but decides to make a rare exception. Bound by the crest, they share a deep link. Manifesting physically requires a ton of mana, and his true form would drain Setsuna dry in seconds, which is why he chose this cute little look. Realizing this is his best shot at getting answers, Setsuna asks about the ancient magic war. He wants to know if Blazer fought in it, and how the conflict actually ended. Blazer smirks at the sneaky interrogation but answers anyway. He barely remembers anything, except going absolutely berserk because his previous human master ordered him to do it. Before Setsuna can press further, Blazer shuts it down, claiming he only cares about the present. With a mischievous leap, he darts off the bed and bolts out of the room, leaving Setsuna to chase him. Panic sets in. If the church spots a literal spirit running around, Setsuna is done for. He quickly slips on the glove to catch him, but Blazer is already tearing through the hallways like a stray cat on a sugar rush. The little red blur darts past students, leaving them completely baffled. Some find the weird creature creepy, while others melt at how cute he is. Setsuna finally corners him, but Blazer just laughs, mocking his slow, pathetic human pace. To make matters worse, the little red gremlin bolts off again, forcing a heavily exhausted Setsuna to continue the chase. Thinking this would be a total breeze if he were in top shape, Joel spots Setsuna sprinting straight toward him and expects a warm greeting. Instead, Setsuna blows right past him as if Joel were completely invisible. Left utterly speechless, Joel gets completely ignored, and Carl gets the exact same treatment seconds later. Meanwhile, Cyrus watches the whole disaster unfold from the shadows. Setsuna bursts into a random classroom, but Blazer is nowhere in sight. He realizes too late that he just crashed Mifune's class. A few girls start whispering and mocking him, but Mifune overhears them instantly. He shuts them down cold, firmly telling them not to make fun of his friend. The girls are left completely stunned that Mifune is actually defending Setsuna. Mifune notes, the academy is treating Setsuna differently now that he scored top marks in the joint training, mostly because the student body has no clue about the real danger he faced. Setsuna smiles, admitting he never expected Mifune to call him a friend. Mifune dryly replies that anyone useful is worth keeping close, leaving Setsuna laughing at his bizarre personality. Providing an update, Mifune confirms Uzaha is out of danger, but still recovering while being questioned by professors. Setsuna realizes the investigation will lead nowhere, knowing how meticulously Giovanni covers his tracks. Changing the subject, Setsuna asks if he has seen a small red animal. Mifune tells him to check the courtyard, and sure enough, Setsuna spots Blazer happily lounging outside. Offering a quick shout of thanks, Setsuna sprints down. Outside, a curious crowd of students has already gathered around Blazer, debating whether he is a rare magical beast or just a cute pet. Blazer is completely unfazed, happily rolling around in the flowers. When Setsuna desperately yells out his name from the corridor, the shout instantly catches Akhtar's attention. Hearing how Setsuna calls out to him, Akhtar quickly realizes this weird creature belongs to the main character. Looking to punish him, Akhtar targets the pet instead, pretending to protect students by blasting Blazer with ice magic. Blazer casually watches the razor-sharp ice shards hurtle toward him. With a tiny, effortless puff of fire, he melts them instantly, leaving Akhtar standing there frozen in absolute shock. Flashing a terrifyingly smug smile, Blazer asks if a mere human really just tried to fight him, scaring Akhtar half to death. To teach him a lesson, the spirit exhales a blast of fire, singeing him. Akhtar screams and flees before he gets completely roasted. Watching from the balcony, Setsuna sighs with relief that Blazer is safe, but then a very alarming thought hits him. If Blazer can still cast high-level magic in this tiny form, the other students are in grave danger. The crowd grows incredibly curious, but the moment the spirit glares at them, they scramble backward. Setsuna watches helplessly from the balcony as Layla suddenly walks into the courtyard. Panicking for her safety, he tries to rush down, but his battered legs give out under the immense pain. Layla stands directly before Blazer, who is still on high alert after the ice attack. Sensing a warm, strangely familiar presence, she takes a step closer and gently asks if he was the one who saved Setsuna in the dungeon. Ever the sweetheart, Layla drops to her knees and bows, sincerely thanking Blazer for saving her dear friend. Blazer is absolutely delighted by her respectful attitude and immediately showers her with praise. Setsuna is completely shocked to see Blazer calm down so fast and drop the hostile attitude. Layla then pulls out a sweet fruit from her basket, the one meant for the protagonist, and offers it to Blazer. He happily snatches it up. The second he takes a bite, his eyes light up from the incredible flavor. Our main character literally cannot believe Blazer was won over this easily. Later, Blazer joins them in the dining hall, chilling on Layla's lap while devouring everything in sight. Drago is amazed by his massive appetite and asks what kind of animal he is. Setsuna nervously calls him a rare magical beast. He has to keep Blazer's true nature a complete secret. If the church ever finds out, it is game over. But hey, at least Blazer is not trying to bite anyone anymore. Setsuna thanks Layla for helping, and she says she just did what anyone would do with so many people crowding around. Blazer notices the other students staring and gossiping, but since they are just whispering, he decides to let it slide. It is a huge relief to our hero that everyone just thinks Blazer is some cute, exotic pet. Blazer even tells Layla that if she keeps bringing treats, he might let her become his loyal follower. Luckily, the main character is the only one who can hear him speak. Setsuna then thanks Layla and Drago for saving him back in the dungeon. Layla smiles, saying that is what friends are for. Drago then pulls a letter from his pocket, sent by his proud parents. They heard his team came in first place during the joint training, and they are absolutely thrilled. While Setsuna is happy for him, Layla is still worried about Giovanni's true identity. The protagonist completely agrees. They do not have all the answers yet, but maybe they will get a clue once Yusa finishes questioning him. At first, our hero thought Giovanni was a powerful apostle. But merging with the Hydra was his only trick, which feels way too weak for an actual apostle. Drago then asks what kind of power Setsuna used in the dungeon, since it definitely was not standard combat magic. Layla chimes in first, guessing it came from Blazer. Even Blazer is impressed, she noticed. As Layla pets him and he rolls around on her lap, the fire spirit realizes she has completely tamed him. The group is having a great time until Cyrus suddenly appears, calling out for Setsuna. Looking at their faces, Cyrus can easily tell he is not welcome. Talk about awkward. He shamelessly demands to know where Blazer came from, even suggesting this unknown beast might be a forbidden creature. The main character knows things will go south if Cyrus keeps pushing these wild accusations. Cyrus steps right up to him, coldly reminding him that all pets must be registered with the academy. Hearing the word pet immediately makes Blazer's temper flare up. Cyrus warns that if Setsuna cannot explain where the creature came from, they will have to get rid of it. Just as Blazer is about to snap, Professor Sakari strolls into the dining hall. He steps in, claiming he actually got the registration form himself but somehow misplaced it. Sakari bows to Cyrus and apologizes for the mix-up, leaving Setsuna completely shocked that the teacher is helping him. Cyrus immediately throws an insult, calling the former top student total trash. The brave professor stays calm, playing the fool to keep Cyrus off Setsuna's back. Drago suddenly stands up, making Cyrus think the kid is going to attack. But Drago just runs over to thank Sakari. He loudly announces that Sakari is the real reason their team won the joint training. Setsuna and Layla quickly join in to thank him too. This sudden kindness actually moves Sakari to tears, but Cyrus sneers, calling it a cheap act. However, other students in the hall start shouting that the close combat department is now officially #1. They mock Cyrus for acting so high and mighty when his own department lost the crown. Embarrassed, Cyrus storms out, but demands Sakari turn in that registration form first thing tomorrow. Setsuna breathes a sigh of relief, because one more second and Blazer would have exploded. He thanks Sakari for helping out without even knowing the truth, but Sakari shrugs it off. The professor trusts the main character had a good reason to bring the beast here. Layla and Drago smile, calling him a true professor, though Blazer is not impressed at all. Later that day, Setsuna is hanging out in the schoolyard when a phantom beast delivers a letter. It is from the headmaster, congratulating him on unlocking spirit magic. Our headmaster is worried Setsuna cannot control this overwhelming power yet. He wants to train him personally, but since he is traveling, he has arranged for another teacher instead. Setsuna is shocked, not knowing someone else could even do this. The letter mentions Lionel will introduce him to this mysterious mentor. As soon as Setsuna finishes reading, the paper magically burns itself to ashes. Somewhere else, the grumpy old woman chosen to train him is furious that her identity was leaked. Honestly, I would not want to mess with her. She promises to personally crush the kid if he is useless. Meanwhile, the headmaster calls an emergency meeting with the magic elders. Admitting the enemy was careful, the headmaster explains that is exactly why he needs their help. But even after hearing him out, the council members think he has lost his mind. One elder even asks if he has amnesia. Stepping out of the room, the headmaster finds Lionel waiting for him. When Lionel asks how it went, he admits it was a total disaster. Lionel completely expected this, and the headmaster was not surprised either. After all, they could never tell the council they turned back time using forbidden magic. Still, the headmaster warns they must be ready if the apostles make their next move. He asks how Setsuna is doing, and Lionel replies that he is recovering, though it will take some time. The headmaster just laughs, remarking that the boy's new teacher is notoriously strict. All he hopes is that the kid is fully healed before they meet. Later, Setsuna wakes up to Carol, smiling over him. Shocked, he jolts upright, and she explains she brought food to help him recover faster from his illness. That finally brings a genuine smile to Setsuna's face. Carol mentions she used Drago's special recipe, and he quickly thanks her for taking such good care of Blazer alongside Layla. Carol giggles, saying she even bought fresh bread for Blazer in town. As she gushes over his cute little noises, Setsuna realizes everyone else just hears him as a harmless, fuzzy animal. She goes on to praise Layla for treating Blazer without any fear. This surprises Setsuna, but Carol explains that staying completely calm around a beast like him is actually quite difficult. Having her own phantom beasts means she knows exactly how hard it is. Setsuna is incredibly glad to have Layla and Carol around, since they have both been looking after him since the dungeon incident. Before long, Carol gets up to head to class. Before leaving, She tells Setsuna to bring Blazer over sometime, promising to introduce him to her phantom beast, Fenrir. Knowing Carol and Layla are watching over Blazer, our hero decides to study up on spirit magic. He picks up a historical book about the Great War from 200 years ago. Back then, followers of ancient magic tried to dominate other mages, sparking a massive war. That ancient power was incredibly strong, but only a select few could master it. Ultimately, regular mages won, bringing peace. Since then, anyone caught using ancient magic is immediately interrogated or even executed. Honestly, just knowing about spirit magic is highly dangerous. So, Setsuna knows he has to keep Blazer's true identity a secret. But if he can master this spirit magic, he might actually stand a chance against the evil god. He then recalls that certain things happening now never occurred in his past life, making him wonder if he is choosing the right path. A few days later, Setsuna is finally packed and ready to leave with Lionel. Carol worries he is rushing out right after recovering, asking if he will be alright. Our protagonist reassures her, explaining the training will happen during the school break anyway. Drago is not surprised one bit, saying he will be training hard too so the main character does not leave him in the dust. Layla is especially sad to see Blazer go. Blazer plays the spoiled noble, demanding piles of fruit for his return. Good grief. After quick goodbyes, Setsuna thanks his friends for everything. On the road, Lionel offers a warm shoulder pat, praising Setsuna's solid friends. Setsuna agrees, but he's privately stressed about handling Blazer alone instead of dumping him on Layla. For this massive journey, Lionel suggests using lizard carriages. Sure, they are notoriously difficult to ride, but they are their best shot. Setsuna just needs to hang on for dear life. The stable owner warns them that these reptiles are lightning fast and things will get bumpy. He even refuses liability for broken bones. But Setsuna shrugs it off with a smile. To Setsuna, it is all about building a connection. He calmly walks up, pats the beast on the head, and hops right on. Seeing no tantrums, the stunned owner clears them for departure. The owner apologizes for doubting him just because of his young age. Little does he know, Setsuna brought over plenty of experience from his previous life. With the reptiles moving, the duo dashes off toward their new teacher. While Blazer enjoys the refreshing breeze, poor Lionel looks like he is about to lose his lunch from the speed. Suddenly, a group of strange women blocks the lonely road. Dead stop. Spotting their weird outfits, Lionel correctly guesses they serve the legendary witch, Morgana. Setsuna recalls that name from the headmaster's letter. Lionel dismounts and casually explains they are actually visiting her, asking if these ladies are here to welcome them. A woman coldly snaps back, saying she has zero interest in basic close combat mages. Her eerie voice, creepy aura, and massive scythe instantly prompt Lionel to ask if she is Morgana. That is when Lionel and Setsuna realize these women are actually alchemical dolls. Morgana is using them to vent her absolute rage that a magic spirit chose this kid. She challenges him to prove his worth by defeating her girls. Out of nowhere, the puppets unleash a massive magical blast, forcing Setsuna to draw his mana blade and slash through the attack. Lionel sends their mounts away to safety before shielding them from the remaining blasts. Setsuna realizes Morgana must be an absolute monster if her mere puppets pack this much heat. Talk about a harsh critic. Morgana openly mocks Setsuna's performance, repeating her distaste for close-range fighters. Lionel is done. He decides it is time to get serious. He summons a massive mana blade, eager to show the witch why close combat is not to be underestimated. Lionel steels his heart, fully determined to prove they are not useless. As the puppets fire relentlessly, Lionel urges Setsuna to stand his ground. He takes the incoming blast head-on, cutting the massive energy sphere in half. Setsuna is completely stunned by the ridiculous amount of power poured into that single blade. The path to the three puppets is wide open. Both sides charge forward, and Setsuna instantly notices the lead doll wielding a scythe crackling with intense lightning. Setsuna narrowly avoids getting his head shaved by the scythe and leaps back. The other puppets launch ranged magic to push them further away. Lionel warns him to stay alert, because one tiny graze from that lightning will completely paralyze him. They struggle to keep up as the lead puppet slams her weapon into the earth, unleashing a massive shockwave that forces them both to play defense. Morgana gloats through her puppet, mocking them for struggling against rare elemental magic. Setsuna knows she has a point. Elemental attacks are a complete nightmare for close-range fighters, since any physical contact means instant, direct damage. Regular mages would have a breeze from a distance, not them. To make things worse, Morgana summons giant golems to join the party. She keeps laughing at their struggle, so our boy decides it is time to show her what close combat magic can really do. He blitzes toward one puppet, landing a devastating blow before she can even blink. Lionel targets another doll, taking her down with one brutal, crushing punch. Meanwhile, Setsuna squares up with the main scythe wielder and quickly devises a plan. shaping his mana into a hooked sword before launching himself forward. He hooks a nearby tree to swing clear of her deadly slash. Landing behind her open defense, Setsuna delivers a clean kick to her head, forcing her to retreat as she realizes he is using the terrain. While busy thrashing another puppet, Lionel warns Setsuna that the scythe user is diving straight for him. She slips right into his blind spot, delivering a surprise thrust from behind. It looks like a fatal blow, but Lionel escapes at the very last millisecond, leaving only an afterimage. Suddenly, the three puppets link hands, completely sealing off any potential openings. They cast a massive water spell and mock the duo, asking how they plan to break this defense. Setsuna is stumped. His charged bullet only works at close range, and right on cue, Blazer struts in, bragging that his flames can easily smash the spell. He warns they might roast the entire forest, which, honestly, would be classic him. The crest on Setsuna's hand glows as wild flames engulf his body. Blazer is genuinely surprised the kid is still conscious, promising to crank up the heat to vaporize these annoying puppets and their magic. He does exactly that, but the heat is way too intense for a human body. Screaming in pain, Setsuna begs him to stop. Blazer is shocked by the retreat, asking if he even cares about winning. Setsuna gasps that he does, but reminds the spirit that this is just a test. Morgana is clearly observing them to measure his limits. Nodding, Blazer finally tempers his flames. Suddenly, Morgana commands her puppets to stand down. Fight over. The duo watches in complete confusion as the dolls actually apologize for the rough welcome. They arrive at her tiny forest cottage, where she immediately asks why Setsuna did not rely on spirit magic. She points out that raw fire would have shattered that water barrier much faster than punching it. That calculated restraint makes the witch even more curious. Setsuna calmly explains that he kept his trump card hidden because he still does not know who his true enemies are. Plus, he did not want to trigger a massive forest fire and destroy nature. Morgana chuckles and calls him soft, but praises him for not abusing power he cannot fully control yet. Satisfied, she promises to teach him how to properly guide his fire spirit. Setsuna bows in gratitude, while Blazer practically laughs himself sick at the ridiculous idea of a weak human ever mastering his power. Overhearing this, Morgana retorts that she only sees a cute little pet, not a mighty spirit. That instantly triggers Blazer's fragile ego, making him decide to show off his true form. Enraged, he forcibly hijacks Setsuna's mana reservoir, burning through it and causing intense agony just to prove a point. Setsuna panics, realizing he has no way to stop this power if it goes wild. Morgana is not about to let a hot-headed spirit burn her forest down. Activating her own water spirit magic, she calmly tells Blazer that she is about to show him how to properly behave. Blazer shoots a concentrated fireball at her, but her body completely liquefies, absorbing it without a scratch. Just like that. Morgana decides she is done playing around. Snapping her fingers, she draws a torrent from the nearby lake and sends it crashing over him. Within seconds, Blazer is helplessly trapped in a floating water sphere, left to cool off. She turns to Setsuna, explaining that the spirit has not truly accepted him yet, which is why his magic lacks punch. To her, Blazer is just an untrained beast, but she promises that once they sync up, he will command absolute power. Setsuna can only watch in absolute awe at her perfect dominion over nature. After letting Blazer stew for a bit, Morgana releases him and explains that spirit magic is broken into 3 distinct phases. The first phase requires becoming one with nature. The second demands willingly entering the spirit world and facing your partner head-on to earn its deep, genuine respect. Apparently, Setsuna forced a contract before even mastering Phase 1, leaving his magic deeply flawed. She openly scoffs, annoyed that Headmaster Danon skipped basic education and failed to teach him the right way. Setsuna is completely stunned that she just called the headmaster a little brat. Morgana simply explains that this spirit-filled forest is perfect for clearing his mind. She announces that training starts tomorrow and demands he prove why the fire spirit chose him. Setsuna eagerly agrees. The next day, his harsh regime begins with quiet meditation under Morgana's watchful eye. He is stuck cleaning the house while Blazer just slacks off. Next comes brutal physical sparring sessions with Lionel. Even in the kitchen, Morgana uses sharp water magic to slice up food like a sword. He wolfs down her food. Then, it is straight back to brutal training, sitting bare-chested under a freezing waterfall. During a night session, he witnesses a rare spiritual phenomenon that makes the entire forest glow with breathtaking light. After 2 grueling weeks, Morgana is genuinely impressed that Setsuna can finally sense spirits. With that milestone reached, she says they are ready to enter the spirit realm to form a true pact. She warns that raw magic is useless without absolute willpower, especially since Blazer is thousands of years old. Since this realm is incredibly dangerous, Morgana tags along to guide Setsuna. Blazer coldly warns her that her human world power means absolutely nothing in his home territory. The fire spirit tells Setsuna not to get cocky, but the kid just smiles. All he wants is the spirit's respect. Morgana asks Lionel to guard their physical bodies while they are completely defenseless. Lionel promises to protect their defenseless bodies. With security assured, Morgana tells Setsuna to clear his mind entirely, so the spirit gate can finally open. They both sit cross-legged and sink into deep meditation. Within moments, they successfully cross over into Blazer's fiery domain, earning a rare nod of respect from the spirit. Seeing Blazer's majestic true form, Morgana finally understands the spirit's arrogance. Now that Setsuna can fully see spirits, he realizes just how terrifyingly massive Blazer's presence actually is. Morgana quickly drops a protective barrier around Blazer to shield Setsuna's soul from getting permanently lost. Blazer just laughs at the kid's weak resolve before unleashing a massive wave of pure flame. Setsuna is instantly swallowed by the roaring fire. This time, though, he handles the heat way better. His magic control is already elite, and managing spirit energy follows the exact same rules. Plus, his mind is in a state of absolute selflessness. Setsuna easily withstands the scorching heat and boldly promises Blazer that he will earn his respect. Amused by that confidence, Blazer tells him to brace for his maximum power. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Lionel notices physical flames leaking from their bodies and realizes the trial has started. He trusts the kid. But wait, an incredibly dark, sinister magic suddenly flares up nearby. Talk about the absolute worst timing imaginable. With Morgana and Setsuna completely vulnerable, Lionel readies his blade for a fight. A second later, the shadow steps inside and it is none other than Leo, who is shocked to find them hiding here. Things go from bad to worse. Vidrak steps inside, leaving Lionel with two deadly foes who are eager to capture both Setsuna and Morgana. Leo smirks and tells Vidrak to secure Morgana while he handles his old friend Lionel. Feeling Vidrak's crushing pressure, Lionel instantly realizes this monster is also an apostle. He barks that they picked the wrong day to mess with an academy instructor who never runs. Leo smugly offers him a free pass out, which only makes the teacher furious. Lionel draws his massive, glowing mana blade and charges straight at Leo, determined to prove that academy teachers are no cowards. Meanwhile, Blazer starts messing with Setsuna's mind to break his focus, but the kid stays completely calm and refuses to get dragged around. He steadies his heart and pushes forward, but notices deep worry on Morgana's face and asks what is wrong. He reveals that something terrible is happening back in reality. A dark force has breached the forest and wiped out her servants. Hearing this, Setsuna instantly guesses the apostles have found them. He will face Blazer alone. Morgana hesitates, warning him that her barrier is his only shield. If he fails now, his soul gets trapped here forever. Setsuna tells her he does not care. This is a trial he must beat alone, so she needs to go save Lionel. Reluctantly, Morgana prepares to leave, demanding he make it back alive. She refuses to let her training go to waste. With Morgana gone, Setsuna stands before the fire spirit alone. Blazer asks why he chases power that is clearly beyond his limits. After a brief pause, Setsuna reveals that he lost everything in his past life. Glimpsing those dark memories, Blazer witnesses the horrifying scale of the destruction the kid survived. Setsuna explains how the apostles manipulated the army, causing total collapse. He lost everyone he loved, and that crushing regret awakened the spirit of time, sending him 10 years into the past. Fueled by pure resolve, Setsuna vows he will never let anyone steal what he loves again. Blazer mocks the reason as small, but highly respects that the kid faces his fears head-on. Because of that, Blazer officially grants Setsuna the right to take his true trial. He warns him that demanding a spirit's full, absolute strength means this is no longer just a test of endurance. Blazer shrinks down. They settle this with a direct clash of wills, and Setsuna charges in. Back in reality, Lionel struggles to hold off both deadly apostles. Even Vidrak admits that the teacher is surprisingly strong for a mere human. But when the last surviving doll zaps Vidrak with alchemy magic, the beast gets absolutely furious. Violent dark energy erupts from his body as he tears the servant apart. He follows up with a massive blast that blows Lionel straight out of the building, leaving the instructor shocked at Vidrak's endless power reserves. With Lionel thrown outside, Leo moves in to assassinate the defenseless Morgana. He fires a lethal magic blast, but right before impact, the attack is swallowed whole by water. She snaps back into her body just in time to deflect the hit, scolding the intruders for breaking in. Leo is highly annoyed that the headmaster woke up at the worst possible moment. Morgana prepares to teach them some manners. Lionel rushes back inside to slam Vidrak with his heavy blade, while Morgana fires a barrage of sharp water bullets that instantly vanish on contact. She is utterly stunned to witness magic nullification for the first time. Leo mocks her spirit arts as incredibly weak, but is forced to dodge as Lionel suddenly sneaks up from behind. Leo orders Vidrak to keep Lionel busy while he finishes off the old lady. Before Vidrak can even move, Lionel physically punches Leo right through the wall. This action makes Morgana realize something crucial. If Leo can nullify all magic, why did he have to dodge a direct physical strike? Looks like our headmaster is finally starting to figure out the trick behind his cheat code. Perhaps close-range melee magic hits faster than his brain can register to nullify it. While Lionel keeps Vidrak occupied, Morgana tests her theory, launching a surprise water attack from right beneath Leo's feet. Leo spots the trap and laughs, easily wiping out the rising water with his barrier. Since simple tactics are useless, Morgana decides it is time to unleash her ultimate trump card. She summons an overwhelming deluge of water to completely drown him. Feeling the pressure, Leo admits this move has him cornered. She knows his power is absurd, but believes nobody can nullify an entire ocean. One clean sweep. That is her plan, but Leo pretends to be terrified before erupting with dark energy and completely vaporizing her massive water dome. Smiling, he brags that he has trained tirelessly for this exact situation. Morgana cannot believe he combines long-range spells with nullification. With Lionel defeated by Vidrak, Morgana is left totally defenseless. Leo steps up to deliver the final blow, but Setsuna suddenly teleports in, delivering a devastating fire-infused fist straight to his face that blasts him deep into the woods. Morgana smiles when our boy shows up, clear proof he just tamed the flame spirit. Even Lionel noticed Setsuna's fire control is so crazy precise that not a single leaf is burning. Meanwhile, Vidrak scoffs, telling him he is way past Leo's rookie level. The moment Blazer senses the apostles, he immediately wants to roast them alive. Setsuna knows his fiery spirit is raring to go, but warns him to stay alert because Vidrak and Leo are no jokes. Blazer just laughs it off, telling him not to play dumb after winning their own duel. Rewind a few minutes earlier inside the spirit world, where these two were aggressively trading heavy blows. Blazer throws some absolute bombs, but Setsuna returns the favor with interest. He actually draws blood, forcing the spirit to respect his insane willpower. Suddenly, Blazer catches Setsuna smiling and asks what is so amusing. He confidently declares that he is definitely going to win. Even with his face completely battered from those punches, Setsuna refuses to back down. Blazer charges, mocking this fragile human for having way too much confidence. Setsuna fires back that it is not just confidence, it is an absolute guarantee. He faces Blazer's massive wall of fire head-on, leaving the spirit completely shocked that a human could survive his max output. Setsuna points out that is precisely why Blazer has never tasted defeat. He is incredibly strong, but that invincibility is his biggest flaw. When Blazer looks confused, our hero explains how his past life was nothing but constant failure. Failing so many times taught him exactly how to get back on his feet. No matter how desperate things get, his spirit is physically impossible to break. That unbreakable will is his ticket to winning. He boldly declares that Blazer is about to take his very first loss, but Blazer fires back that it will be our hero's absolute last. Locking arms, they relentlessly beat each other with their free hands, throwing every ounce of strength into the blows. A massive explosion erupts as they clash one last time, leaving only Setsuna standing. Blazer finally gives in, admitting this kid is way tougher than he looked. Our guy actually won. Still, the spirit wonders exactly when Setsuna became so certain of victory, and Setsuna reveals his own resolve grew during the clash. He actually started absorbing Blazer's burning will during the battle. This completely blows the spirit's mind, and seeing how the young warrior handled the power, he finally deems him worthy of his flame. For once, he addresses him as Setsuna instead of just calling him kid. They share a fist bump, and even though he is totally bruised, Setsuna offers his thanks, though Blazer tells him to get moving. Back in reality, Lionel warns Setsuna to watch out for Vidrak's claws. But our hero already knows the deal. Those nasty things literally steal the magic of whatever they slash. He remembers this because Vidrak was the sole apostle he battled before reversing time. His cheat code is absorbing everything. He can't delete spells like Leo, but he drains your mana with every single scratch. In the previous timeline, this monster single-handedly destroyed the Northern Kingdom. Despite their legendary alchemical tech, Vidrak absolutely steamrolled them while stealing all their magic power. Vidrak is shocked. The kid knows his history, but remains fully convinced he cannot be beaten. Nearby, Leo gets back on his feet, suddenly realizing he feels way faster and stronger than earlier. Setsuna is also caught off guard seeing Leo stand up after that massive hit, confirming his rival has leveled up too. Hyped for a fight, Vidrak claims the kid and tells Leo to stand down. Leo shrugs and lets him take the lead. Setsuna recalls that in his past life, he won using long-range spells. This time around, he lacks that luxury and knows a single cut could end him. He is not backing away because he is much stronger now, too. Vidrak rushes forward, only to get blasted backward by a flaming punch. Giving him zero breathing room, Setsuna presses the assault. As Setsuna keeps landing blows, Vidrak cannot believe he is getting outpaced. He has no idea our hero is combining Blazer's flame boost with his physical enhancement magic. Lionel watches from the side, smiling like a proud father. Setsuna keeps hammering Vidrak from every single angle, giving him absolutely zero opportunities to fight back. Even Morgana is deeply impressed by how fast he mastered controlling his flame's reach. Realizing he is losing, Vidrak lets out an ear-piercing roar so brutal that everyone is forced to cover their ears in agony. A tiny opening lets Vidrak land a solid hit, pushing Setsuna back. However, Vidrak has now absorbed some of Blazer's fire and starts boosting it, covering his entire body in raging flames. He taunts the boy, bragging about his title as the devourer of all. Instead of worrying, Setsuna actually gets hyped to see just how strong this monster becomes with the stolen fire. Vidrak charges at extreme speed, but Setsuna easily matches his tempo and dodges. The beast keeps rampaging, tearing the forest apart, yet our hero cleanly evades every single strike. When Vidrak notices his own body is burning, he rushes Morgana to drain her water magic. Suddenly, he freezes up, realizing he cannot fully digest spirit fire. Setsuna just laughs at his stupidity. Sure, he can drain it, but that is useless if he cannot control it. The spirit flame refuses to obey Vidrak and is actively eating him alive. Setsuna tells him he never had the capacity to handle spirit magic. Writhing in agony, Vidrak asks if he got hit on purpose. Terrified, he begs Leo to use his nullification magic to put out the fire consuming his body, leaving Leo completely speechless. Just a second ago, Vidrak told him to stay out of the fight, and now he is begging for help. Vidrak screams at him to just do it, and to quiet him down. Leo agrees. He fires a long-range spell, but it is pure destructive magic instead of a cure. Vidrak is utterly stunned as the attack pierces right through him, heading straight toward Morgana. Taken completely off guard, her body is instantly blasted in half by the impact. Talk about a brutal plot twist. Watching his beloved mentor get disintegrated, Setsuna screams in pure horror. Vidrak accuses Leo of betrayal, but Leo coldly replies that he is simply prioritizing the mission. Since Vidrak's nose already located Morgana, Leo decides his usefulness has officially expired. Determined not to die alone, the beast tries to blow everyone up, but Setsuna charges in with a sword of spirit fire. With a single swift slash, Vidrak is sliced down, leaving behind only a dark gemstone. Once the beast is taken care of, our hero turns around only to realize Leo has vanished again. Just like last time, he tries to track him down but cannot sense his energy. Giving up, Setsuna rushes over to Morgana's ruined body, desperately begging her to hold on so they can heal her. Morgana simply smiles, softly explaining that she is too far gone. Leo hit her with high-level disintegration magic. Setsuna refuses to accept the reality, but Lionel holds him back from trying the impossible. She tells Setsuna to hold his head high because he is now a close combat mage recognized by the Great Flame Spirit. Then, she reveals she has one last gift for him. Handing him a mysterious pendant, she explains her soul is inside, which will help him connect directly with the water spirit. Setsuna desperately refuses to accept she is fading, frantically insisting there must be some way to save her life. But before he can finish his sentence, Morgana passes away in his arms. Completely devastated, he gently lays her down, asking Lionel what the point of obtaining power is if he cannot protect his loved ones. Lionel remains silent for a moment before replying. He explains that life is unpredictable and nobody can control everything. No matter how strong Setsuna becomes, he will never be perfect because he is only human. What truly matters is pushing forward even when things seem completely hopeless. Our hero is sobbing heavily over her loss when Morgana's maid suddenly walks right up to them. She hits him right on the head, laughing that he got totally fooled. Setsuna has zero clue what is going on, but then she drops the real bomb, revealing she is actually the real Morgana. She explains the old lady was just an advanced alchemical doll, similar to the other maids. The only difference is, she placed a chunk of her soul inside it, allowing it to experience real emotions. Even Lionel is left jaw-dropped that the Morgana they were grieving was just a stand-in. The real Morgana simply grins, proudly calling the doll her finest masterpiece. Setsuna still cannot believe a doll could be that insanely lifelike. He points out she looked exactly like the decoy in the spirit realm, but she casually explains that looks can easily change there. Seeing Lionel still doubting her, Morgana pulls off her hood to reveal pointy elf ears. Yep, she is an elf, which means she outlives humans by a pretty crazy margin. Next, she challenges them to guess her age. No one even gets close, so she drops the bomb. She is over 300 years old. Lionel is completely stunned, realizing she actually lived through the legendary Great Magic War. She notices his eyes light up the second he mentions the war. Smiling, she says she will share the history for a price. Setsuna immediately whips out some cash, but she laughs it off, saying it was just a joke. Since this spot is not secure, she suggests heading to the lake to discuss the erased history of the war. But once they arrive, Morgana suddenly starts skipping around and acting like a total, playful child. The boys are totally baffled by her rapid mood swings, and honestly, who wouldn't be? After skipping some rocks, she finally decides to explain the Great War. She starts by reminding them that their world is full of different races, from dwarves to beastmen. But elves are practically immortal, and live so close to nature that they constantly communicate with spirits. This connection is how they master spirit magic. Back in the day, humans worshipped elves and spirits, but some elves let that power get to their heads. One rogue elf actually manipulated a king who fully trusted him. That rogue elf taught spirit magic to his followers, using them to launch a global conquest. And that crazy grab for power was the real trigger behind the Great War. After a bloody conflict, the elf-worshipping faction lost, turning elves into hated targets overnight. Even the term ancient magic was invented just to hide the truth that magic originally meant working directly with nature spirits. Hearing the tragic history, Lionel asks if she still holds a grudge against humanity. Morgana confesses she used to despise humans, but she let that go, even if she still prefers keeping her distance. She knows plenty of humans still want her kind wiped out today, which is exactly why she used a body double to hide. So Setsuna wonders, why show them her real face? It is pretty simple. The headmaster trusts them, and our main boy has proven he is trustworthy, too. Then she playfully teases Setsuna, claiming his ugly crying was what really won her over. Setsuna instantly denies crying and begs Lionel to back him up, but Lionel is way too busy laughing his head off. After wrapping up the talk, the boys help tidy her place before heading out. Morgana thanks them for the help, and Setsuna smiles, saying he is genuinely glad they met. Lionel asks about her next move, but since her hideout was compromised, she has to pack up and find a new home. She mentions they probably won't cross paths again, which actually stings Setsuna a bit. Bowing his head deeply, he asks if she would consider helping them if humanity ever faces total destruction. Seeing his sincerity really moves her. She tells Setsuna that if things get desperate, he should just ask the headmaster, since they still write to each other. Relieved, he bows and thanks her. Of course, Blazer is still salty, popping out of the crest to threaten her. He growls that next time he will burn her to ash, but Morgana casually splashes him with water magic, sending him packing. With that settled, the boys hop back onto their giant lizard and head toward the academy. Along the ride, Lionel recalls a sister from his orphanage warning him never to let power control him, but to use it responsibly. Setsuna silently promises to use his spirit powers only for good and justice. Both of them finally relax, enjoying a peaceful, quiet journey back to school. Meanwhile, Leo is on trial for failing to eliminate our main boy and ditching his partner. He argues that he did at least take out Morgana, but Santanakia coldly asks if he actually confirmed her death. Leo admits he did not check, though he swears no one could survive that kind of blast. That excuse only pisses Santanakia off. Erupting with terrifying pressure, he reminds Leo his absolute order was to double-check. The crushing aura almost snaps Leo's bones like twigs, but luckily, the 8th Apostle Tsukiyomi steps in. She complains that Leo should have at least brought back Jagan's corpse so she could turn him into an undead servant. Leo tries to whine that nobody warned him. Setsuna knew about Jagan's secret power, but Santanakia snaps, reminding him that failures do not get to make excuses. Still, he decides they need to re-evaluate the kid, sensing Setsuna holds some bizarre hidden talent. Then Poker chimes in, snidely pointing out that Giovanni, the 8th Apostle's favorite plaything, was a total flop as well. Santanakia asks if she can deal with our main character, and she confidently claims it is a piece of cake. She is definitely cooking up something sinister with her ability to raise the dead. Somewhere else on the road, Setsuna and Lionel are having a peaceful trip. Setsuna wonders how the gang is doing without them, and Lionel laughs, guessing Drago is probably training himself to death. Staring at the sky, Setsuna wonders when he started caring so much about others. Lionel asks if he used to be different, and Setsuna nods, admitting his old life was strictly about training. He only cared about reaching the absolute peak of long-range magic, winning constantly on his own. He never relied on anyone, meaning he basically had zero friends. But in this new life, things are totally different. Now he has people he can actually lean on, realizing that other paths of magic were never a waste of time. Plus, his past life's insane mana control made his current close combat skills incredibly lethal. Lionel points out that such precise mastery is pure hard work, not just generic talent, He notes that this level of skill is not built overnight, knowing Setsuna must have grinded like a madman to become the strongest in the world. Shortly after, Lionel suggests they take a quick break. Sitting down, Setsuna pulls out the magic trinket Morgana gifted him. Reading the attached note, he realizes this massive item might just be his ultimate lifesaver down the road. Blazer suddenly gets curious about the necklace, sensing a water spirit sleeping inside. Setsuna slips it on as instructed, softly asking if the spirit can actually hear him. To his absolute shock, she answers right back through the pendant. He freezes up, but she tells him to relax, explaining she already knows him through Morgana. She promises to share her strength if he can pass her trial, leaving him hyped. Then reality hits him. This will not be easy, so celebrating now is premature. But she tells him not to panic because her trial is simply to move her. Baffled, he listens as she explains she is just bored of the spirit world. Blazer is disappointed she is not demanding a brutal trial, but she promises she means no harm. Setsuna is amazed at how nice she is compared to Blazer, though he still has no clue what moving her actually means. Lionel nudges his shoulder, calling him an insanely lucky guy. Lionel boasts that he has a legendary story guaranteed to bring her to tears. The water spirit instantly perks up, and Lionel gets ready to show off his storytelling chops. He claims it is about the ancient heroes who saved the nation, Ordino, the indestructible blade, and Wallace, the iron wall. He starts reciting his epic tale, but before long, everyone drops off to sleep. Setsuna is still stressing over the trial, deciding to consult his friends once they get back. When they arrive, Layla hears the news first, and starts deeply analyzing what the trial could actually mean. She tells him to join her at the art museum later, since she knows someone who can help. He agrees, and naturally, Carol and Drago instantly crash the party and tag along. Following that, life returns to normal. He regularly visits the sacred tree to train and crack the water spirit's puzzle, but despite his best efforts, he keeps coming up short. After months of intense training, even Blazer grudgingly admits Setsuna has made massive progress. Getting actual praise from that stubborn flame spirit absolutely shocks him. It is the last thing he expected. Soon, winter arrives. Setsuna realizes the major disaster he has been dreading is drawing close. He is deeply stressed that he still hasn't secured the water spirit's contract before it all goes down. Blazer asks if he is ready. Setsuna nods. It is finally time. Plus, he can't train at the sacred tree anymore, since he sucked it completely dry of mana, and it needs years to recover. Even so, he is pretty glad he mastered Blazer's power, while that convenient tree could still help him. He tells the fire spirit that winter break is starting, but there is absolutely no time to relax. Blazer asks if a major boss fight is coming, and Setsuna nods. He explains that before the evil god showed up, 4 major disasters struck first, and the earliest is set to trigger in 7 days. Blazer wants the details. Setsuna explains that the evil god's ultimate invasion was preceded by 4 massive catastrophic events. First was the plague of dragon silence, then the fallen Magus army, then the capital vanishing overnight. But the actual first event on the timeline? A massive undead invasion. In his past life, that undead wave absolutely annihilated humanity. Blazer shrugs, since normal skeletons do not sound that scary. But the protagonist warns him these are definitely not your average zombies. They are the actual dead bodies of legendary heroes who once ruled the world. Setsuna knows someone is reanimating these corpses. He initially suspected Giovanni, but after their recent fight, it is clear that guy is far too weak to command an army of that scale. The first crisis will strike Aldina, Setsuna's own hometown. That is where the sacred graves of those heroes get robbed. At first, everyone assumes the thief wanted buried treasure, but the real prize was the rotting corpses. Armed with future knowledge, he plans to reach the cemetery first and block the heist. Later at lunch, Layla asks Drago if he is headed home for the winter break. Drago nods, eager for his dad to finally teach him the family's secret close combat style. Carol says she is spending her break hanging with Fenrir in her family's frozen lands, and she casually invites Blazer along too. He shuts her down instantly. Layla is totally shocked, mostly because Carol's family is filthy rich. She then asks Setsuna about his plans, but he is already zoning out hard. She has to call his name twice before he snaps out of it. Since he missed it, he asks what she said, though Layla can clearly tell something is bothering him. He's always spacing out, and even returned injured last time. Carol notices Layla getting flustered and whispers that she needs to shoot her shot quickly, because with how popular Setsuna is, she really does. Layla panics and tries to brush it off, but Carol says there is no point in hiding the crush. Changing the subject, Layla asks where he's from, and he mentions growing up in an Aldina orphanage. That surprises Layla, since that orphanage is right near her family's inn. Right in the middle of their chat, Carl crashes the party uninvited. Hearing where Layla is from, he immediately offers his hand and invites her on a luxury trip. Layla just stares at him with pure disgust. Before he can touch her, some sudden earth magic yanks Carl off the floor. Everyone is stunned, and when they look around, they see a girl dressed like a nun. Setsuna is baffled when she runs over to hug Layla. He asks who she is, and Layla says it is her relative, Roberta. She came to take Layla home for break, planning to assist with the Saints Festival in Aldina. The moment Setsuna hears that, he lights up. He knows that event happens at the end of every year. They pray for the heroes resting in the royal cemetery. Setsuna remembers that the massive festival caused the grave robbery, since security drops to 0 during the event. Soon, Roberta finally chills out after realizing Drago and Setsuna do not have sketchy intentions toward Layla. The group introduces themselves, and Roberta takes a keen interest in Setsuna since she has already heard rumors about his talents. When Layla mentions he is also headed to Aldina, Roberta immediately offers him a lift. Setsuna happily accepts, since this simplifies his entire travel plan. On day 1 of winter break, they hit the road. Roberta explains they will stop at Layla's home first, and then she will take Setsuna to Aldina. Hearing this, Layla flashes back to Carol's warning and gets paranoid that Roberta might steal her man. She quickly blurts out that she wants to attend the festival too, but before she can finish, a massive impact rocks their carriage. Checking outside, they find a pack of demonic dogs. Roberta notes that monster attacks have been rising lately, wondering what is triggering it. She casually tosses a handful of seeds at the beasts. Setsuna is confused, but the seeds instantly erupt into massive trees that completely flatten the monsters. He quickly figures out she applied healing magic to force rapid growth, which she happily confirms. Channeling mana to supercharge plant growth is definitely impressive. Setsuna recalls that this exact brand of healing magic became crucial during the future war with the evil god, so he is glad to see someone mastering it so early. Setsuna offers to help, but Roberta warns him that demonic dog bites are highly dangerous. The protagonist just tells her not to sweat it. With one punch, he fires his charged bullet, vaporizing them instantly. Roberta is left totally speechless, wondering if this guy is actually just a student. Roberta steps closer, grabbing his arm to praise his incredibly precise magic control. She immediately begins interrogating him about who trained him and what kind of insane routine he practiced. Seeing where this is heading, he quickly suggests checking on the others. Layla notices him carefully guarding his glove, proving to her he is hiding something major. By evening, they reach an inn. Right at dinner, Roberta starts drilling Setsuna again. That night, Layla cannot sleep and decides she must convince Roberta to let her tag along to Aldina. Layla walks over to Roberta's room, only to hear her whispering to someone inside. She almost walks away, but the second she hears Setsuna's name, she stops dead in her tracks to eavesdrop. Roberta is apparently using a magic tool to call the church, reporting that Setsuna wields ancient magic and is highly dangerous. She first requests 10 purification knights to take him down, then casually raises the number to 20. Layla is so deeply rattled that the teacup slips from her hands and shatters on the floor. Hearing the crash, Roberta immediately storms out to catch the spy, but the hallway is completely empty. By morning, Roberta is acting completely normal again. This leaves Layla totally conflicted, wondering if her relative actually meant those terrifying words. She knows ancient magic is typically associated with corrupt, evil villains. Now she is left questioning whether Setsuna is actually dangerous, and she has absolutely no clue what her next move should be. A bit later, Setsuna joins them after finishing his early morning training. Roberta hides her hostility perfectly, smiling warmly and even offering him a hot breakfast. He thanks her but chooses to eat first. Afterward, Roberta suggestively points him toward the sauna. Blazer has literally never heard of a sauna, asking what it even is. Intrigued by Blazer's curiosity, Setsuna agrees to give it a shot. Soon, the protagonist steps inside while Blazer tries to talk tough, claiming this kind of heat is nothing to him. But Setsuna can clearly tell that even the literal king of flames is sweating bullets. That is when Roberta walks right in, wearing nothing but a skimpy towel. Setsuna is completely caught off guard, asking what she is doing. She calmly explains this sauna is mixed-gender classic anime logic right here. Roberta immediately zeroes in on his gloved hand, confirming her suspicion that he is hiding something. She decides she is going to expose his secret right here, whatever it takes. Roberta sweetly asks if that heavy glove is not too hot, offering to slide it off. He refuses instantly, telling her the accessory is highly important to him. Backing off slightly, Roberta guesses it is a gift from someone special. Setsuna remains stone cold, so she asks if he is hiding a secret and scoots closer. She reaches out to grab his hand, but Layla suddenly busts through the door, screaming for her to stop. Both are totally shocked to see her. Before they can say a word, Layla drags Roberta out, claiming the sauna is closed for cleaning. She even points to a cleaning sign outside, and orders Setsuna out as well. Layla is incredibly relieved she kept an eye on him, fully convinced that Setsuna is a good guy, secrets and all. If worst comes to worst, she is prepared to protect him from execution. Once they check out of the inn, Roberta announces they are heading straight to Layla's family home first. But then, Layla raises her hand and asks to tag along to Aldina. Roberta is totally stunned, demanding to know why she suddenly wants to join. Layla just smiles and says she wants to see Setsuna's hometown and help out at the orphanage. She asks Setsuna if it is fine, and he just passes the buck to Roberta. Left with zero choice, Roberta agrees even though she can already tell Layla is totally crushing on him. Still, Roberta refuses to abandon her mission. Honestly, she thinks Layla tagging along might actually make Setsuna lower his guard. Before long, they finally arrive at his childhood home, the Aldina orphanage. The moment they step inside, the kids start yelling his name. Pure joy. Setsuna is absolutely thrilled to be back. Layla just watches in awe as they swarm him like a proud dad. That is when the head of the orphanage appears. Thomas welcomes him back, asking how the trip went. Setsuna rushes over to introduce him, proudly telling the girls that Thomas is basically his brother and the absolute anchor of this place. Thomas laughs, explaining he was once an orphan here too, so he is just paying it forward. As the two guys start bantering, Layla is pretty shocked to see Setsuna acting so childish. Thomas then admits he was pretty shocked. Setsuna chose close combat magic, especially since he always dreamed of joining the Magus army and rising straight to the top. Setsuna tells him not to worry. He still plans on becoming the very best, even from the front lines. Layla quickly jumps in to defend him, telling Thomas that Setsuna is an incredibly gifted mage. Thomas smiles and says Layla seems like an amazing person to have in Setsuna's life. Later, Setsuna visits the grave of the orphanage founder, Deborah, to pay his respects. He softly admits she saved him, and without her, he would not even be alive today. Hearing him speak, Layla can tell Deborah meant the absolute world to him. Roberta then joins them, asking him to share some stories about her. Setsuna politely brushes it off, claiming he has other things to take care of. Now we transition to the night shift, where things get serious. Setsuna slips into the royal cemetery to keep watch. As suspected, festival season means security is almost non-existent. Even the barrier around the tombs has been taken down, leaving it completely vulnerable. The mages buried here were legendary, and if some dark force decides to resurrect them, it will mean absolute disaster for humanity. Setsuna knows he must stop this grave robbing before these legendary heroes are turned against mankind. Blazer tells him not to sweat it, promising to back him up no matter what, which brings him some relief. Even so, he warns Blazer not to use any magic around Roberta. Blazer nods, admitting he already sensed something fishy about her. Gearing up for the massive clash in 2 nights, Setsuna silently vows to keep his promise to Deborah. Meanwhile, Roberta tries digging into Setsuna's past. Thomas isn't having it. He carefully tells her that he cannot share that kind of information. Roberta snaps, flashing her Inquisitor badge to show she is not asking nicely. Thomas is shocked. When she claims Setsuna might be dangerous, Thomas gets furious, snapping back that such a thing is absolutely impossible. Roberta then glances at Layla, noticing how totally unfazed she is. She immediately deduces that Layla eavesdropped on their conversation last night. Blushing, Layla quickly apologizes, swearing it was an accident. Layla then turns to Thomas, pleading with him to share the truth about Setsuna. With a sigh, he finally gives in. He starts with a rainy night. He remembers all too clearly the night Setsuna first arrived. Get your tissues ready, because this is pretty tragic. A dying woman arrived riddled with arrows, desperately clutching a baby. With her final breath, she begged Deborah to save the infant. That brave woman was Setsuna's mother. Thomas explains that to truly understand Setsuna, they have to understand her past first. Her name was Emma, a simple farm girl who genuinely loved working the fields and did everything with a gentle heart. Everything changed when a powerful nobleman passing through the village laid eyes on her. Somehow, sensing an incredibly bright light within Emma's soul, he immediately asked for her hand in marriage. He called her his fated one, and since Emma had always fantasized about a fairy tale romance like this, she instantly accepted. Swept away to the massive Schneider estate, she was completely overwhelmed by the luxury. But the reality was harsh. He already had a crowd of concubines, and Emma was just another face. He barely visited, leading her to believe that bearing his child would finally win his love. Soon enough, she gave birth to baby Setsuna. The noble actually praised her, making Emma believe her dreams had finally come true. But then, he used a magical brooch to test the newborn's talent. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Furious, he dropped the infant and walked out. To these high society nobles, bloodlines and raw power are everything, so a talentless child was a massive insult. Honestly, he only ever wanted the sleeping power inside Emma anyway. Realizing her baby lacked any magic, Emma completely lost her mind with grief and rage. She actually grabbed a sharp knife, aiming to end his life for shattering all her grand hopes. Right before the blade struck, the little baby looked up and flashed her a bright, innocent smile. That alone shattered her anger. Dropping the weapon, Emma burst into tears and pulled him tightly into her chest. Late that night, the family butler knocked on her door. When Emma asked what he wanted, he coldly made it clear that he was there to take baby Setsuna away. Emma immediately realized they planned to discard the boy because they saw him as complete trash. The butler tried to sugarcoat it, saying removing the child would let her focus on bearing a proper, powerful heir. Emma quietly agreed, asking for just a brief moment to get things ready. But after waiting too long, the butler barged in only to find the room empty. Looking out, he spotted her fleeing with her baby. He immediately sent armed guards after her, ordering them to bring her back, dead or alive. Somehow, even after taking several brutal hits, Emma made it to the orphanage. Deborah quickly took her in, but Emma knew her injuries were fatal. She deeply regretted bringing him into a family that never truly wanted him. If he had been born anywhere else, his life would have been so much better. Weeping, Emma confessed she was horribly deceived by the noble, and now she was dying before she could even raise her boy. Using her final breath, she begged Deborah to save him. Moved by her despair, Deborah took her hand, promising to protect Setsuna at all costs. Deborah reassured her that the boy's birth would not dictate his path, and that he would find true happiness. Hearing those comforting words, Emma finally closed her eyes forever. 7 years fly by, and Setsuna grows into a tough little kid who always looks out for others. One afternoon, he returns home completely covered in bruises. When Deborah asks what happened, he explains he was defending a friend from a noble bully, but instead of winning, he got tossed around and completely overpowered by magic. The noble kid even mocked commoners as total trash compared to elites. Sobbing, Setsuna asks Deborah if that is really the truth. He asks if wanting to help is useless when you are weak, and if praying even does anything. Deborah just gives him a warm smile, suggesting they should pray together. Setsuna snaps back, asking if prayer can really save anyone. She chuckles, telling him he will have to find out for himself. She then urges him to pray to God and promise to prove those arrogant nobles wrong, reminding him he has his mother's strong spirit. As long as his heart stays strong, he will eventually grow powerful too. Later, Deborah hands him a book, telling him that if he lacks raw magic, he simply needs to find another path. Turns out, his mother stole it from the nobles. It is an advanced guide to perfect magic control. Setsuna gets incredibly excited, but since he cannot make heads or tails of the text, he asks Deborah for help. She suggests they just test it out. She picks a basic fireball to start with and demonstrates it. Setsuna watches in absolute awe as flames erupt right from her palm. She explains that master-level control allows even tiny spells to become incredibly powerful. That is the entire secret of the manual. Until he completely masters it, he is stuck with simple, everyday magic, but she is confident this book will teach him everything. Grinning, Setsuna promises to work his absolute hardest. Still, a lot of the terms completely fly over his head. Reassuring him it is advanced stuff, Deborah promises to guide him through it. From that day on, Setsuna trains his magic control non-stop, day in and day out. He never skips a single day. 5 years later, his progress is absolutely mind-blowing. Thomas praises his hard work, predicting he might become a grand mage someday. Before asking which magic path he plans to pursue, Setsuna notes that long-range magic matches his precise control perfectly, but he still wants to test other options. The catch is, once you commit to a single path, your magical core is locked forever. For now, Setsuna plans to study various paths of magic to see what fits him best. While they chat, Thomas gets some terrible news. Their friend Roka was just snatched by that noble jerk, Slain. Slain dragged Roka into the forest after she turned him down. The instant Setsuna hears this, he sprints straight into the woods, where Slain has the poor girl cornered. He sneers at her to stop fighting. A mere commoner should feel honored, a noble even wants her. But just as he reaches out, a noise echoes from behind. Slain turns around to yell at his underlings, only to see them getting mauled by a swarm of goblins. He is shocked. Goblins have never been here before. When one charges, his weak spell still knocks it back. Suddenly feeling brave, Slain decides these goblins are an absolute joke. He proudly brags to Roka about Iluyo noble magic. His minions hype him up, claiming he is bound for the prestigious Magus army. But then, that same goblin gets back up, leaving Slain totally rattled. Unacceptable. He strikes again with way more mana. Sure, it will end this. Except, it barely tickles them. True to his cowardly self, Slain grabs Roka and shoves her straight into the horde, telling her to finally be useful. The goblins grin. Loving their new target, Roka stands alone. Right before they strike, Setsuna drops in, mocking Slane's pathetic spells. Without a second thought, he leaps in front of her to block the attack. He asks if she is hurt. Roka tearfully thanks him. With the beasts distracted, Slane and his crew try to run. But shockingly, the monsters ignore our heroes and chase the cowards instead. Setsuna guesses they are just pissed because Slane attacked them first. He then tells Roka they should head back to Thomas. Meanwhile, Slane is desperately trying to escape when his own buddies ditch him on a side path. He runs blindly, sprints until he hits a sheer cliff with nowhere left to go. Slane breaks down crying, begging the beasts for mercy, until Setsuna suddenly appears. He sneers. Without his lackeys, the noble is pathetic, and then he obliterates the goblins with a powerful spell. Stunned by the power, Slane offers to make our hero his top subordinate if he saves him, but Setsuna coldly declines. He is not here to rescue a coward, he is here to make Slane pay for Roka. After lecturing him, Setsuna continues slamming the monsters with powerful blasts, but Slane soon recovers his smug attitude. He claims he has figured out the trick, it is just basic magic control, a total fake. He boasts that pure control is useless compared to raw, overwhelming magical power. Setsuna admits his small mana pool makes fighting a horde tough, but after 5 straight years of honing his control, he is ready to prove that hard work beats talent. He pulls out a paper sheet, slowly igniting it. Slane is shocked, assuming it is bestowal magic, even though Setsuna never chose a path. Our hero just smiles, it is not bestowal at all. He is using pure control to shape his monocore, mimicking actual spell casting. See, the monocore is the inner organ holding a person's magic. You are born with its shape, but the rite of mastery locks it in for good. This creates the magic circuit needed for normal spellcasting, but Setsuna can actually alter his. By shaping his monocore through absolute control, he chucks the burning sheet at the goblins and sets it blazing before it even hits. It explodes into a fireball barrier, keeping those nasty pests at bay. Setsuna admits this won't scare them off forever, but it will buy some time. Slane stands there completely speechless. He could barely handle one goblin, yet this guy stops a whole pack effortlessly. Next, the main character casts a light protection spell on them both to cushion their upcoming landing. Slane immediately mistakes it for healing magic, but Setsuna shrugs it off, saying his skill isn't that refined yet. Slane is losing his mind over how this guy copies so many types of magic. Before he can process it, Setsuna grabs his hand. Slane panics, asking what is happening, only for Setsuna to announce they are jumping, teasing the noble kid for being a total coward. With 0 options left, they take the leap and plunge into the raging water below. Slane passes out from pure terror, and when he finally wakes up, he finds himself in a dry cave, with Setsuna keeping watch. Setsuna teases him for passing out from a simple dive, but Slane's relief turns to sheer dread when he notices a complex, monster-blocking barrier set at the cave entrance. He cannot believe a mere commoner can use formation magic. Bitter and angry, Slane snaps that a nobody like him has no right to be a genius. Setsuna just shrugs, claiming there is no talent involved, just endless daily grind. Since Slane can move again, Setsuna decides it is time to head back. But he makes one thing terrifyingly clear, Slane is still going to pay for what he did to Roka. Once they return to the village, Thomas is waiting. He immediately scolds Setsuna for being so incredibly reckless, and after a quick apology, our main character shoves Slane right in front of Roka to make amends. He tells Roka she can do whatever she wants with the noble brat, since his family search party is nowhere close. Setsuna even warns Slane that if she wants, they will toss him right back to the goblins. Absolutely terrified, Slane begins begging for forgiveness. But before he can even finish, Roka delivers a brutal kick right between his legs, and trust me, that pain is completely off the charts. Thomas and Setsuna are pretty satisfied with that swift justice. Things stay peaceful at the orphanage, until Sister Deborah suddenly falls terribly ill when Setsuna is 15. Sitting by her deathbed, Thomas promises Deborah he will become a priest to protect the younger children. Deborah weakly thanks him, believing in his path, while Setsuna reveals his own plan to finally enter the prestigious Magic Academy. He tells her this dream was only possible because of the training she gave him. Hearing this, Deborah weeps with pure joy, realizing she raised 2 incredibly fine young men. But with her final breaths, Deborah insists they must hear about her past sins. She shockingly confesses that they became orphans because of her, leaving the kids completely stunned and begging for an explanation. She explains that she once served in the legendary Magus Battalion. She fought to protect the world, but when monsters attacked her village one fateful night, she failed to save anyone. Setsuna tries to comfort her, but Deborah insists the truth must be told. Those monsters killed their actual parents. Worse, she was cursed during the battle, leaving her body permanently ruined and unable to ever bear children. After leaving her military post, she came to this village seeking a sliver of hope and forgiveness. Raising these children became her ultimate way of atoning for those tragic mistakes. She spent years teaching them to be strong, yet she felt like the weak, pitiful one. Clutching their hands, Deborah thanks the children, telling them their warm smiles were the only things keeping her going. Setsuna counters through his tears, saying she was the one who gave them those smiles in the first place. He thanks her deeply, calling her the shining light that saved his entire existence. He promises to protect the next generation just as she did. Setsuna vows to become the top long-range magic student, join the Magus battalion, and support this orphanage to make her proud of his name. Weakly smiling, Deborah gently pats Setsuna's cheek and thanks him for growing strong. Moments later, she passes away, leaving the room filled with the children's heartbroken cries. He always called her sister, but in his heart, she was mom. Shortly after laying her to rest, he leaves for the Magic Academy. Hearing Thomas share this painful past brings Layla to tears, as she never realized how much Setsuna suffered. Roberta, however, finally understands where his insane magic control and physical strength came from. Still, she cannot comprehend why he chose close-range magic when long-range offers a far brighter future. She knows he must have a serious reason for risking everything, but she needs solid proof. That very night, Roberta hides in the shadows, waiting to ambush Setsuna and see if he has another crest. As the main character casually walks by, she suddenly strikes from the dark. Her precise spell targets his gloved left hand to force his secret into the light. The blast tears the glove away, but instead of a glowing crest, she only finds a nasty burn scar, leaving her completely stunned. Setsuna tells his attacker to show herself, noting that he recognized her magic instantly. With her cover blown, Roberta steps forward, flashes her holy badge, and reveals she is an inquisitor from the church. She accuses him of using forbidden ancient magic. Roberta demands to inspect his hand up close, and our main character calmly offers it without a hint of panic. He shows the scar, explaining he got burned during Joint Academy training, and hid it to avoid unwanted attention. Roberta examines the wound closely, finding no signs of faking, leaving her no choice but to apologize. Bowing deeply, Roberta begs Setsuna for his forgiveness. He quickly tells her to stand straight, assuring her everything is fine now that the misunderstanding is completely cleared up. Roberta asks what he is doing out so late, and he explains he is patrolling the royal cemetery due to weird festival rumors. She accepts the explanation and leaves, fully convinced he has nothing to hide. But the second she vanishes, the small blue orb Morgana gave him slides off his hand, revealing his hidden crest. Blazer lets out a sigh of relief, admitting he was getting incredibly annoyed. He asks why Setsuna did not just dodge a spell he easily saw coming. The main character explains he took the hit on purpose, so Roberta would stop sniffing around his hands. He predicted the whole thing, and her timing was flawless. This handy blue orb is actually an alchemical tool powered by a water spirit, blending seamlessly into his skin to hide his crest's glow. Morgana's note boasted that this was her signature technique, virtually impossible for normal mages to spot. Setsuna quietly thanks her for saving his skin once again. He will show his crest eventually, but for now, he is glad Roberta is off his back. With her out of the way, he focuses on the cemetery robbery until the festival day finally arrives. Meanwhile, Roberta visits Layla in her private room. Layla almost faints with relief upon hearing that Setsuna is completely cleared of suspicion, and Roberta even apologizes for causing so much unnecessary drama. Layla insists there is no need for apologies, since she always knew he was a genuinely good person. And honestly, she might be falling just a little bit hard for him. Roberta then asks if she plans to invite Setsuna to the Saints Festival. Layla's incredibly awkward stuttering immediately makes her friend ask why she is acting so weird. Layla admits she feels Setsuna is aiming for something far out of her reach. Understanding her worry, Roberta decides they just need to show him what he is missing. Meanwhile, Setsuna prepares for patrol, leaving his water spirit pendant behind. He worries it might get damaged or stolen by the apostles during a fight. Not wanting to risk Morgana or the spirit, he locks the pendant away and tells Blazer it is finally time to move out. On his way out, he runs into Thomas, who asks if he is heading to the festival. Setsuna shakes his head, explaining he has patrol duty, but whispers a warning to keep all the kids locked safely inside tonight. He remembers that in his past life, the orphanage kids vanished on this exact festival day, likely swept up in the disaster. Thomas promises not to let them out of his sight, and Setsuna thanks his dependable older brother. This time, he is going to stop the tragedy that stole everything from him. He is just about to walk away when Layla runs up behind him. When he turns around, seeing her dressed up so beautifully leaves him completely speechless. She eagerly asks him to go to the Saints Festival with her, but Setsuna immediately shoots her down. He flatly refuses because of his patrol duty at the royal cemetery. That cold rejection really stings Layla, and it makes Roberta absolutely furious. Roberta snaps at him, demanding to know if he seriously cannot find any free time. But before she can cause a scene, Layla steps in and accepts his decision. The main character takes off as Layla wishes him luck, while over at the graveyard, 2 bored guards complain about missing the festival. As they continue making their rounds, the ground suddenly begins to tremble violently. Out of nowhere, hordes of undead start clawing their way out of their graves. Just as the guards are about to be overwhelmed, Setsuna arrives and literally punches a zombie's head clean off. He warns them to get out of there because of the extreme danger. But since they do not recognize him, they just stand there totally confused. He explains that he is only there to help them with the patrol. The guards still doubt him since they were never notified about backup, so they tell him to run, insisting there is no way he can take on all these monsters by himself. But Tsukiyomi easily evades his strike, causing his blade to slice through the nearby undead instead. Showing zero fear, she just smiles and praises Setsuna for managing to close the distance so quickly. Our hero has no clue who this woman is, and her sudden appearance completely throws him off. She looks incredibly similar to Yuzuha, so he demands to know if they are related. Hearing her name, Tsukiyomi decides to play along and talk. She reveals that Giovanni handed Yuzuha over to her in exchange for worshipping her power. Tsukiyomi figures Giovanni picked her because she resembled someone dear to him, but in the end, Yuzuha turned out to be a total disappointment. Now it is his turn to answer, as she asks how he managed to track her down. Setsuna explains that he simply enhanced his hearing and followed the path of chaos straight to the source. He also noticed the magic tracing back to Yuzuha's earring was nothing like Giovanni's power. That foul, dark aura was a breeze to follow. Impressed by his sharp instincts, Tsukiyomi praises his combat prowess. Now she finally understands why Giovanni was so obsessed with the main character. Even so, she notes that it does not explain how he knew her exact schedule. Looking around, Setsuna spots more ghouls gathering, realizing she was just stalling for time. Tired of her games, he goes on the attack. He unleashes a devastating energy punch at Tsukiyomi, ripping through the terrain until the blast suddenly halts right in front of her. An impenetrable barrier materializes before Tsukiyomi, blocking his strike. She mocks him, bragging about her backup plan. Setsuna is shocked, recognizing that defense belongs to the legendary summoning mage known as the Iron Wall of Wallace. The magical shield is only temporary, but while it is up, absolutely nothing can penetrate it. Even worse, once it blocks an attack, it can immediately retaliate with a deadly vacuum slash from a phantom sword. Luckily, Setsuna knows that dangerous trick, ducking just in time to avoid getting his head clean off. But the nightmare is not over yet, as another legendary knight rises, the Severing Iron of Ordino. Now he is up against the absolute ultimate shield and spear combo in history. The same famous duo his academy teachers always lectured about. Stunned, he demands to know how Tsukiyomi forced these legends to serve her. She cackles, explaining that she raised them at the Southern Mausoleum before launching her operation. According to her, she only gathered such a massive lineup because she knew Setsuna would be a threat. Tsukiyomi casually summons a throne of bones to watch the show, waiting to see how he will crack her ultimate defense. The skeletal swordsman lunges at him, but he slips past and rushes the shield hero. He almost lands a decisive blow on its head, but the giant shield blocks him just in time. Setsuna grows frustrated with how ridiculously durable and fast this defense is. Breaking through head-on will not be easy. The two legendary guardians cover each other with perfect synergy. While he is formulating a plan, the undead swordsman leaps in for a lethal strike, but Setsuna leaps back just in time and notices something strange. Both of them have completely stopped moving. It turns out they are actively fighting against Tsukiyomi's dark control, which caused them to freeze. She is impressed by their willpower, but mocks the idea that the dead can resist her forever. So, she pumps in more dark magic, completely crushing their lingering will to force them back into combat. These two once valiantly held a bridge for 3 entire days, defending innocent people from monsters. This makes Setsuna absolutely furious. Tsukiyomi is using legendary heroes who sacrificed everything to save others. She notices his rage but does not care, knowing he will soon end up just like them. Since they are fighting in his home territory, Tsukiyomi taunts him, boasting that once she takes over his mind, she will force him to slaughter his own town and loved ones. She cackles maniacally, already imagining Setsuna weeping tears of blood. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Roberta is still fuming over his rejection of her family member, until something suddenly clicks. He has been keeping a close eye on that cemetery since his return, making her realize something is seriously wrong. Roberta bursts into his room and spots a mysterious blue orb lying on the floor. The moment she examines the object, it merges into her palm, concealing the glow of her crest. Immediately, Roberta realizes Setsuna used this exact item to hide the crest on his left hand. She tells Layla they must track him down, capture him, and force him to talk. Layla begs to tag along, but Roberta refuses due to the danger, leaving Layla to detect strange water magic coming from his closet. Meanwhile, Setsuna continues tearing through the ghouls, knowing their infinite numbers will prevent him from reaching Tsukiyomi. To bypass them, he activates a hidden technique called the Domain of Tranquility. Once activated, he casually strolls right past the monsters without a single one noticing him. The undead do not track targets with normal vision, they hunt by sensing mana. With his flawless mana control, Setsuna completely erases his presence, making him basically invisible. Tsukiyomi completely panics, shrieking at her undead army to stop him before he can close the distance. Getting close enough, our hero releases a burst of mana, instantly obliterating a massive wave of ghouls. He plans to spam this move all the way to Tsukiyomi, leaving the villainess absolutely dumbfounded by his sheer audacity. Setsuna actually developed this technique before his regression. He was too hesitant to use it during joint training, but fighting alone, he has no reason to hold back. The skill was born from countless experiments designed to combat underworld armies. Finally, Setsuna reaches the legendary duo, immediately sensing that both warriors possess power on par with the mythical Hydra. He asks Blazer how long they can last using full spirit magic. Blazer eagerly claims he can hold out 3 times longer than usual, which unfortunately still means a mere 3 minutes. Regardless, Setsuna decides to defeat the duo in that time. Meanwhile, Roberta arrives at the graveyard, utterly shocked to see monsters everywhere. Spotting Tsukiyomi in the distance only deepens her confusion. She knew Setsuna dabbled in forbidden ancient magic, but this nightmare exceeds her worst expectations. The 2 guards rush over, but when questioned, they admit they have no clue what is happening. They only know that Setsuna saved their lives. They urge Roberta to escape, leaving her stunned that he is fighting this massive horde alone, just so the guards could get away. She wonders if he is actually trying to protect people. Since childhood, Roberta was taught that ancient magic is forbidden and far beyond human understanding. Her duty was to shield others from anyone wielding that force. Recalling this, Roberta decides Setsuna remains dangerous because his power could easily wipe out everything nearby. Thinking of Layla, she feels an even stronger urge to eliminate Setsuna to guarantee her safety. Meanwhile, Setsuna reaches Tsukiyomi's final line of defense. He knows these 2 will be tough, but believes his domain of tranquility can still bypass them. He deploys a clever double feint, manifesting a solid mana clone. Utilizing this trick, he carves through the remaining monsters and nearly reaches Tsukiyomi, but the legendary duo blocks him once again. Setsuna realizes they detected the shift in his mana just before he struck, allowing them to intercept him. Before he can react, Tsukiyomi's forces surround him and trap him once more. He realizes brute force spirit magic is his only option, but his focus slips, and right before he is decapitated, something suddenly yanks him away. A giant plant wraps around him like a protective hand. Setsuna is completely shocked, especially when he sees Roberta saved him. He thanks her, but she warns him they are still in deep trouble. She explains that Layla would be devastated if he died, so keeping him alive is her job. Setsuna is grateful, but this makes things tricky since he cannot reveal his secret spirit magic. Besides, a simple mana guard will not hold up against this legendary duo. Recognizing he is totally cornered, Setsuna desperately brainstorms a way out. Meanwhile, Tsukiyomi laughs at Roberta for stepping in, mocking her for arriving just to die. Roberta snaps back that she could not stay hidden with Tsukiyomi's disgusting stench polluting the air. Setsuna immediately charges the undead again while Roberta supports him from the back. She binds the undead swordsman to give Setsuna an opening, but it breaks free effortlessly. Roberta finally realizes how strong Tsukiyomi is, and that Setsuna has been fighting this monster all alone. He knows things are looking bad, and Blazer eagerly pushes him to unleash his real power. The fire spirit is dying to burn everything down, but Setsuna refuses because Roberta is watching him way too closely. So he searches for another option. Suddenly, Layla rushes in and strikes Tsukiyomi from behind, but the undead shield easily blocks the blow. She runs over to the group, and a shocked Setsuna asks why she is here. Layla explains that a water spirit warned her he was in big trouble. Setsuna is stunned. This pretty much confirms his theory that Layla has a special bond with water spirits, though he wonders if this spirit is a bit weird. Just then, the water spirit whispers to him, mocking that she would hate for him to die before impressing her. With Layla beside him, Setsuna asks if she can help them. She agrees instantly. The trio charge the undead together, and Setsuna is surprised by how incredibly fearless Layla looks. From behind, Roberta supports them, but the undead swordsman easily slices through her magical vines. Annoyed by the delay, Tsukiyomi boosts the legendary duo with more dark magic. She wants our heroes dead right now. The buff works, making the undead warriors look absolutely terrifying. Layla leaps back, but she is not fast enough. A sharp sword is suddenly at her neck. She cannot dodge and thinks she is finished, but Roberta throws herself in the way. Talk about a heroic sacrifice. The heavy blow strikes Roberta in the chest, sending her flying. Layla screams her name while Tsukiyomi mocks their soft hearts. She taunts Layla, promising to turn both girls into mindless undead to fight Setsuna. As Layla desperately checks on Roberta, the swordsman strikes again. But right before the blade lands, Setsuna explodes into action. The intense fire trailing behind him instantly burns the undead back. Watching this, Roberta finally realizes the truth. Setsuna is using ancient magic. Blazer gets incredibly excited, asking how they should crush this legendary duo. Setsuna tells him not to worry. He knows their weakness now. He charges ahead, weaving through their attacks with lightning-fast punches. Tsukiyomi finally sees his spirit magic firsthand, realizing why Jagan was completely crushed. Yet, she remains perfectly calm. The undead never tire, meaning Setsuna will completely run out of mana before he can even reach her. Blazer gets annoyed and tells him to break through that shield. Setsuna refuses. That kind of power would drain too much mana, and he says there is a much better way. Setsuna remembers a story Lionel shared about this legendary duo. They have been fighting together this entire time, but they completely lack the natural teamwork of true, living heroes. Exploiting this weakness, our hero easily maneuvers around them and slips right between them. This forces the swordsman to take a wild swing. Setsuna ducks, and the blade smashes into the shield, leaving a massive dent. The girls watch in complete awe, but Setsuna is not done yet. He unsheathes his blazing sword. With one massive strike, he shatters the shield, leaving the undead defender completely exposed. He slices the defender cleanly in half. Furious, the legendary swordsman rushes him. Their weapons clash in a wild, high-speed duel, but Setsuna easily outmaneuvers the zombie until he spots a perfect opening. Then, his blazing sword cuts the swordsman in half. Setsuna quietly apologizes that he could not save them. Meanwhile, Tsukiyomi is furious that her legendary heroes lost a 2-on-1 battle. Setsuna tells her to shut up because her nights are done. But she is not worried, since his skill only has 30 seconds left. She summons more undead to run down his clock. Suddenly, the legendary swordsman turns and unleashes a massive slash right through her horde. Tsukiyomi is utterly shocked that the dead warrior is still moving. Setsuna smiles, thanking the hero for lending his strength. He tells Tsukiyomi that she is about to pay for disrespecting true heroes. He closes the distance instantly, before she can even react. She tries to block, but his blazing sword cuts right through her body. He burns her body away. Time is up. Blazer praises both Setsuna and the heroes. Setsuna agrees, noting that raising the dead is easy compared to controlling them. He then turns to Roberta, who is slowly passing out. She weakly asks if that was ancient magic. Since he cannot hide the truth anymore, Setsuna admits it. Layla quickly defends him, insisting he is not a bad person. Roberta smiles, knowing he only used that power to save them, but she is torn. If she reports him to the church, he will be executed. Suddenly, magical vines bind all three of them. Setsuna is caught completely off guard, and to their horror, they realize Tsukiyomi is still alive. She sneers that dead bodies are not the only things she can manipulate. Tsukiyomi emerges from a massive cocoon, transforming into a terrifying, monstrous beast. Setsuna is deeply shaken, realizing she has been holding back her true power this entire time. Trapped and helpless, he is about to lose his head. The vines block his mana blade, stopping any escape. At the last second, Layla rips free and charges Tsukiyomi to protect him. Setsuna screams for her to stop, but she keeps going. Honestly, who cares about danger when your man is on the line? Before she can strike, Tsukiyomi drives her massive claws clean through Layla's body. She casually tosses Layla aside, leaving a horrific wound in her chest. Horrified and refusing to accept this nightmare, memories of their sweet moments together flash through Setsuna's mind. The sheer shock drives him to surrender completely to Blazer's power. He erupts with explosive fire, incinerating the vines holding him down. Blazer screams at him to stop, warning his body cannot handle this heat. Setsuna does not care if he dies, charging the monster with pure suicidal rage. Tsukiyomi mocks him, knowing he is burning his life away just to fight. She retreats instead of facing him directly, spitting out thick web fluid that traps him. He rips through the sticky mess easily, but Tsukiyomi flies into the air to rain down spiked webs. The battle is getting impossibly hard, but just as Tsukiyomi prepares a final blow, the last person anyone expected steps in: Layla. Everyone is completely stunned. Tsukiyomi cannot believe Layla survived that fatal attack. Setsuna desperately asks if she is okay, and Layla calmly nods that she is. She explains that when Tsukiyomi pierced her, her body instantly transformed into pure water. The water spirit protected her life through the magical pendant resting around her neck. In that critical moment, Layla was pulled into the spirit world to meet the water spirit, Wachernia. The spirit offers her power, leaving Layla confused. She asks why she is receiving this gift when she has done absolutely nothing. Wachernia smiles, correcting her. Layla showed her something she had never witnessed before: true love. Since Layla still does not understand, Wachernia explains that she only gives power to those who deeply move her. The spirit has witnessed plenty of things, but nothing touched her heart until today. She saw a man risk execution using spirit magic for a woman, while that same woman threw away her life for him. She admits the spirit world is incredibly lonely, which is exactly why mortal life is so fascinating to her. Only humans choose to sacrifice themselves for another. That is why she finds human love so beautiful. Since Layla passed this trial, Wachernia declares she is worthy of her incredible power. Wachernia tells her they need to go back and save Layla's lover. Layla stammers, trying to deny Setsuna is actually her boyfriend, but gives in and agrees they have to head back. Snapping back to reality, Setsuna asks Wachernia if she finally found that emotion she was looking for. She happily confirms it was love, and it is beating right inside Layla's heart. Both teens instantly freeze, but the spirit tells them to keep their eyes on the battle. With that, Wachernia's massive mana starts surging right into Layla, and Roberta watches in pure shock, feeling totally left out. Ready for action, Layla tells Setsuna to take a breather while she handles Tsukiyomi. Setsuna is impressed by how smoothly she syncs with spirits and chooses to trust her completely. Wachernia encourages her to put all that training to use. Under the spirit's careful guidance and power, Layla conjures a sharp mana blade, showing off the brutal training she did alongside Setsuna. But instead of mimicking his sword, she wildly bends the energy into a deadly whip. Strategy set, Layla lunges straight at Tsukiyomi. She cracks her liquid whip in bizarre, chaotic arcs, making the trajectory impossible to predict. Tsukiyomi completely miscalculates the block and takes a heavy hit to the face. To make matters worse, that whip is moving faster than the speed of sound. Setsuna realizes Layla is boosting the water current to keep it insanely flexible. She maintains the relentless pressure, leaving Tsukiyomi with zero room to breathe. Tsukiyomi tries to leap away, but Layla snags her, declaring there is absolutely nowhere left to hide. Desperate to escape the bind, Tsukiyomi pulls a gross move and literally sheds her entire skin. Now free, she zips across the field while gloating about her eternal beauty. Slipping behind Setsuna in a flash, she swings to end him, but he dodges the initial strike, and Layla intercepts the follow-up with her whip. But Tsukiyomi sheds her skin yet again, making Layla realize they have to disable that annoying molting trick to win. Setsuna sprints over to her, suggesting they wrap her entire body in the whip so she cannot slip out. Wachernia likes the plan but warns that the whip would have to stretch incredibly far. Unlike using fire, generating that much water from thin air is too inefficient. She points out they need a massive water source first. This triggers Setsuna's memory of Lionel mentioning how Morgana once weaponized lake water to build massive spheres, and a brilliant strategy quickly forms in his head. He yells for everyone to prepare because their next strike is going to end this. Standing back to back, Setsuna and Layla unleash an overwhelming aura. Even Tsukiyomi shivers at the raw pressure, though she still thinks she can dodge. And if dodging fails, she can just molt. As long as her core remains intact, she believes she is immortal. Brimming with unearned confidence, she mocks the duo, telling them to surrender and become her new undead playthings. That is when Layla unleashes her blue whip technique. Tsukiyomi barely bats an eye since the whip has not worked yet. She fires sharp spikes at Layla, but Layla glides past them and activates the fully extended whip. The water coils tightly around Tsukiyomi. Only then does she realize the trap. With her entire body completely bound, she cannot even wiggle to trigger her molting trick. Panicking, she wonders where Layla found enough water for a weapon that massive when there is no lake in sight. Wachernia laughs at her confusion, pointing out that water was surrounding them this whole time. Tsukiyomi looks over to see Setsuna radiating intense heat, and the puzzle finally clicks together. He had been raising the temperature to melt the deep snow, giving them all the water they could ever ask for. Tsukiyomi is absolutely floored that the young man calculated this far ahead under immense pressure. Completely immobilized and watching him charge with pure murderous intent, she frantically begs for a deal, promising him eternal life if he joins her undead army. She even sweetens the pot, screaming that she can elevate him to an apostle rank. But Setsuna does not care. Closing the distance, he ignites his blazing fire magic across his entire body. Launching his fist like a high-speed bullet, he slams the burning punch directly into Tsukiyomi. With a final, agonizing shriek, both her physical form and her dark core vanish into ash. Layla sighs in relief as the dust settles, but the extreme mana exhaustion instantly makes her knees buckle. Before she hits the ground, Setsuna slides in and catches her, whispering how incredibly impressed he is with her spirit mastery. Blushing furiously, she mutters that maybe she has just leveled up a bit. As the two share a super awkward, heart-pounding moment, Wachernia ruins the mood by teasing them about their obvious crush. Setsuna smiles softly, thanking both Wachernia and Layla for saving his life. but his body finally gives out, and he passes out cold right in her arms. Meanwhile, deep in the shadows, Setsuna is absolutely livid over losing his ally. Pucker chuckles, mocking the deceased because anyone defeated by a mere kid must have been a weakling. Setsuna wonders if Tsukiyomi simply got sloppy, but immediately dismisses the thought. Tsukiyomi was overly cautious, meaning the boy bypassed every safety net she set up. He commands Pucker to track Setsuna's movements, as the kid has been acting way too suspicious lately. He also suspects an internal leak, pointing to Leo as the prime suspect. Pucker is taken aback, but Setsuna orders him to take care of Leo quietly. Pucker grins at the task, promising that if Leo is indeed a rat, he will end him. Sometime later, Setsuna blinks his eyes open to find Roberta kneeling over him, channeling warm healing magic. Confused, he asks why he is not in chains, knowing she was supposed to drag him straight to the church. Roberta admits she has too many unanswered questions to lock him up just yet. She softly asks who he truly is, but before he can formulate a response, Layla stirs and wakes up next to them. Layla is shocked to realize Roberta is actually letting them use her thighs as pillows. Once their energy returns, Setsuna tells them to follow him, leading the girls up to a high cliffside overlooking the peaceful town. Looking down at the view, Setsuna drops a massive bombshell, revealing he traveled back from a ruined future. The girls think he has lost his mind, but his dead serious expression tells them otherwise. He details how their castle will burn in 6 years, the town will get crushed by giants in 8, and the academy will fall to monsters in only 5. Roberta still thinks it is a bad joke, but Setsuna firmly insists he is telling the absolute truth. He then explains his entire story, including why he mastered close-range combat magic. Roberta admits the tale is incredibly hard to believe, but his graveyard warning and freaky physical strength make it impossible to fully ignore. Layla instantly declares she trusts him, noting that disaster always followed them, and he never once stopped fighting. It all makes sense now. He was carrying the heavy burden of the dark future, which is exactly why he kept pushing his limits. Setsuna is touched by how deeply Layla understands him, but Watarnia ruins the moment again by gushing about their beautiful romance. Roberta points out that the church will never buy this story, since they completely reject time travel. Setsuna replies that what she does with her crest is her own choice. However, he warns her to keep a close eye on the High Saint, because in his original timeline, that saint betrayed humanity and joined the enemy forces. Roberta protests, arguing the High Saint is incredibly devoted and would never turn to evil. Setsuna counters that the saint recently hired a new assistant named Gustav, and he is the exact man who corrupts her. Roberta is stunned since she actually recognizes Gustav's name, even if they have never spoken. Suddenly, a colossal bird swoops down, and the emblem on its harness reveals it belongs to the elite Magus battalion. Setsuna gets ready for a fight, but as the bird touches down, the dismounting soldiers are confused to find everyone alive. Seeing no threat, their leader demands to know who cleared the battlefield after they received reports of an undead army. Setsuna hesitates to speak, but Roberta quickly flashes her holy badge, claiming she single-handedly wiped out the entire horde. She assures the soldiers the threat was completely overblown, earning instant praise from their leader because of her holy affiliation. Roberta decides to keep the time travel secrets to herself until she can verify them with the high clergy. The commander recognizes Setsuna as the new recruit scheduled to train with their unit, and Setsuna nods in agreement. The man introduces himself as Commander Sid of the Magus Battalion, welcoming the boy to join them after the new year. But one of the mages sneers, complaining that a little kid hiding behind a lady's skirt cannot possibly be strong. The instant Setsuna hears that voice, he recognizes his old battlefield comrade, a guy who was his polar opposite in magical talent. The man is Zappa. Spotting Setsuna's knowing smirk, Zappa instantly flares up, thinking he is being mocked. Things get tense when an undead creeps up behind the girls, but Zappa just vents his rage, blasting the thing to pieces with absurd firepower. Even Blazer is pretty impressed by that display. Sid is not even surprised because he already knows what Zappa can do. In his past life, Setsuna had the best control, but Zappa was completely unmatched in raw magical power. Layla walks over to ask if he knows the guy, and Setsuna nods, saying Zappa is actually decent and they will eventually become friends. But Zappa just brags about how weak close combat magic is and tells him to stay back during training. Setsuna just grins, saying Zappa is only at his best when he is leading the team. That really gets under his skin, and Zappa warns him not to get cocky. Sid steps in to calm Zappa down and promises Setsuna a different squad if there is any trouble. But the main character just smiles and says there is no need, he actually wants to be on Zappa's team. Zappa is completely stunned. He grabs Setsuna, asking if he is trying to pick a fight and get himself killed, adding that he should just run back to school and study. Sid pulls Zappa's hand away, telling him to prove his strength in actual training instead of barking so much. Still annoyed, Zappa storms off, while Layla worries that this joint training is going to be a nightmare. Setsuna does not mind since he only cares about winning Zappa over. With dawn breaking, he suggests it is time to head back to the orphanage. Back at the village, Roberta quickly heads to the church, leaving the other two behind. Soon after, Layla leaves as well, leaving Setsuna to help out the locals. A few days later, our main character says goodbye and heads back to the academy. Back at school, they tell Carol and Drago everything, leaving both of them completely stunned. Drago even brags about a new skill he learned over the break that he plans to show off. The training camp is going to last 3 weeks. Layla plans to make the most of it, hoping to strengthen her connection with Weferstash to take her spirit magic to the next level. Carol gets pretty jealous that Layla had such an eventful break, and though Layla tries to play it down, Carol is not having any of it. While the girls chat, Setsuna is busy thinking about a dangerous incident that is bound to happen during training. To stop it, he needs Zappa. Later, he goes shopping for supplies, but someone attacks him from behind. Setsuna dodges the strike with ease to find Oktar standing there. Disappointed, he asks why he is being so stupid. Furious, Oktar screams that he wants revenge for ruining his shot at greatness. See, Oktar used to be a total nobody until everyone realized he had talent for long-range magic. He absolutely loved the sudden attention and worked himself to the bone just to keep it. But then Setsuna showed up and ruined everything. In a rage, Oktar fires a powerful wind blast. But the main character literally chops through it with his bare hand, leaving Oktar completely frozen in shock. Grinning, Setsuna actually tries to teach him the trick to control his magic. This only pisses Oktar off more, and he calls him a worthless close combat mage. Refusing to back down, Oktar lunges again, desperate to injure him and steal his spot in the camp. He just wants to be noticed by everyone, especially Carol. That catches Setsuna off guard, and Oktar blabbers on about how Carol is perfect, pretty, and smart. Hearing this selfish rant makes Setsuna snap. He blocks the next strike and calls him trash for claiming to like her while never actually caring about her well-being. He tells Oktar that if he wants respect, he should actually work for it. Meanwhile, Cyrus is hiding nearby in the shadows, quietly listening to the whole argument. Cyrus is pretty disappointed in Oktar, who has basically stalled since losing the tournament, while Setsuna just keeps improving. He even thinks Setsuna could have been the greatest mage ever if he had picked long-range magic. As the clash continues, Cyrus spots another student sprinting their way. Oktar throws everything he has at his opponent, but he cannot land a single hit, which is incredibly frustrating for a supposed top-tier mage. Setsuna weaves in a sharp zigzag pattern, instantly closing the gap. Seeing a fist flying straight at his face, Oktar genuinely wonders if this is how he dies. Setsuna pulls his punch slightly, landing a blunt strike to the head that drops Oktar instantly. He warns the defeated boy that he is handing him over to the authorities, which could get him permanently expelled. Right then, the approaching student throws herself in front of Oktar to protect him. Setsuna is shocked to see it as Carol, demanding to know why she is defending someone who has done such awful things. Carol admits she knows, but says she has her reasons. Back in their first year, Oktar was totally different. As a fellow commoner, he was bullied mercilessly by the noble students. Despite that, he was kind enough to share his own healing potions. Setsuna is genuinely surprised to hear that Oktar used to be like that. Carol explains that he only lost his way after gaining crazy power in the long-range department. Even so, she still believes in him, and regardless of who calls her foolish, she wants him to have a second chance. That is when Oktar struggles up and tells her to stop. With his face bruised, he mutters that he will submit his school withdrawal form tomorrow. Bowing to Setsuna, he says he does not expect forgiveness and is ready to face the consequences. Then, Oktar finally turns to Carol and confesses his feelings, admitting he has always liked her. Carol gently thanks him, saying his honesty makes her feel like his old self is back, but confesses her heart belongs to someone else. Oktar takes the rejection gracefully, with no regrets, and tells Setsuna to crush the upcoming training for him. Setsuna smiles and promises to carry those hopes with him. With the drama settled peacefully, Cyrus slips away with a satisfied grin. The next morning at the Magus Corps Western Branch, Zappa and Valerie get ready to receive the fresh trainees. Joining Commander Set out on the crowded training field. Set addresses the crowd, warning them that they will be acting as real mages for the next 3 weeks. This is no playground, and he expects real results. From Elmridge Academy, we have Drago, Setsuna, and Mifune. The other trainees immediately look down on our main character and Drago for being close combat mages. While some think Drago's massive size might be useful, they completely dismiss Setsuna. Rumors are already circulating that Roberta had to save him back in Eldinia, so almost everyone rejects Setsuna without even seeing him fight. Once squad selection begins, Sid instructs them to choose their preferred unit. Zappa is already planning to recruit Mifune into Sid's unit, when Setsuna suddenly speaks up and declares that he wants in on that same squad. Zappa is annoyed, but shrugs it off since the upcoming test determines everything. Sid reminds the trainees that the battalion operates purely on merit, so their squad placement depends entirely on their skill. To measure their strength, everyone must attack a golem to generate a score. The first candidate steps up and blasts it with fire, scoring 382 points. After that, they go one by one, hitting the target and receiving their marks. One poor guy even scores a flat 0. Then Mifune steps up, calmly using complex formation magic that draws gasps from the crowd. He locks in nearly 600 points, a massive score. Next up is Drago, eagerly marching toward the machine. The other candidates expect him to flop, but they are left jaw-dropped when he absolutely clobbers the golem, scoring nearly 800 points. The trainees are stunned. No one expected a close combat mage to be that strong, though some dismiss it as pure size. Now watch after Drago's rampage, Setsuna is up. To make things harder, Zappa suggests giving him a demon-type golem instead. Valerie warns him that it is way too dangerous, but Zappa only cares about breaking Setsuna's spirit. Valerie feels terrible because flying demon types are notoriously hard to manage. For a fighter who depends entirely on close combat, she figures Setsuna stands absolutely zero chance. The trainees assume he is completely done for, since even seasoned veterans struggle against these flying targets. They expect him to run, completely unaware that he used to be the strongest mage in the battalion. The crowd actually starts giggling at him, fully expecting the absolute worst score of the day. To them, the second that demon type leaps into the air, this kid is history. Cedric gives the signal, and Setsuna instantly blitzes the golem before it can even twitch. He conjures glowing mana blades and delivers flawless, surgical strikes, vaporizing the giant construct. It crumbles into pure dust, leaving the smug crowd absolutely speechless. In fact, the testing system fails to record a proper score because Setsuna is simply too overpowered. He briefly wonders if he overdid it, but then remembers the Magus battalion loves absolute overkill. Valerie assumes the machine just glitched out, but Zappa has to break the news. Our overpowered hero did so much devastating damage that he literally broke the testing system. Zappa reluctantly admits the kid scored over 1,000. Naturally, the salty trainees call hacks, claiming the golem was rigged. Others warn Setsuna not to get cocky, insisting real warfare is way harder. By morning, Valerie and Zappa meet in Cedric's office, where the commander reveals every unit wants Setsuna. Meanwhile, Han from Ace Magic Academy also turned heads by casually scoring over 700 points. Since Zappa and Setsuna clearly share a single brain cell of mutual hatred, Cedric assigns Valerie to babysit our protagonist. Valerie happily agrees to mentor both him and Han. Right after that, Valerie gathers the two rookies for a quick grand tour of the military base. The Magus Battalion attracts elite spellcasters from across the continent, backed by massive government funding and highly advanced magical gear. Valerie explains that standard units only hold 5 members. So, as new trainees, they will be joining the CID unit as the 6th and 7th wheels. He adds they will run basic combat missions before any real operations. As they walk, Setsuna recognizes several familiar faces from his previous life. Valerie notes that anyone who performs exceptionally well on these runs can score a coveted officer recommendation from him. As a captain, his official endorsement carries serious weight, attracting big-name guilds and elite factions. But for now, their main chore is just memorizing every detail about the unit before sunset. Honestly, our hero is totally unfazed. He remembers exactly how brutal it was to obtain that recommendation in his previous life. Soon, they bump into a jerk instructor who mocks Valerie for being a slow caster and recruiting a close-range mage. The bullies even throw a rock, knocking Valerie back toward the trainees. Seeing this makes Setsuna absolutely livid. He steps out of the group, boldly scolding the troublemakers for their shameless behavior. The loudmouth keeps trying to push his buttons, so the protagonist casually kicks the rock that was thrown. He launches it so fast it shreds right through the bully's cape like a sniper bullet. The jerk wants to fight, but one look at Setsuna's terrifyingly cold aura makes it clear he'd get utterly wrecked, so he immediately backs down. Valerie is completely stunned that a rookie just stood up for him. Han then cheekily asks how it feels to have a student protector. Flustered, Valerie ignores the comment and awkwardly wraps up the day's training. Setsuna watches the captain mope off with his head buried deep in his cape. Later, our hero finds Valerie secretly practicing his spellcasting, and honestly, the raw destructive power is pretty damn impressive. Setsuna compliments his firepower, but Valerie is miserable because his cast times are painfully slow. No matter how hard he grinds, he cannot speed up. He chose this path for maximum damage, but now fears he made a huge mistake. Setsuna totally gets it. In his past life, it took ages for mages to actually master this specific path. Valerie sighs and opens up about his family producing legendary commanders for generations. Yet, as the eldest son, he was born with zero talent. Apparently, everyone believes his little sister is the real magical prodigy. Despite the shame, Valerie joined the military anyway, giving it his absolute all, yet he still feels weaker than a basic mage. Hearing this, Setsuna is genuinely moved. Even with the deck stacked against him, Valerie refuses to quit. He tells the captain his grit is way more admirable than those losers who mocked him. Truly. Valerie is shocked, then quickly resumes his training. He thanks our hero for the backup, then summons a beautiful magic circle that grows a field of glowing illusion flowers to soothe his nerves. Smiling, Valerie jokes that maybe this is why they call him a legacy brat. Setsuna disagrees, calling the spell gorgeous. He then asks if Valerie is ready to unleash this magic on their next combat run and finally shove those words back down everyone's throats. Valerie doubts he can improve in under 24 hours, but Maxie suggests an intense, secret training session. The next morning, the rookies meet Valerie, who announces they are deploying on live combat missions where threat levels are ranked by a star system. Since he learned all this back in school, none of this info is new to him. Goblins and zombies are basic 1-star pests, while that dungeon boss they faced was a deadly 4-star threat. Valerie explains that their battalion only handles dangerous 3-star targets and above, meaning today they are hunting monsters creeping through the slimy wetlands. He warns them of a massive final exam at the end of training, making real combat practice essential. Soon, they reach the muddy battlefield. Cedric tells the mages that he and Zappa will spearhead the charge while the rest support. Setsuna quietly whispers to Valerie that they must seize the first opportunity to show off the insane results of last night's training. Valerie nods, determined to finally prove himself worthy as the heir of the Light family. During their secret practice, our hero realized something huge. Valerie's raw mana capacity actually ranks near the absolute top of the entire battalion. Everything changes if Valerie can just cast without fear. Suddenly, chaos strikes. A massive 3-star spider ambushes them, grabbing Valerie as he screams in terror. Our hero blitzes forward, slicing through the creepy tentacles to rescue his captain. Once they pull back, Zappa blasts the arachnid with a massive fireball, but even that explosive heat fails to finish it off. Cedric steps up to deliver the final blow, but Valerie stops him, asking to solo the beast. Zappa immediately panics, telling him to back off because this elite monster is absolutely no joke. He argues that Valerie's slow spells are useless here, wanting himself and Cedric to handle it. Setsuna steps in, declaring that he and Valerie have this covered, reminding the hothead that even captains can level up. Zappa gets incredibly pissed that a rookie of a few days is already acting like a know-it-all. Ignoring the tantrum, Setsuna simply asks Valerie if he is absolutely sure he can take this thing down. Valerie offers a highly confident smirk, which only serves to trigger Zappa further. Thanking Setsuna for the shot, the captain unleashes his magic, conjuring a massive illusion of floating flower petals. Zappa rages, failing to see how pretty little flowers are going to save them. Setsuna tells him to shut up and watch, because the real show is starting. The night before, our hero suggested a wild upgrade. According to Setsuna, the skill was the secret key to casting multiple spells simultaneously. Valerie realized the crazy kid might actually be right, since the illusion costs almost 0 mana, though he still wondered how to weaponize it. Setsuna explained that even weak trick magic has incredible value because it blankets a massive area. Valerie is completely mind-blown when he realizes the kid wants him to sneak a real spell inside the harmless illusion. Back in the present, he pulls it off. Valerie spreads his floral field across the clearing, and suddenly, the giant spider bursts into roaring flames, leaving the team utterly dumbfounded. Cedric instantly realizes that Valerie concealed a deadly offensive spell inside the harmless garden. To the veteran, masking a heavy spell's terrible cast time with a quick illusion is absolute galaxy brain genius. Setsuna remembers that Hecaton Bolt was always most lethal when comboed with utility magic. Just then, even more spider monsters emerge from the brush. Zappa grumbles that the captain is still sloppy, but acknowledges his trick divided them. Now, the rest of the squad just needs to mop up the isolated targets around them. Grumpily, Zappa fires off another massive blast of fire magic, while the others jump in to finish the job. Watching the chaos unfold, Cedric notes that while the other rookies are doing fine, Setsuna is playing in a different league. Close-range spellcasting usually has strict limits, but our boy moves like the rules do not apply to him. The veteran commander has to admit the kid's combat IQ is off the charts. He spots a brilliant combo and realizes the rookie actually engineered the entire technique himself. Cedric is practically glowing with pride because this year's batch of recruits is actually showing some real talent. Honestly, it doesn't take long before they clear out the monsters and wrap things up. Cedric walks over to Valerie, offering some rare praise and telling him to keep up the good work. But just as he smiles, Valerie suddenly clutches her stomach and collapses, only for Setsuna to catch her. Cedric asks if she got hurt during the brawl, but she insists she is fine. She quickly runs off to check on her injuries privately, leaving Zappa to comment on how incredibly shy she always is. Tucked away in a safe spot, Valerie starts checking her battle-worn body, which is covered in severe scars. But as she unwraps her chest bandages, Han suddenly creeps out of nowhere, claiming he knew it all along. Yep, our tough guy Valerie is actually a girl in disguise. We flash back to the real Valerie, her dramatic brother, holding his head in utter despair because his career as a mage is totally ruined. He shuts himself away to pout, so his badass little sister decides to take matters into her own hands to save the family honor from total ruin. She chops off her hair to play the part of a boy, joining the Megas battalion to win back some family respect. But of course, keeping her secret is the #1 priority. Han finally connects the dots on why she went to such extremes. She is terrified of getting expelled and begs him to keep her secret, even promising she will do absolutely anything. Han immediately grabs her chin with a sleazy grin. He wants a quick promotion, so he demands that she hand over all her hard-earned training credits to him in exchange for his silence. She is furious but completely trapped. Back with the group, Valerie looks totally defeated, which Setsuna notices instantly. Han just laughs it off, claiming they were merely discussing their training routine. By the 10th day, Setsuna can tell the squad is making great progress in both combat and support duties. Yet, even with all their success, Valerie is clearly acting incredibly strange. He's even doing all the boring chores Han should be tackling. Setsuna recalls their last fight when Valerie messed up, making Zappa furious, until Han stepped in and claimed he saved her life. Han even lied that Valerie was holding the team back so he could steal the recommendation. It is obvious she is being blackmailed, and Setsuna realized something shady went down between them. While thinking it over, he finds Valerie cleaning Han's shoes as Han sits there like royalty. Seriously, look at this guy. Setsuna steps in and demands to know what is going on. Han plays dumb, claiming Valerie is just a big fan of his potential. But Setsuna is not buying the act, and tells him to drop the pathetic lies. Han gets defensive, claiming Setsuna is picking on him for no reason, and launches a massive blast of wind magic. But our main character barely even blinks as he blocks the attack. Now it is Setsuna's turn to show this clown why starting a fight was a massive mistake. Han is absolutely terrified that his strongest spell did not even leave a scratch. Refusing to back down, Han begins charging another spell. But before they can completely trash the camp, Zappa runs in screaming at the top of his lungs for them to cut it out. Zappa immediately snaps at Valerie for not stopping the fight, making her bow her head in shame. Then he glares at Han, warning him that his luck is going to run out. Right on cue, the loudspeakers announce a major briefing starting in 10 minutes. All trainees are ordered to gather at the central plaza, and everyone quickly rushes over to hear the news. The commander announces that starting next week, they will be joining the elites on high-priority missions. Since these tasks are incredibly dangerous, they must choose based on their actual skills. The options range from guarding royalty to fighting an orc lord and even scouting Rhodos Island. The moment that island is mentioned, Setsuna stiffens as memories of a past tragedy flood his mind. Sid asks for more details, and the commander admits the request is extremely fresh. Rhodos Island sent a desperate distress signal before going completely silent, and the guards sent there have vanished. Setsuna recalls that in his past life, his squad took the royal escort while Sid's team went to the island. That entire unit was slaughtered by mysterious beasts, leaving Zappa as the sole survivor. Zappa was the only one who crawled back alive to tell the tale of the terrifying, foreign monsters that completely wiped out his entire squad. By the time reinforcements arrived, the island was a completely lifeless wasteland, but those same monsters returned later alongside the evil gods, tearing through the elite forces like they were nothing. Setsuna realizes the origin of those monsters is right there, and this time, he is getting the truth. To decide who gets which mission, they are holding a mock battle tournament. Every squad needs to show off their power, and Drago gives Setsuna a smug grin, claiming his team is taking first place. Setsuna is already planning how to secure the island mission. That night, Layla reaches out to him through his magic pendant, checking in on how his training is going. He tells her things are fine, and Layla happily shares that her spirit magic is leveling up. Waternia chimes in, boasting that she is turning her constant rage into pure magical power. She has mastered tons of new spells, and mentions that Setsuna might meet the legendary spirit Bifrost. Blazer immediately recognizes that name. Blazer explains that Bifrost is the Rainbow Spirit King, a mythical savior to their kind. Despite living for thousands of years, Blazer has never seen him, making him wonder if the king is even real. Setsuna is thrilled because having the Spirit King on their side would be a massive cheat code against the evil god. Layla then asks if he is making friends with his new squad. Setsuna tells her everything is peaceful, He mentions the weird drama between Han and Valerie seems to have calmed down, though Han's magical aura still feels incredibly off to him. Blazer agrees that Han gives off a seriously bad vibe. Waternia warns him not to go incinerate the guy, which only makes Blazer want to do it more. Soon, the morning of the tournament arrives. The arena is protected by special barrier magic that instantly heals any non-fatal wound. However, it cannot bring back the dead, so they are warned to keep their bloodlust in check. Setsuna keeps a close eye on the competition. The rules for this 5-person team match are simple: win by knocking the opponents out of the ring, knocking them unconscious, or forcing a surrender. For their strategy, Sid and Zappa will hold down the front lines. Han and Setsuna will strike from the back, leaving Valerie to handle support duties. Setsuna is impressed with how well Sid utilized everyone's specific strengths and weaknesses. It takes a lot to earn Setsuna's respect, but Sid is definitely proving to be a capable leader. The first match is against Diaz's squad. Mifune is on that team, and he openly complains about their terrible luck at facing Setsuna's group in the very first round. Setsuna politely replies that they will also have to watch out for Mifune's teleportation magic, which is perfect for sneak attacks. They keep chatting until Mifune's loudmouth captain barks at him to shut up. The captain claims Mifune is just support trash, and that their 3 long-range mages and single summoner are going to carry the entire match. Sid easily reads their strategy, realizing they will use summoned beasts as shields while the mages rain down spells. Diaz just laughs, convinced Sid's team is doomed with only a close-range fighter. Setsuna figures Diaz is just incredibly jealous of Sid's early success. While Diaz's strategy seems decent, sidelining Mifune's amazing abilities proves that Diaz has absolutely zero eye for talent. Diaz sneers and tells them to get ready. Sid notices the enemy is targeting them specifically, but Setsuna just smiles, eager to prove them entirely wrong. He's about to shatter the myth that only long-range mages can rule. The match kicks off. Right on cue, Diaz's squad fires from behind a giant summoned scorpion. Setsuna charges straight into the danger zone. Sid commands the team to block incoming spells. Meanwhile, our main character reaches the massive summoned beast. He tries slicing through the scorpion. No luck. As he backs off, Diaz starts laughing, boasting that no rookie can crack a shell tougher than a golem. It doesn't take long for Diaz's squad to get incredibly frustrated. They can't break Sid's defense. Diaz tells them to keep pushing, confident Zappa will run out of mana first. He's totally convinced victory is theirs. Then, a surprise attack comes screaming for his face. It's about to land, but Mifune instantly teleports Diaz right out of harm's way. Diaz is left panting in shock. Han is absolutely furious. Mifune tracked Han's location just by sniffing out his mana signature. Even so, Diaz starts gloating like he's already won. Mifune knows better. He's not stupid enough to claim victory yet. Meanwhile, Setsuna is still busy trading blows with that giant scorpion. Han carefully studies his movements to analyze how he fights. Diaz just keeps trash-talking. He's sure a close combat mage is completely useless here. But they didn't realize Setsuna was charging his charge bullet. Flashy mana blade served as a decoy. The moment it's fully charged, he targets the scorpion's head and shatters it instantly. This completely obliterates the defense Diaz was relying on. He's speechless. He can't believe a shell that thick got shattered by bare fists. Panic-stricken, Diaz screams to regroup, but it's too late. Setsuna has already breached their backline. He takes down a long-range mage before the guy can even blink. While he sweeps the rest, Han targets Diaz again, but this time Diaz senses it. He shoots back to intercept it. No use. The spell suddenly curves in midair, slipping past his shield. The brutal impact shreds his clothes and sends him flying. Seeing their captain wiped out, Mifune and his teammate raise their hands to surrender. The arena's automated healing magic quickly kicks in to treat Diaz, bringing the match to an end. The entire crowd finally starts paying real attention to Setsuna. They're blown away. In their eyes, Zappa is a beast, but our protagonist is on an entirely different level. After the fight, Setsuna walks over to Han. He asks about his magic because he's never seen a ranged projectile bend in midair like that. Han shrugs it off, claiming Setsuna is overthinking it. When asked why he threw on his hood before firing, Han says it was just to avoid a counter. He's simply being extra cautious. The atmosphere gets super heavy, but Zappa steps in, reminding them they just won. Sensing Setsuna's growing suspicion, Han decides to back off for now. Just then, Drago walks up to announce their squads are facing off next. He adds that his captain, Chacha, actually respects the power of close combat magic. Drago promises to settle their academy score because he has no intention of losing. Since the winner picks their next mission, Setsuna is laser-focused on securing that Rhodes Island assignment. Moments later, Drago's squad enters the arena. Setsuna finally meets Captain Chacha, who turns out to be an incredibly cute little girl. Before the buzzer, She sets up their formation with Drago at the center. Drago tears his shirt open to unleash his family's secret technique. He turns into a literal red Hulk. Even Setsuna tenses up when he feels that massive aura exploding outward. He wonders if Drago is forcing his body to hold a level of power that should easily kill a normal human. Without knowing his true identity, Setsuna has to analyze him on the fly. This only fires Setsuna up as the battle starts. Drago lunges with a massive punch right at his head. Our guy quickly slips it. Even so, the sheer wind pressure bruises his skin. Setsuna realizes one solid connection will knock him clean out. He instantly buffs his limbs, grabbing Drago like a pro wrestler for a massive slam, but Drago doesn't budge an inch. Smirking, Drago says those cheap tricks won't work against his Hercules skill. Realizing he's outmatched in raw power, Setsuna pivots. He slips behind Drago and tries to slash him. That fails too, leaving our protagonist stunned while Drago just grins back. Han fires a sneak attack while Drago is distracted. But to everyone's shock, Drago rips a massive boulder from the ground as a shield. Setsuna realizes Hercules gives insane physical boosts, making Drago a literal cheat code. Drago displays raw strength that completely defies normal enhancement magic. Setsuna is genuinely impressed. He never expected to get pushed this hard in close-quarters combat. But this challenge only fuels his fire. Zappa fires a massive blast at Drago, who casually blocks it with a single palm. Extremely annoyed, Zappa unloads a second shot that connects but fails to even singe his skin. Drago boldly boasts that his muscles are literal armor, and nothing they throw can pierce them. Zappa realizes the guy's body is so heavily buffed by magic that normal attacks won't even tickle his guard. To make things worse, Drago's teammates are buffing him constantly. He looks completely unstoppable. Zappa can only wonder how many enhancements are stacked on him. Sid, however, recognizes Drago's setup as an ancient warrior formation. Centuries ago, a class called warriors battled monsters using nothing but their physical bodies and martial arts. Back then, magic was primitive. Mages acted as simple supports. But as spells evolved and monsters grew aggressive, the old warrior class fell behind, and the style eventually died out. Yet Drago pulls it off flawlessly because he's a rare, elite melee mage. Sid is genuinely impressed that Captain Cha-Cha is betting the whole match on a trainee. If this keeps up, their own formation will shatter. With no other choice, Sid decides to gamble the entire match on his ace, Setsuna. Meanwhile, our hero keeps chasing Drago, unable to charge his signature spell due to the enemy's constant backline support. Even so, Setsuna trusts Zappa to hold the line. Right on cue, Zappa unleashes a devastating barrage of spells. He cranks up his magical output, putting intense pressure on Drago's backline. The opposing mages begin to buckle. They realize they can't even keep up with a single, elite ranged caster. Things take a sharp turn for the worse when Han snipes their support from behind. He targets Drago, who somehow dodges the surprise shot, leaving Han stunned. Setsuna gets even more fired up, determined to prove exactly why he once commanded the legendary Magus battalion. Across from him, Drago is equally desperate not to lose to him. They trade heavy blows until Setsuna spots a split-second opening and slams Drago hard. Standing over him with a mana blade, Setsuna declares victory, leaving Drago shocked by a single throw. Even Captain Cha-Cha is stunned to see her starfighter completely grounded. To protect him, she immediately forfeits, giving Sid's unit another spectacular victory. Once again, Setsuna shatters the common sense of the magical world. He tells Drago that his technique was outstanding. He simply managed to spot the one fatal flaw in his guard. Genuinely impressed, Drago shakes Setsuna's hand, promising their next battle won't end the same way. Soon after, the mock tournaments wrap up. Earning Sid's squad first pick of the missions, Zappa eagerly runs over to ask which mission they're taking, but Sid postpones the decision until tomorrow. Knowing Sid might choose something else, Setsuna realizes he must personally lobby for the Rhodes Island assignment. Walking to the office, Setsuna realizes this will be their first real talk. In his past life, he never actually knew Sid, likely because the captain died on Rhodes Island. On top of the mission, Setsuna wants to ask about Han and Valerie, but when he steps into the captain's office, he freezes. There are 3 identical Sids standing there, breaking his brain. At first, he wonders if Sid is secretly a triplet, but quickly tosses that theory out. Is this just some kind of crazy illusion? While he is still processing the weirdness, Sid jokes about offering him a drink if they were not all swamped. Setsuna quickly waves it off, telling him not to worry. Sid explains that managing a battalion is heavy work, so having extra copies of himself really helps. The word clone immediately grabs Setsuna's attention, and Sid casually confirms it. Apparently, this is special cloning magic. Setsuna is floored because he thought Sid was strictly a long-range fighter. But Sid explains his actual spell is called copy gear, letting him borrow magic from willing allies. That means the cloning spell belongs to a teammate, just like his mock battle magic. Setsuna is completely amazed, since this completely defies every standard magical system he knows. Sid admits it is handy, but he can only hold 3 spells at a time for a single day. Plus, his small mana pool means this copy gear has some major drawbacks. Still, the sheer variety of spells keeps him drowning in endless paperwork, which explains why he is constantly chugging energy drinks. Setsuna finally understands the struggle. Then Sid asks if he is here for the special mission. Setsuna straight up asks for the Rhodes Island assignment, catching Sid completely off guard. He assumes Setsuna would beg for the royal escort gig, especially since his top marks could help him cozy up to royalty. And Sid is not wrong. In his past life, Setsuna did choose that path for the quick promotion. Right then, a clone hands Sid a report on Setsuna. It reveals he chose the absolute worst magic style, completely ignoring the top-tier paths everyone else was fighting for. This makes Sid highly suspicious. The kid's past record and ambition just do not align with his current choices. Sid presses him for the truth, but Setsuna hesitates. Sid tells him to relax, admitting he genuinely wants to understand him. Flashing back to what the evil god did to his life, Setsuna finally confesses that his real driver is pure anger. He explains that someone is trying to steal what is his, and he wants to punch them right in the face. That is why he chose melee magic. Sid asks if this enemy is tied to Rhodes Island. Sid admits Rhodes Island is a complete mystery. Unlike standard missions, they have absolutely no clue how dangerous the place actually is. Even so, Sid was already planning to send his unit there anyway. Hearing this, Setsuna smiles, feeling like things are finally aligning. Suddenly, Daniel and Iris burst inside, asking if Sid shared the chocolate Chacha made him. Sid cheerfully admits he did, not wanting to hog the delicious treats. That sweet but clueless answer is all Daniel and Iris need to confirm their boss is completely hopeless. They reveal that Chacha's team is joining their Rhodes Island investigation, asking him if he knows why. Sid cluelessly guesses that Chacha just did not want them traveling all alone. The two facepalm in absolute frustration. Honestly, we have all been there. Sid is truly a lost cause. Setsuna watches them, remembering how they tragically died in his past life. This time around, he is going to protect them. Setsuna bows to take his leave, but Sid stops him to discuss Zappa. Setsuna simply smiles, noting he already knows the big guy has a softer side. Later on, Zappa absolutely rips into Valerie for slacking off. Since this upcoming mission is incredibly dangerous, he furiously kicks her off the squad, leaving her completely stunned. Zappa even threatens to break her bones if she tries to follow them. At that exact moment, a terrifying aura erupts from Valerie, making her look like a completely different person. With magic surging around her, she tells Zappa her family duty comes first, and nothing will stop her. Furious, she admits she temporarily lost her drive, but someone helped her reclaim it. Zappa is shocked to see Valerie actually ready to throw hands with him. He unleashes a full-force blow to put her down, but before it lands, Setsuna leaps in and shatters the attack. He tells Zappa to back off, promising they will deliver results. Setsuna asks him to trust Valerie just this once, pointing out the clear determination burning in her eyes. Grudgingly, Zappa backs down, but warns that if Valerie messes up on the island, Setsuna will take the fall. Soon after, the crew gets ready to set sail. Right on cue, Chacha and her squad show up at the harbor. Everyone boards the ships and sets off. Daniel mentions the island is known for being peaceful, hoping it stays that way. Little do they know, a talking, man-eating beast is already slaughtering the locals. Meanwhile, Leo tracks Morgana, fully aware she managed to survive. Finding her house completely leveled leaves him deeply frustrated. Behind him, Puker mentions that the Magus battalion is heading to Rhodes Island, wondering if they are about to get totally wiped out by the evil legion. Suddenly, Leo realizes Setsuna might have joined that very mission. Out of nowhere, Puker hurls a lethal throw knife right at his head. Leo barely dodges as the blade cracks the ground. Shocked, he demands answers, but Puker tells him to play dumb, accusing him of leaking top-secret information to Setsuna. Labeling him a traitor, Puker declares he must pay with his life. Leo is surprised by how fast Puker jumped to conclusions, but he is more than ready to throw down. Honestly, he is kind of hyped. Puker cracks a twisted, Joker-like grin and prepares for battle. Meanwhile, the dark outline of the island finally appears on the horizon. An hour later, Sid points out massive birds circling the sky, which makes no sense since they do not belong here. This only proves that something is seriously wrong. The island usually has under 500 locals, though tourists flock here for the hot springs. Sid adds that the central volcano is completely dormant, yet the vibe is totally off. He quickly lays out the plan: find survivors, shield them, and investigate. If things get ugly, stay sharp. Setsuna grimly recalls that in his past life, Sid's entire unit was massacred here. and only Zappa survived, with shattered memories. The only thing Zappa could remember back then was being ambushed by random, terrifying beasts. Seeing these monsters again convinces Setsuna that the evil god's apostles are definitely pulling the strings. Sid warns that their job is brutal, noting that 30% of recruits quit annually. If things go south, prioritize survival. Do not risk your life just for a shiny recommendation letter, Sid warns. Immediately, Zappa barks at Valerie not to slow them down. Daniel suddenly gets a terrible feeling. Setsuna realizes the wind has completely died down, and the ship has ground to a halt. Suddenly, a massive 3-star sea serpent erupts from the ocean depths. Zappa is baffled to find such a high-tier monster in these calm waters. But Valerie steps forward immediately, claiming she will take care of it. She casts a defensive barrier to shield the boat from the creature. Sid quickly takes charge, directing everyone to use lightning. He leads the charge, firing a bolt that grows massive in the water. The beast shrieks and goes limp, sinking below the surface. But a moment later, it resurfaces, slamming the deck with a massive tentacle. Iris gasps in pure disbelief. Sea serpents definitely do not have tentacles. Setsuna starts to connect the dots, but another limb lashes onto the ship. Before it can do any damage, he rips it apart with his bare hands. Suddenly, multiple beastly heads break the water, surrounding them completely. Zappa finally gets why they stopped. With enemies closing in, the squad maintains formation and unleashes constant counterattacks. A massive impact nearly sends Daniel flying into the ocean, but Sid grabs him just in time. Since Daniel is their summoner, Sid yells at him to call the divine bird so they can ditch this sinking wreck. Daniel stresses over Chacha's crew, but Sid tells him to have faith. If they all drown here, no one is left to rescue them. While Daniel summons the beast, Valerie shields everyone with her barrier magic. The bird carries them off just before a monster crushes the ship to splinters, but as they catch their breath, creepy flying beasts with human faces swarm above them. They are completely surrounded in seconds. Sid orders them to dive toward the island, while Setsuna charges ahead to buy them some time. Zappa and Han jump into the fight, giving the giant bird enough cover to land safely. Sid immediately realizes they are in deep trouble. With their ship destroyed, escaping this island is going to be a nightmare, and it feels like a total trap. Iris is panicking about Chacha's crew, but Sid tells her to cool it. That squad is loaded with enchantment mages, and Zappa is sure they will make it to shore. Now they just have to pray they can meet up later. Sid explains that walking is their only option now. He cannot believe this peaceful paradise is now crawling with mutated freaks. That is when Iris notices Valerie is visibly shaking. She tells Valerie to stay strong, insisting things are not hopeless. Trying to ease the tension, Iris walks toward a pretty flower bud. But the moment she gets close, the bud splits open into a mouth packed with jagged teeth. With zero time to react, the plant gulps Iris down as everyone screams her name. Before it can swallow her whole, Setsuna flashes forward and slices its neck wide open, forcing the beast to spit her back out. She is bruised up but alive, thanks to her barrier activating at the last second. Setsuna checks on her, and she insists she is fine. That shield was the only thing keeping her from becoming plant food. As the primary healer, she is determined to survive this hellhole. Valerie is just incredibly relieved that Iris is still standing and breathing. Daniel points out that the monsters here are way more aggressive and diverse than they planned for. Sid agrees, noting that every living thing on this rock wants to eat humans. Daniel suggests retreating to meet up with Rachis' team before they get wiped out. Sid admits that is a good plan, but doubts they can even leave. Right on cue, a bloody man stumbles out of the bushes begging for help, collapsing face first into the dirt. They rush over, and Iris starts healing his wounds while asking what happened. He gasps that he is looking for his little sister. When Sid asks for his name, the boy whispers that it is Janelle. He explains that terrifying monsters attacked his village, and while the adults tried to evacuate the kids, he lost his sister Sabine in the chaos. Distraught and sobbing, Janelle begs them to save her. The village is overrun, and she is the only family he has left. Setsuna gently pats his head and tells him to calm down. He then glances at Sid and notes that their escape plan is officially cancelled. Sid issues new orders. They are going to save every single survivor they can find. No one objects. Once Janelle regains some strength, he leads them toward his village, which is half a day's walk away. Iris warns him to take it easy, since her magic only fixed his cuts, not his stamina. Janelle nods in agreement, and the group pushes forward into the dense woods. A sudden rustling in the bushes makes them tense up until a tiny rabbit hops out. Valerie sighs in relief, but Zappa snaps at her to keep her guard up. Sid pushes up his glasses to scan the creature, murmuring that this is no ordinary bunny. Its high magical energy identifies it as a 1-star monster. Suddenly, the rabbit bares its teeth, and the team draws their weapons to prepare for a fight. That is when they hear more rustling. In an instant, They are completely surrounded by dozens of mutant rabbits jumping at them from all sides. The team forms a tight circle, so nothing can slip past. Zappa unleashes a wave of fire magic, telling everyone to stay calm because these pests are weak. Daniel calls forth his giant spectral wolf to help clear the field. Still, the sheer numbers are overwhelming, and a few rabbits manage to sink their teeth into Daniel. Daniel suddenly stiffens up, making them realize these rabbits carry paralytic poison. Setsuna knows the toxin will pile up with every single bite, which is a lethal threat when you are facing a massive swarm. As Daniel collapses to his knees, Sid steps in and copies Iris's healing spell. He yells for the group to keep the pests busy while he works on stabilizing Daniel. The party moves instantly, blasting the rabbits back with a barrage of elemental attacks. They vaporize a massive chunk of the swarm, finally earning themselves a moment to breathe. Setsuna thinks the coast is clear, completely missing a stray rabbit sneaking up from behind. Han sees it but smirks and does absolutely nothing. Right before it strikes, Valerie spots the threat, reacts instantly, and freezes the monster with her magic to save him. Han is quietly seething that Valerie ruined his little plan. Once the dust settles, Janelle admits he is amazed by their power, while Daniel grins, feeling totally recovered. Setsuna is much more curious about Sid's glasses and asks how they work. Sid explains they are a custom magic tool that measures a monster's threat level by analyzing its energy and movements. He packed them just in case, and now he is glad he did. To demonstrate, Sid scans a few local animals. The birds overhead rate at 3 stars, while a nearby 4-legged beast gets a 2. Surprisingly, the giant flower that grabbed Iris was only a 1-star threat. Since Valerie is on barrier duty, Sid hands her a spare pair of glasses. As dusk falls, he announces they will set up camp and get some sleep for tomorrow's long trek. Setsuna claps Janelle on the shoulder, telling him he can stick close if he is feeling nervous. Janelle nods gratefully and stays glued to his side. While collecting firewood, Janelle whispers to Setsuna that Han gives him the creeps. Setsuna tells him not to sweat it, though he is privately certain Han let that rabbit attack him on purpose. Janelle hugs his knees, whispering that his sister must be terrified right now. Setsuna reassures him he is an amazing older brother. When Han asks how they will even recognize her, Janelle explains she wears a red pendant he gave her for her birthday. He promises they will locate her, swearing he won't let her down. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark cave, his sister Sabin is huddled in fear, and strange markings suggest she is transforming into a monster. Daniel also promises Janelle they will find her the moment they secure the village. Before turning in, Sid sets up a night watch rotation. Valerie gladly volunteers for the very first shift. Under the cover of dark, Han creeps up to Valerie and warns her to stay out of his way if she wants her secret kept because he knows she is a woman. He is still furious. She saved Setsuna earlier. Valerie snaps that she already complied with his demands, and she has bigger things to worry about. Han just laughs, bragging that the mutated beasts on this island are nothing compared to his raw power. Then he drops a bomb, telling Valerie she has nothing to fear because he intends to marry her. Valerie is completely disgusted, but Han sneers for her to shut up, claiming she should feel honored to become his bride. He claims marrying him is the only way to save her family. Valerie slaps his hand away, refusing to have any part of his delusion. Before things escalate, Setsuna steps out of the shadows and tells Han to back off. Both of them freeze in shock. Setsuna calmly adds that he already figured out Han was using blackmail. He suggests Han is losing his mind due to the corrupt magic he wields. This rattles Han, who accuses Setsuna of playing mind games, but Setsuna just warns him that he is playing a very dangerous game. Han scoffs and walks away, pretending he has better things to do. But as he retreats, he wonders just how much Setsuna actually knows, and decides the swordsman cannot leave this island alive. Once they are alone, Setsuna asks Valerie what the deal is, since he only caught the tail end of it. She wants to explain, but fear of ruin stops her. Valerie quietly tells him she cannot talk about it yet. Setsuna promises not to pry, doing it for her sake rather than the mission. But he reminds her that if anything goes down, he has her back. The next morning, the crew packs up and gets ready to move. Since they have no clue what mutated freaks are waiting ahead, Iris warns everyone to keep their guards up. Moving down the forest path, Daniel notices how incredibly tense everyone is and tells them to stay focused. He just wants to get this job done and go home. Setsuna agrees, but admits the woods are way too quiet. Suddenly, a swarm of flying beasts charges right at them. The team braces for a fight, but the monsters zoom right past instead. As they stand there confused, Zappa points out that 3-star creatures wouldn't run unless something worse was coming. An eerie pressure suddenly fills the air, and Sid barks out orders to get into formation. Right on cue, a massive, terrifying chimera blocks their path. Talk about a terrible combination. It has a lion, goat, and gorilla head, with a snake tail. Valerie scans the beast and freezes when she sees it's a 4-star monster. Now those flying beasts make total sense. Sid can't believe a 4-star beast is lurking here, but he orders the team to kill it quickly. As the chimera lunges, Daniel steps up and summons his own beast to meet it head-on. Daniel's summon tries to pin the monster, but gets absolutely flattened instead. Before Daniel can even process that brutal shutdown, Setsuna charges in, ready to slice the beast to pieces. But the monster suddenly turns tail and flees, leaving Setsuna completely baffled. Then the ground shakes as an enormous foot stomps down, crushing the chimera like a bug. The entire squad freezes in absolute terror. Valerie almost loses her mind when her scanner reveals this towering nightmare is a 6-star danger beast. They've never faced anything like this before, and it doesn't even look like a natural creature. One look, and Setsuna is paralyzed with shock. This is the exact beast that slaughtered the Mage Corps in his past life. The giant casually scoops up the dead chimera and devours it like a snack. It spits the bloody leftovers right at them, forcing everyone to scramble. Daniel isn't quick enough, and the massive carcass slams directly into him, pinning him down. He screams as blood pools around him. Janelle looks back and screams Daniel's name in pure horror. Setsuna jumps into action and strikes at the giant's leg, but his sword just bounces uselessly off its skin. That confirms his worst fears. The monster's skin is practically bulletproof, and its raw power is insane. Sid orders Iris to help Daniel, telling the rest of them they have to attack together. Iris nods and runs toward Daniel, but another massive shadow looms right in front of her. Talk about terrible luck. One of these giants was already a death sentence, and now there are 2. Seconds later, 6 more towering beasts emerge and completely encircle the team, cutting off any hope of escape. Setsuna instantly recognizes them as Gorfons, a horrific memory from his past life. In his past, these things wiped out an entire military battalion, even with elite mages. The Gorfons swing down to crush the squad, but they barely manage to hold their line. Valerie is barely holding their defenses together with her barrier magic, but the strain makes her nose bleed. Suddenly, Janelle shouts and points into the trees, claiming he sees his sister out there. Without thinking, Janelle breaks rank and sprints after her. Sid yells at him to stay back, knowing that breaking formation right now will only get them all killed. That's when Zappa tells the team to run while he holds the monsters back. Valerie refuses, insisting she'll fight beside him, but Zappa calls her naive and reminds her she has a family to rebuild. With a grin, Zappa says throwing her life away on this island is just stupid. Setsuna isn't surprised. He knows Zappa actually cares deeply about his friends, despite his rough attitude. To Setsuna, Zappa is incredibly kind, just terrible at showing it. Zappa laughs and boasts that these monsters are barely a warm-up for a guy like him. Finally, Sid orders them to split up and chase Janelle while Zappa covers their retreat. Before running, Setsuna quickly sprints over to pull Daniel free. Then he retreats with the others while Zappa stands his ground, unleashing massive waves of fire at the beasts. With his squad safe and his pride on the line, Zappa finally stops holding back. He releases a torrent of white-hot fire, scorching the Gorfons and slowing their advance. They finally catch up to Janelle at a cliffside. When they ask where his sister is, he points to the woods and says she just vanished. But before they can argue, the cliff crumbles, sending them all plunging into the deep water below. They can only wonder if the collapse was caused by the shockwaves from the battle. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind these beasts watches from the shadows, eager to toy with the squad to test their true strength. Sometime later, Setsuna washes ashore, realizing he has been separated from the others. He immediately tries to regroup, but a pack of hungry chimeras surrounds him first. Elsewhere on the island, Iris finds herself stranded with Han. She tells him they have to work together, but turns around to find Han has already vanished, leaving her completely alone. That coward Han just runs off, confident he can survive better on his own. Meanwhile, Valerie is running for her life from the beasts. Sid is fighting off another wave when he hears her scream and demands to know her location. Valerie hears Sid's voice echoing from inside a dark cave. She doesn't realize it is a trap and gets lured right inside. Right at the cave entrance, Valerie realizes she has been tricked by monsters mimicking Sid's voice. Elsewhere, Sid senses she is in danger and turns toward the sound, but that split-second distraction costs him. A Gorfont lunges from behind. Sid barely dodges, but the force of the strike shatters the earth. He tries to counter, but the monster slams him into a tree, leaving him completely defenseless. Sid admits this thing is insanely powerful, making all their tactics useless. He realizes only high-tier mages, like Zappa, stand a chance here. Even so, he is the commander of the Magus battalion, and he refuses to die like a coward. Snapping his fingers, Sid activates his copy gear, pushing his units into overdrive. He forces himself back to his feet, but the towering monster instantly charges at him again. Combining healing, formation, and long-range magic, Sid pours every ounce of his remaining strength into one desperate final strike against the Gorfont. The spells fuse into a single deadly attack lightning spear. Sid hurls it directly at the Gorfont, piercing its chest and killing it instantly. He gets a brief moment of triumph, but this victory comes with a heavy price. Sid won't be able to cast magic for a while. To make matters worse, two more Gorfonts loom behind him. One hits him with a brutal punch, sending the defenseless commander crashing to the dirt. He is about to be ripped to shreds when Setsuna flashes in, blocking a giant fist with his bare hand. The raw mana in his strike completely shatters the beast's arm. Thankfully, he already saved Valerie before coming here. Setsuna quickly apologizes for the delay. He is thrilled to finally have some real fun with these Gorfonts. Refusing to hold back, he activates his ultimate form. His hair turns crimson as raging flames erupt from his body. As he battles the Gorfonts, the flying pests return to mock him, screaming that all his efforts are entirely useless. Already furious that they lure humans by mimicking voices, Setsuna brutally slices them down with his flaming sword. Another Gorfont tries to grab him, but he cuts its arm clean off. Then he lunges at the Gorfont and decapitates it. He coldly promises the beasts that they are about to experience the exact same despair he felt back in his previous life. Showing absolutely zero mercy, Setsuna burns the Gorfont to ashes. He turns the clearing into a monster graveyard, proving they picked a fight with the wrong guy. After the battle, Setsuna checks Sid's pulse and sighs in relief he is going to make it. He sets up a warm camp, laying Sid and Valerie on cozy makeshift rafts. When Valerie wakes up first, Setsuna asks if she is okay. Trying to keep her secret identity safe, Valerie insists she's fine and can take care of herself. Soon after, Sid opens his eyes. He thanks Setsuna for saving their lives, then asks how on earth he defeated those Gorfonts. Setsuna hesitates, so Sid drops the subject, understanding that the young mage has his secrets. He explains they need to find the rest of their squad, but is interrupted when a blood-soaked Zappa limps in with Han trailing behind. The team is completely shocked, and Valerie can barely believe Zappa actually survived that deadly encounter. Zappa just grins, casually saying those monsters were barely a warm-up. Han claims they used some invisibility cloak to dodge monsters, then flat-out lies about losing Iris. Sid notes her location is a total mystery and says they need to regroup with Cha-Cha and the others. Han spots a nearby village. Sid realizes it must be Johnel's place, and Han suggests he and Setsuna go investigate. Valerie insists on tagging along for safety. Han leads them to a cliff, pointing past the forest, leaving Setsuna surprised to see a real village. While Setsuna is distracted, Han prepares to backstab him, but Valerie spots the trap and leaps in, taking the brutal hit instead. Han completely loses it, screaming at her for ruining his perfect setup. Valerie gasps that she won't betray her savior, but Han's attack rips her shirt, suddenly revealing she is actually a woman. She desperately apologizes for the lie, explaining she failed the Magic Academy and had to pose as her brother. Setsuna doesn't care, everyone has secrets. He promises to protect her, and vows Han won't touch her again. Setsuna instantly draws his mana sword. Han vanishes under his cloak, making Valerie panic. But Setsuna tells her to stand still. He focuses every single sense, locking onto the incoming attack. He easily parries the strike and grabs the core of the magic. Right then, Setsuna realizes Han is using an enchanted golem. Valerie is stunned, the guy was never a long-range mage. Setsuna explains that Han hid mana inside an invisible flying golem, tricking everyone. The only reason the attack could turn mid-air was because Han was actively giving the golem commands from afar. Without some massive outside help, magic like this shouldn't be so powerful. Tracking Han's position, Setsuna throws the golem right back, tearing away his cloak and exposing him. It also reveals his secret helper. Blazer is shocked he knew Han was shady, but he's borrowing power from a spirit named Zephylion. Han is shocked he got exposed, but instead of asking how, he decides murder is easier. He charges straight at Setsuna, firing off another wild strike. Too bad for him, Setsuna already knows spirit magic inside out, making it effortless to read the massive flaws in Han's moves. Setsuna effortlessly bats the strikes away. Han boasts that this spirit magic is the same forbidden power from the Great Magic War. Valerie is horrified. His golems are covered in deadly wind blades that should never exist. Han sends another wave, but Setsuna easily slices it apart. Then, Han dirty curves the spell straight at Valerie. The blast knocks her off the cliff, giving Setsuna a brutal choice. Save her and leave himself open, or keep fighting and let her die. He doesn't hesitate, he dives right off the cliff, shocking Han. Han laughs, mocking him for throwing his life away. But Setsuna catches Valerie, driving his sword into the cliff to slow their drop. Refusing to let them climb up, Han targets the exact spot they are hanging from. The cliffside crumbles, sending them falling. Han gloats about how pathetic Setsuna was. thinking it's all over. But then, he spots a single finger gripping the ledge. He leans in and freezes. Setsuna is literally hanging by a single finger while cradling Valerie. Han looks closer and sees that finger glowing bright red. Setsuna somehow copied Drago's legendary Hercules strength skill, leaving Han utterly terrified. He can only stare in disbelief at Setsuna's monstrous magic talent. A second later, the hero pulls himself up, coolly telling Han that it is time to eat dirt. He tosses Valerie his cape and tells her to regroup with Zappa, knowing she'll only hold him back. Valerie nods and quickly retreats. Han tries to blast her as she runs, but Setsuna slices the thread away to clear her path. This drives Han absolutely mad. He summons a massive swarm of golems, but Setsuna easily carves through them like butter. Then Setsuna drops some hard truth. Han has plenty of mana, but his skills are complete garbage. He spent so much time faking long-range spells that he never actually learned how to enchant properly. Han is absolutely livid. Setsuna dares him to bring it on so he can show him what real magic looks like. Han roars, summoning an even bigger golem, but Setsuna just closes his eyes. He activates mana suppression, completely vanishing from the golem's radar. Han immediately panics, looking around wildly. Han tries to summon backup golems, but the spirit refuses to feed him extra mana. Han screams for help, but the spirit coldly reminds him of their deal, only 50%, no more. Han gasps as Setsuna whispers right in his ear, mocking him for failing to sync with his spirit. Shaking in fear, Han swings backward the second Setsuna materializes behind him. Han laughs, thinking he won. But as he turns, he finds Setsuna standing tall, covered in blazing flames and staring him down. The hero calmly reminds him that it is time for a real spirit lesson. He delivers. Setsuna rushes forward, driving a flaming punch straight into Han's chest that explodes and sends him flying across the battlefield. Setsuna notes, Han never belonged in Sid's squad, or even the Mage Corps. Covered in painful flames, Han realizes he is completely beaten. He drags his charred body off the cliff, falling into the water below. Setsuna knows Han will survive thanks to that spirit magic. Blazer wants to hunt him down, but the hero declines right now. Regrouping with Zappa is the top priority. Later, a soaking wet Han stumbles through the woods, cursing Zephylion for holding back. The spirit simply asks if he is finally ready to face the trial again. Han is furious, believing he's destined for greatness. He grew up in a minor branch family of a noble house, basically low-ranking servants who bowed to the main line just to survive. Living in a cramped manner, he was constantly told that a weak man is just a tool, expected to either die young or be useful to the family. His weak, powerless father died a pathetic death. Rejecting that fate, Han searched for another path, leading him to a relic left by a shadow chanter. There, he met Zephylion, conquered the trial, and forged their contract. Armed with Zephlion's power, he quickly climbed the ranks at Magic Academy. But after Setsuna's brutal beatdown, he only wants revenge. Soon, Han stumbles into a cave packed with sealed monsters. While Han stands there totally confused, a creepy man welcomes him to his workshop. He introduces himself as Legion, an apostle, and asks Han a simple question: does he want power? Elsewhere, Leo stands victorious over Puker. He actually praises Puker's gravity-altering touch, but points out he simply had the worst luck of facing the ultimate counter, leading to his defeat. Resting against a tree, Leo smiles, confident that Setsuna is a dead man walking. There is no escaping Legion, who ranks 5th among the upper-tier apostles. To Leo, Legion is on a completely different level than the weaklings they fought before. He is probably toying with Setsuna's group, treating them like lab rats. Back on the island, Han yells at Legion, demanding answers about these sick experiments. Legion calmly replies that Han doesn't actually care about his identity. What he truly craves is power. Legion promises he can deliver all the strength Han desires. Smiling warmly, he extends a hand, inviting the desperate mage to take it. Han hesitates, terrified of becoming a mere test subject. Reading his mind, Legion reminds him that his bridges are burned. The Royal Mage Corps certainly won't welcome a failure back. Han is utterly shaken by his knowledge. Distraught, he blames everything on Setsuna, convinced the hero ruined his life. Desperate to balance the scales, Han decides to accept Legion's offer, despite the immense danger. But right before he does, Zephylion warns him never to take that hand. Legion's kind exist only to devour the world, and if Han agrees, the spirit will leave him forever. Han just laughs, saying he doesn't care. He was already sick of Zephylion anyway, so he takes Legion's hand. Legion smiles, knowing Han now belongs to him. Meanwhile, Sid and the squad reach the town, hoping they'll find survivors if they look closely. Sid suggests they split up, so Setsuna and Valerie team up to search for Shacha's squad. Valerie agrees, noting that finding Janelle and his sister is the priority. But then, she suddenly slips. Setsuna catches her instantly, giving her a smooth reminder that they are a team. A bit later, they find Janelle ahead, looking pretty badly hurt. They rush over, and Valerie asks how he survived out here alone. Janelle explains Safina was with him, but she went toward the nearby cave. He admits he was too terrified to call out to her, leaving Valerie totally confused. But then Janelle drops a bomb. He saw his sister grow wings. Valerie is shocked, but quickly claims he imagined the whole thing. Setsuna tells Valerie to take Janelle back to the squad while he investigates the cave alone. Honestly, they have absolutely no idea what kind of danger is waiting inside. Valerie panics, warning him not to go in alone, but he cuts her off since they are out of time. With a calm smile, Setsuna promises Janelle he will save Safina, which finally gets them to head back. Heading inside, Setsuna wonders if Safina is actually the apostle, considering how trouble always seems to follow her. Blazer warns him that if that's the case, he'll need to stop holding back and get serious. And that is exactly why our hero chose to go in solo. But when Valerie catches up with the captain and Zappa loses his mind that she let Setsuna enter the cave by himself. He rants that Setsuna might be strong, but this is pure suicide. Sid calms him down, promising they'll go after him. Suddenly, Han shows up, looking completely mutated, immediately asking where Setsuna is hiding. Zappa snaps back, telling him to drop the innocent act since they already know his crimes. Han couldn't care less about that. His only goal right now is finding our main character's location. Zappa takes a stance, refusing to tell him a thing. Since they won't cooperate, Han decides to crush them all first. Eager to test his new powers, he promises they will deeply regret opposing him. To prove his point, he shatters his old power crystal and unleashes massive, long-range flames that nearly roast the team alive. They barely dodge, and a stunned Zappa can't believe Han is using fire instead of enchantment magic. Valerie is equally shocked, knowing that nobody should possess two magic attributes. Han just laughs, saying that while normal mages are limited, a superior being like him can easily break the rules. Seeing the team panic, Sid tells them to keep their heads and remember they have the numbers. But Han overhears and decides to flex even harder, sprouting two grotesque arms from his back, as everyone freezes in pure horror. Talk about a nasty mutation. Han mocks them, bragging that he has more than two attributes, making their numerical advantage completely worthless. And as he unleashes these powers, they finally accept the terrifying truth he really can use multiple elements. Then Sid notices something absolutely stomach-churning. Those are dead mages' arms. Han sewed their limbs to his back to steal their magic. He realizes Han literally sewed their limbs onto himself to steal their magic. Valerie is disgusted by this horrific act, but Han just sneers, boasting that his dark power came from Legion before attacking again. Sid warns the squad that standard spells won't scratch Han. He turns to Zappa, asking if he has a trump card to turn the tide. Zappa promises to shatter Han's shield with everything he has got. He immediately starts stacking spells to supercharge his fire magic, leaving Valerie completely amazed by the sheer scale of his power. Every single stack raises the spell's destructive force, but it is incredibly volatile. Still, with Zappa's massive mana reserves, Sid believes they can pull off this extreme multi-spell combination. Han senses the danger and lunges to crush Zappa before he can finish. To guarantee a kill, he even sprouts a fifth arm to shut the plan down. But right when hope fades, Drago dives in and shields Zappa with his own body. Shacha arrives just in time, bringing a wave of relief to Sid's group. She reports her team found Iris and Daniel, and both are resting in a safe location. Valerie is thrilled to get back up, but Shacha is completely baffled by Han's monstrous appearance. Sid promises to explain everything later, urging them to focus purely on buying time for Zappa's spell. Shacha admits that will be a nightmare, since Han is basically a walking abomination now. Drago couldn't care less, willing to serve as the ultimate meat shield. Han just laughs, claiming they still don't stand a chance. But Han's laughter dies quickly, as Zappa finishes his trump card much faster than anticipated. Zappa taunts the shock right off Han's face, saying he was never a true teammate, so he has no clue what they can achieve. Han watches in absolute terror as Zappa completes his devastating three-element combo spell, Apollonic Ray. Refusing to yield, Han sprouts even more disgusting arms to try and force his way through. He unleashes a chaotic storm of attacks, throwing the group into disarray and forcing Zappa to miss his mark. As Zappa crashes down, Han mocks him, demanding they witness the absolute power of a multi-attribute mage. Han boasts that he has transcended human limits and will never experience defeat again. Insisting he is nothing like his pathetic father, he vows to use this power to turn his doubters into mere tools. Sid quietly admits they are in deep trouble, as defeating Han won't be easy with all those extra limbs. Fortunately, Valerie points out a vital flaw she noticed while supporting the team from the back. After hearing her out, Sid agrees the plan is worth a shot. They immediately move, and Valerie slams her staff down to invoke Hecaton Bolt. Han laughs at the effort, refusing to stand still for his execution. He charges directly at Valerie, but Drago throws his body into the line of fire once more. Han screams at him to stay out of it, but Drago fires back that he has absolutely no plan to step aside. Enraged, Han channels even more force into his blows, pushing Drago way past his limits until he finally collapses. However, Drago's sacrifice bought Valerie more than enough time to complete her spell. Han realizes the danger and stays alert, managing to dodge Valerie's sudden strike. He laughs again, confident they never had a shot, but Sid cuts in to remind him exactly how Valerie's magic works. That is when Han realizes the attack he dodged was just a decoy. Before he can react, the real blast strikes, burning him horribly. Han drops to his knees, unable to comprehend losing to mages he looked down on. Valerie walks up, telling him his true weakness was fighting all alone. She had explained to Sid that no matter how many stolen arms Han grew, he still only possessed a single brain. By attacking from multiple angles at once, they easily split his focus and cleared a path for the real strike. And Valerie's spell is just the beginning. The rest of the squad prepares to finish Han off. In absolute despair, Han cries out that he refuses to die as a mere tool like his father did. Valerie sighs, acknowledging he likely had his reasons, but reminds him that doesn't excuse treating other people like objects. She tells him he should have spoken up instead of choosing this dark, lonely path. The very second Valerie finishes speaking, Zappa steps in and delivers a devastating final strike. The attack burns away the last of Han's strength, instantly severing his connection to Zappa's stolen power as his earring clatters to the ground. Zappa walks over and calmly picks it up. Before passing out, Han bitterly admits he could never master spirit magic the way Setsuna did. This leaves Zappa completely stunned, realizing Setsuna actually bonded with a spirit. Meanwhile, Setsuna enters the cave and finally finds Safina. He tries to speak with her calmly, but she lunges at him like a wild beast. Safina swings wildly, yet Setsuna easily dodges with his hands still in his pockets. Talk about showing off. Seeing this, Setsuna realizes she is far too weak to actually be the apostle. Detecting absolutely no killing intent from her, he gently reassures Safina that he has no intention of hurting her. He explains he only wants to save the island's residents. Hearing this, Safina calms down slightly, asking if he really means it. Setsuna gently pats her head, whispering that everything is going to be okay. Tearing up, Safina explains that terrifying monsters suddenly invaded the island, dragging the villagers away. Once captured, the victims were taken to a hidden location, where their bodies began transforming into hideous, mutated creatures. Safine only managed to escape because the monsters got distracted for a split second. Seeing how completely crushed she is, he gently tries to calm her down. He tries comforting her by saying her brother is worried sick, but Safine drops a heartbreaking bomb. Her brother is already dead. He died right before her eyes while helping her run. This devastating news leaves Setsuna totally stunned, but now, the puzzle pieces are finally clicking. He tells Safine to stay put in the cave until he gets back. He quickly rushes out of the cave, absolutely sure his friends are in serious danger. Outside, Sid's crew is still recovering from their brutal clash with Han. Sid tells Cha-Cha to check on Drago, who passed out from pushing his body past the limit. Just as they start helping one another, Jonelle suddenly starts clapping out of nowhere. Everyone freezes. What is going on? Jonelle begins rambling about how impressive they are for taking down Han when they are normally so weak alone. He keeps praising humanity. Valerie walks up to check on him, thinking he is just confused, but Sid sees the danger and screams for her to get away. Before she can even flinch, Legion takes over Jonelle's body and drives a blade right into her side. Valerie screams in pain. The rest of the crew rush over in absolute panic. Sid somehow keeps his composure. He asks if this is the infamous Legion they've heard about. Legion proudly confirms it, explaining that this whole island is just his personal monster laboratory. Horrified by this, Zappa demands to know what this monster meant by talking about his missing sister. Legion casually replies that he was telling the truth. Safine is crucial for his project. Apparently, even after turning into a monster, she somehow held onto her humanity. Losing her would be a waste. Zappa completely snaps, but Legion just laughs it off, showing them that Jonelle is still trapped and suffering inside. Even while suffering inside, Jonelle is still desperately worried about his sister. Legion calmly explains that his life fusion power lets him merge with and consume any living creature. While Zappa loses his mind, Sid quietly analyzes the battlefield. Sid realizes Legion's mana is literally off the charts, making that 6-star monster they fought earlier look like a complete joke. As hard as it is to admit, Setsuna knows they are facing a god-tier threat. Legion then explains he absolutely loves humans because their potential is seemingly limitless. He gestures to their victory over Han as proof. That is exactly why he wants to dissect and study them. To make things worse, he pulls out Iris and Daniel's staff from his twisted collection. Cha-Cha is completely horrified to see her friend's weapons in his grip, while Legion boasts about turning them into test subjects. Here comes Zappa, absolute hothead as ever, and honestly, we all knew he was going to throw a massive fireball straight at Legion's face. The explosion burns his outer skin away, but the monster barely even flinches. This only makes Zappa rage harder, especially with Legion wearing that creepy smile. Does he even feel pain? Legion admits he does, but unlike weak humans, he is not ruled by petty pain. Furious, Zappa keeps spamming fireball after fireball, but then he notices the monster's flesh shifting. Legion laughs, bragging that he is now adapted to fire-resistant dragon skin. His mutated body literally adapted on the fly to build the perfect defense. The moment Sid hears this, he realizes how doomed they are. And then, Legion decides it is his turn to strike. He charges straight at Sid. Sid quickly throws up a protective shield. Completely useless. Legion crashes right through it. Sid barely dodges the blow. He notices toxic pollen in the air, realizing just how many beasts this freak has devoured. Legion mocks them, saying nobody can prepare for every single monster on the continent, before making things even worse. A follow-up strike slams Sid to the ground as Legion sneers that no squad can ever match his power. Seeing Sid down, Cha-Cha runs to rescue him, but Legion snatches her mid-air before she can even get close. He begins squeezing the absolute life out of her with a bone-crushing grip, but Zappa leaps into action, forcing him back using fierce fire magic. But during the clash, Legion notices that Zappa is only throwing low-level spells. The hothead has finally hit his absolute limit. Zappa looks around and sees all his allies flat on the ground. This is his final stand. He proudly raises his magic staff and tells Legion that the real battle starts right now. Zappa channels a massive fireball by layering his spells, but before he can release it, Legion spots a fatal opening Zappa's left arm. In a flash, that arm is sliced clean off, leaving him screaming in pure agony. Mocking his bloody state, Legion tells him to just surrender before he loses anything else. But as the monster moves in for the kill, Zappa screams that he has got him all wrong even with one arm. He is going to win. He unleashes a chaotic barrage of attacks that actually catches Legion off guard. The explosions tear the monster apart, completely obliterating his head. Zappa shouts in victory, confident that nobody can survive decapitation. The victory instantly vanishes. Legion's body just sews itself back together like nothing happened. Before Zappa can even process the horror, the monster is fully healed. Staring at this nightmare, Zappa realizes this freak is basically immortal. While he stands there frozen, Legion launches a devastating blast right at him, but Drago suddenly intercepts the blow just in time. Drago shields Zappa with his battered body, and Zappa screams at him to stop playing the hero when he is already half dead. Drago just smiles, whispering that he will not have to hold on much longer anyway. Right then, as if he knew the perfect anime timing, Setsuna slides in behind Legion and cuts him clean in half. Drago passes out after telling Setsuna the rest is up to him, who quickly assures them he has got this. He asks Zappa to protect the rest of the fallen team. But before he can get an answer, he spots Legion's severed body escaping through the trees. Setsuna immediately gives chase, but Legion tries to slow him down by spawning a massive sea monster tentacle. Our main character slices it like butter, easily cutting through the next wave of giant attacks that follow right after. Shredding through wave after wave of mutated beasts, Setsuna begins to wonder just how many lives this monster has absorbed. Legion praises his flawless close combat magic, but notes that this is not the power Setsuna used to defeat Tsukiyomi and Jagan. That is when our main character realizes this freak is also an apostle, as Legion formally introduces himself. Knowing he is dealing with a fellow apostle, Setsuna realizes this is going to be a tough fight. He rushes in without hesitation, delivering a heavy punch that slams Legion straight to the dirt. Amused, Legion decides to take this seriously, baiting Setsuna away from his wounded friends to witness his true power. He tells our main character to stop holding back because he needs him breathing for his experiments. Setsuna gladly accepts the invitation, instantly tapping into Blazer's power to dye his hair crimson before rushing Legion with terrifying, blazing speed. He connects a blazing punch right to Legion's head, following up with a brutal barrage of fiery blows before the beast can even react. Ending the combo with a massive strike, he sends Legion flying, but is shocked when the monster calmly stands back up. Setsuna did not expect the monster to shrug off that kind of damage. Legion admits that spirit magic is highly impressive, as that attack just forced him to burn through several backup lives meant for his master. He is not worried at all, boasting that he has already fused with over 10,000 lives, and those souls will eventually form the ultimate weapon to kill Setsuna. Realizing that his spirit magic is on a strict timer, Setsuna knows he has to end this quickly. He instantly closes the gap, moving so incredibly fast that even Legion cannot help but praise him. However, Legion immediately raises the stakes, asking how our main character plans to deal with an airborne threat. The monster then leaps high into the sky, leaving Setsuna completely grounded below. From up high, Legion easily rains down long-range attacks, turning Setsuna's lack of flight into a major weakness. Our hero slams hard into the dirt as Legion laughs, mocking him for being incredibly strong but completely useless if he cannot even touch his target. As Legion keeps spamming devastating aerial strikes, Setsuna realizes he is being completely overwhelmed and quickly backs off to figure out a new strategy. Setsuna scrambles up to a cliff, desperately trying to figure out how to blast Legion out of the sky before the beast catches up. Suddenly, Zappa pops up right next to him out of nowhere. But what actually breaks his brain? Zappa has his severed arm completely back. Zappa admits that Cha-Cha is the real hero here. The moment she woke up and saw him missing a limb, she ran over and worked her healing magic. Cha-Cha casually tells them he got super lucky because of how clean the cut was. Still, Zappa is utterly blown away by her insanely precise magic. He has never seen her pull off top-tier healing before. She only finished the job because Sid gave her every last drop of his mana. With his arm fully attached, Sid tells the crew they have to stop Legion before he escapes with the captured villagers and allies. Sid pushes them forward, reminding everyone they are the final line of defense. Hearing about the captain's sacrifice, Setsuna tells Zappa they cannot let Sid's effort go to waste. Zappa agrees, but he has one burning question first. He drops a total bombshell by asking how Setsuna is holding his own against Legion while using spirit magic. Setsuna completely freezes, but once he realizes his secret is out, he knows he has to come clean. Zappa reminds him that as a royal mage, it is his duty to enforce the law. However, he is willing to look the other way, just this once. On one condition, Setsuna has to crush Legion. Setsuna is incredibly relieved, since Zappa has always been pretty open-minded. Zappa grumbles that he just finds Setsuna annoying, then asks why the kid never treats him with the same respect as everyone else in the squad. Our protagonist just smiles. I mean, he can hardly explain that they were best friends in his previous life. A second later, Zappa reaches into his pocket and pulls out a glowing green artifact. He hands it over, confident it will help. Setsuna is stunned to find the exact catalyst he needs to bond with the wind spirit. Zappa asks if he can actually use the thing. Closing his eyes, Setsuna reaches out to Zeph in his mind, begging for his power. Zeph asks if he is ready for the trial. Zappa can immediately feel the massive shift in Setsuna's energy, groaning because he is actually helping a guy use illegal spirit magic. Even so, Zappa knows they have a literal monster to put down. He promises to buy Setsuna some precious time. With that, Zappa rushes off to distract Legion, leaving Setsuna to sit down and begin Zeph's trial. Entering the Wind Realm, Setsuna notices everything is totally different. Classic Blazer immediately complains that he hates Zeph, but our main character barely reacts since Blazer basically hates almost everyone. Blazer drops the attitude and says Setsuna will understand once he meets the guy. Right on cue, Zeph appears before them and lays out his test a massive maze of wind. The rule is simple: find the exit. Setsuna is pretty shocked that Zeph didn't even ask if he was worthy first. Zeph just chuckles and explains that he loves watching the mortal world. He hands out his magic to talented humans just to see what happens. Blazer interrupts, telling Zeph to stop playing nice. The truth is, the spirit just loves watching mortals get drunk on power and ruin themselves. Realizing Zeph only respects raw strength, Setsuna accepts the challenge. He steps into the maze and instantly notices a flow of energy. Closing his eyes, he relaxes his body and begins following the breeze of mana. Zeph is pretty impressed by his sharp instincts, glad Setsuna already figured out the trick. He is thankful Setsuna is no average mage, since anyone without crazy high perception would be lost here forever. Soon, Setsuna hits a major split in the road. The path to the right feels incredibly soft and peaceful, while the left feels wildly chaotic and dangerous. Naturally, he wants to take the easy, calm route, but he stops right before stepping in. It feels way too off. A legendary spirit's trial should never be this easy. He remembers that Hong could only use half of a spirit's power, so the trick must lie elsewhere. Setsuna turns to the violent, raging storm path. He realizes Zeph wants a partner who can look a hurricane in the face and completely dominate it. Zeph smiles, telling him to conquer the storm if he wants the full power. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Zappa keeps hammering Legion, but the boss is just getting annoyed because the hits do absolutely nothing. Believing Zappa is completely out of gas, Legion charges forward. But Zappa smiles and unleashes his secret weapon, a skunk fog spell that blasts a horribly rancid smell. Monsters absolutely hate this stink, and since Legion is literally made of combined beasts, the smell hits him 10 times harder. Legion is furious that a half-dead mage is still causing him trouble. He lunges, forcing Zappa to leap back. Zappa is completely cornered, but just as Legion goes in for the kill, Setsuna reappears. He strikes Legion so hard the villain instantly realizes something is different. His hair is glowing green now, a clear sign of Zeph's wind magic. Legion starts rambling about wanting to dissect him as a specimen, but our protagonist shuts him up with a jaw-breaking punch that flips the entire script. Honestly, the look on Legion's face is priceless. He nearly spits his teeth out, realizing Setsuna can fly, making escape impossible. The fight goes from 0 to 100 in seconds, leaving Zappa utterly speechless at the power of spirit magic. Setsuna teleports right behind Legion and slams him into the dirt with a heavy spell. The villain is totally blindsided. Legion is losing control of the fight, but he tries to stay smug. Wind magic might be fast, but it lacks the destructive force of fire. Right then, Setsuna swaps to fire magic, revealing he and Blazer already noticed the hot magma below. With one monstrous punch, the protagonist sends Legion diving straight into the liquid fire, barely dodging the eruption himself. Legion screams as the burning magma eats him alive. Setsuna snatches Zappa and flies to a nearby cliff. As they watch the glowing pool cover the villain, Zappa remarks there is no way he survived that. He praises the plan, glad the time he bought actually paid off. But then, the lava starts bubbling, proving this boss fight is far from over. To their absolute horror, Legion slowly climbs out of the magma, completely losing his mind with rage. That lava bath just incinerated half the monsters fused inside his body, which is a massive setback. Screaming in anger, Legion promises to use every drop of power he has left to end them. He drags himself out of the molten rock, looking like a literal nightmare, declaring that neither of them is leaving this island alive. He instantly fires a deadly spell, forcing them to run. Zappa scrambles to dodge, completely shocked that Legion still has this much energy left. Realizing he cannot run forever, Zappa tries counterattacking with his own fire magic, but Legion just laughs, bragging that the lava bath made him immune to heat. Cornered with absolutely nowhere to run, Zappa is done for. But Setsuna dives in to shield him. He slashes Legion, but the wounds instantly close. Realizing regular physical attacks are useless, he whips up a tornado and makes a quick retreat. After dragging Zappa to safety, they catch their breath. Zappa asks what the game plan is, since wind magic is too weak to finish this, and Blazer's fire is useless now that the boss has heat resistance. Setsuna tells him he has a plan. He points out that Legion has a crystal core right in his center. He explains that an apostle's core always shatters upon death, meaning it is their literal source of life. Our protagonist asks Zappa to buy him just one tiny opening, promising to shatter that core and end the fight. Zappa nods, though he is still pretty worried about how Setsuna is going to rip that core out. Setsuna tells him not to worry. It is a huge gamble, but if it works, he has a secret move that can finish this in a single blow. Sensing his absolute confidence, Zappa smiles and promises to create that opening even if it kills him. Hearing those words and seeing Zappa raise his hand instantly triggers a core memory for Setsuna. Back in his past life, he had asked Zappa for an opening against Vidrak, and Zappa had said the exact same thing. He failed to save the world then, but this time, he is going to succeed. With the plan set, they move. Legion is still throwing a massive tantrum when Zappa steps out to draw his attention. Legion prepares to incinerate him, but Zappa suddenly screams that he wants to make a deal. While Legion hesitates, Zappa literally throws down his staff and throws his hands in the air. That alone leaves Legion baffled, but Zappa shocks him even more by loudly declaring that he surrenders. He begs for mercy, offering to assist with the experiments. Obviously, Legion is not buying it. He knows Zappa is stalling because a guy like him would never throw in the towel. Zappa takes a deep breath, then bursts out laughing. He admits Legion saw right through him, but laughs it off, mocking those sloppy experiments as a total failure. Legion is visibly shaken by the disrespect. Zappa reminds him that his trash monsters are already history, and Safine is officially safe. He calls Legion a pathetic, cornered, and desperate loser who is completely finished. Grinning, Zappa twists the knife. Everything Legion worked for ended in absolute failure. The mockery gets under his skin, but Legion senses a trap right before Zappa suddenly unleashes a massive lightning strike. Legion absorbs the shock by using his horns as lightning rods, forcing Zappa to drop to his knees. Still standing, Legion sneers, asking if this pathetic distraction was just to buy time for Setsuna. Even with Setsuna nowhere in sight, Zappa refuses to yield and starts prepping one last hidden spell to stall for time. But Legion shuts him down instantly. He can easily see the hidden spell Zappa is preparing. Catching him off guard, the monster laughs, sneering that humans are nothing but test subjects meant to be crushed. Before he can deliver the final blow, a surprise magic blast blindsides Legion. It is Han, who absolutely refuses to lie down and let humans be treated like worthless lab rats. Han screams that he will never let himself be used as a tool, before his remaining strength completely fades. Still, his desperate move buys Zappa enough time to survive. With the opening Han created, Zappa unleashes a massive lightning spell. It blasts Legion back, and before the monster can recover, Setsuna arrives, praising Zappa as the strongest mage of the Western Branch. Legion looks up in shock to see Setsuna above him, totally blind to what is coming. Blazer understands the plan immediately and begs him not to do it. Setsuna apologizes, saying there is no other way, and begins channeling his final strike. Legion gears up to crush him but suddenly realizes he cannot move a single muscle. Looking down, he is horrified to see Janelle's spirit fighting back, holding Legion in place with pure willpower. Crying out, Janelle begs Setsuna to save his sister, Safine. Setsuna warns Legion that he could never break Janelle's spirit. Legion roars in denial, but Setsuna tunes out the noise, focusing everything on delivering one clean, devastating strike. Legion realizes the target is his core but remains smug, believing neither fire nor wind magic can penetrate his defenses. But then, Setsuna pulls off something completely insane. Ignoring Blazer's frantic warnings, Setsuna unleashes both of his spirit powers at the same time. He is fusing the two opposing elements to create the ultimate, deadly strike. Legion remains cocky, sure the kid cannot handle that level of energy, but Setsuna fights through the massive strain. As the elements fuse, terror finally grips Legion as he screams in disbelief. Setsuna shouts that this single blow will liberate everyone the monster has ever tortured. With fire and wind perfectly combined, he charges straight ahead, aiming directly for Legion's core. Before Legion can move, Setsuna delivers a clean, fatal slash right through his skull, splitting both his body and his core in half. The blinding shockwave forces Zappa to shield his eyes. As his body crumbles, Legion wonders how Setsuna defeated his perfect fusion. Setsuna tells him that stitching souls together by force is not the same as mastering their wills. That is why he lost. A moment later, Legion completely disintegrates into dust. With the monster dead, the trapped souls finally break free. Before fading away, Janelle thanks Setsuna and begs him to take care of his sister, Safine. Zappa walks over to congratulate Setsuna, calling his final fusion strike absolutely insane. Grinning, the veteran mage bumps fists with his young friend. Setsuna gives Zappa credit too, admitting the plan only succeeded because he held out. Meanwhile, Blazer is still furious about mixing his firepower with Saf's wind, but Saf actually finds it worth celebrating. Saf is thrilled to have fused with Setsuna and looks forward to more crazy combos. With Legion dead, his monsters lose their power, and Han is finally freed from his dark influence. Carrying the unconscious Han on his back, Setsuna looks back with a sigh of relief, knowing the nightmare of Lotus Island is finally over. After the brutal battle, the giant creatures that once wiped out the Mage Corps dissolve into nothingness. Setsuna and his crew rescue Safine and the rest of the captive islanders. Setsuna is incredibly grateful that Sid and the Cha-Cha squad survived, thanks to his memories of the future. Once the captains recover, the mages set sail, leaving behind relieved, smiling islanders. Days later, relief ships arrive to help rebuild Lotus Island. Having made a full recovery, Safine visits her brother's grave to thank him for his ultimate sacrifice. Back at headquarters, Setsuna and his friends receive glowing letters of recommendation from the commander. With their training complete, they prepare to head back to the Magic Academy. While out walking, Setsuna and Valerie spot her brother bowing deeply before Sid and Zappa, desperately apologizing for his sister's reckless behavior and blaming his own failures as a mage. He declares he is ready to join the Mage Corps, begging Sid to let Valerie go home while he finally accepts the family duty he spent years dodging. Zappa snaps that Valerie is already a vital member of the squad and they are not letting her go. He is visibly annoyed that this coward fled the academy only to act like a hero now. But instead of backing down, the brother keeps begging, swearing to do whatever it takes to protect Valerie. Tearing up, she places a hand on his shoulder and softly thanks him. Even so, she insists she loves serving in the Royal Mage Corps. Valerie bows to Sid and Zappa, promising to work twice as hard to cover for her brother's past mistakes. She begs Sid to let both of them serve together. With Zappa put in a tough spot and neither sibling backing down, Setsuna jokes that Zappa has already lost this argument. Sid then reveals his promotion to commander of the Western Branch. Since he is making Zappa the new squad captain, he orders him to recruit Valerie's brother to fill the empty slot. Zappa is completely stunned by the sudden promotion. Sid then grants the siblings their wish, welcoming both into the Corps. Setsuna smiles, knowing this is the first step toward restoring their family legacy. Zappa warns them that his squad has absolutely no room for slackers, promising a brutal training regimen that will test their absolute limits. Valerie's brother gets fired up, eager to prove himself. Shortly after, Sid calls Setsuna into his office to reveal that Han has officially lost both his ancient magic and his body-morphing traits. While recovering under constant surveillance, Han will face interrogation. Sid notes that, although Han is guilty of heavy crimes, his spirit magic crest has vanished, leaving them with no concrete proof of forbidden magic. Without that crucial piece of evidence, Han might actually avoid the death penalty. With that settled, Sid turns his full attention to the mysteries surrounding Setsuna. Sid points out how Setsuna predicted everything on Lotus Island with perfect accuracy, demanding to know how he already knows about Legion and the other apostles. Though stunned by the question, Setsuna refuses to lie. He decides to lay everything bare, explaining the coming apocalypse and detailing the dark history of the enemy from the very beginning. After listening quietly, Sid reveals that the Academy headmaster had already warned them about the apostles during their emergency meeting. He explains that the apostles serve the death god Vidrak to destroy the world. Having seen their power, Sid chooses to believe Setsuna before bringing up the silent dragon calamity. He warns that the slain dragon's toxic blood poisoned the water veins, wiping out the entire holy city. Sid promises to tighten patrols to keep the remaining dragons safe from the apostles. Setsuna nods quietly. He brings up the ultimate disaster, the capital's sudden vanishing. Overnight, the kingdom's massive beating heart completely disappeared, leaving only a silent, gaping crater. We still have 2 years. Setsuna mutters that there is some time left. But Saeed's eyes narrow, already suspecting spies within the capital, promising to dispatch scouts immediately. Setsuna feels a sudden, quiet relief. He is incredibly glad this adaptive man survived. Suddenly, Sid leans in, asking how he knows the enemy's future moves so perfectly. Setsuna just smiles. He drops the cold truth. He came from a dead future to save them all. Sid barely flinches. He simply believes him. No hesitation. When Setsuna thanks him for that blind trust, Sid waves it off, declaring the Mage Corps will always fight to keep peace alive. A firm, silent handshake seals their alliance. By afternoon, the squad is packed. Setsuna and his companions prepare to hit the road back home. Tears stream down Chacha's face. She begs Drago to return after graduation. Meanwhile, Zappa scoffs, telling Setsuna that going back to school is a complete waste of his time. He pushes further. Drop out, join the Mage Corps, and let's become the strongest duo ever. Setsuna mutters a brief promise. Then, Valerie approaches to thank him, admitting her name is a lie. Valerie is her brother's name. Her real name is Vanessa. With quiet farewells over, the students finally turn their backs on the Mage Corps, heading home. News of Legion's defeat reaches Leo, freezing him in shock. This is it. He now believes Setsuna is the grand prodigy, destined to deliver his ultimate prize. The schemer has his own quiet plans. 2 entire corps are now in his pocket. Soon, Setsuna is back at the academy, Layla rushing out to greet him. She explains the headmaster is back and demanding a meeting. Setsuna smiles. He has some serious questions of his own to ask the old man. He enters the office. Lionel stands beside the headmaster, looking deeply relieved to see him. He urges the boy to report everything from his brutal training. Setsuna sits, detailing the bloody skirmish. Hearing this, the headmaster is relieved. They warn the corps. He warns that the apostles will soon move with vicious aggression. He also notes Layla's contract with Waternia. Lionel's face turns grim, adding that their travels across the land confirmed a brutal, all-out war is about to erupt. Prepare yourselves, the old man warns. He stares at his hands, admitting that in his youth, he lost every comrade because he was simply too weak. Seeing everyone alive today feels almost surreal. The headmaster places a hand on his chest, ready to die if it means protecting this fragile world peace. Setsuna looks up with hard, focused eyes. He asks for an unbelievable favor, shocking the room by demanding a pact with the headmaster's own time spirit. He is absolutely, dead serious. Using both fire and wind magic, prove the raw strength of multi-spirit contracts. If he wants to shatter Vidrak, he needs every single scrap of power available. The headmaster yields, summoning the ancient entity. A crushing pressure suddenly floods the chamber as the terrifying time spirit materializes, introducing itself as Chronoboros. Chronoboros already knows his desire, demanding to know if he can survive the trial. Setsuna nods instantly. Waternia projects a massive screen to let them watch. Instantly, he is pulled into the cold time realm. The challenge is simple but impossible: face the one opponent he fundamentally believes he can never defeat. Talk about a cruel twist. His opponent materializes, and to everyone's absolute shock, it is Setsuna's own powerful, pre-regression self standing across from him. They hold their breath, wondering how terrifying his past long-range peak truly was. The trial begins. Setsuna charges, knowing his only hope is melee distance. He barely moves before a roaring column of fire blasts him back. He desperately blocks, but the raw heat is overwhelming. Layla watches, completely stunned. The headmaster explains that fire magic burns through defenses on sheer contact. Worse still, his past self is relentless, giving him no room to breathe. Another tracking spell chases him down. Setsuna vaults, trying to exploit a blind spot, but the tactical gamble backfires horribly as his old self anticipates it. The moment he gets close, his past self flares a dense mana barrier. Before he can react, magic spears pierce his chest, ending the match. The onlookers stare, speechless at the raw power of his former self. Even the headmaster admits this past version is the strongest mage he has ever seen. Layla anxiously asks if this means the pact is over, but Chronoboros shows a rare mercy. He can challenge this trial as many times as he wants. Waternia points out that Setsuna's eyes show no sign of quitting. The battle restarts. This time, he successfully blocks and redirects the flames to survive. Lionel nods, deeply impressed. But their hope is short-lived. The past Setsuna triggers a compound spell, fusing 6 different attributes with absolute, flawless mana control. The headmaster has never seen anyone fuse so many elements. Setsuna, however, is absolutely terrified because he remembers the insane lethality of that incoming blast. He tries to block, but the raw, chaotic energy shreds his guard, burning him to the bone. Layla panics, crying that his past self is unbelievably strong. What terrifies her is that even this peak power lost to Vidrak. The headmaster notes that the death god decomposes all normal magic, making chantless melee their only hope. Lionel grinds his teeth at this impossible wall. Sensing their dread, Chronoboros quietly explains that time inside the trial moves completely differently. What they are watching is actually history. Setsuna has already died, and retried hundreds of times. How brutal is that? Layla is horrified that he has died repeatedly without a single win, as Lionel warns this trial could easily drive Setsuna into total despair. Tension suffocates the room. Slowly, even the experienced headmaster begins to wonder if defeating his past peak is fundamentally impossible. Setsuna feels the bitter frustration. 1,000 exhausting battles, and every melee technique he painfully mastered feels completely useless. Yet, that frustration only fuels his stubborn focus. He draws a weapon he has never shown before. Brandishing a sword of pure, blazing mana, he cuts through everything. At that exact moment, his right eye flares a brilliant gold. He declares he will go far beyond standard close combat magic. Layla watches in confusion, but the masters gasp. They recognize that golden glow. It allows Setsuna to see the very flow of mana, effortlessly weaving through his past attacks. Lionel quickly explains that this power is called the War God's Eye. Legends say a master close combat mage once saw the flow of mana while facing death. Sensing mana itself unlocks this mythic state. Lionel shakes his head in disbelief, knowing people believed it required decades of brutal, life-or-death battle to awaken. Close combat magic is all about pumping mana straight through the veins to buff the body. Naturally, Setsuna decides to shove mana directly into his eyeballs. This lets him see the raw flow of magic, though pulling it off takes godlike precision. It is basically the ultimate Qigong technique. Even Chronoboros is taking notes. Setsuna is really out here, using a timeless trial for a massive cheat code. Lionel explains that most brawling mages focus purely on physical gains first. By the time they actually try mastering mana control, they are already past their prime. Setsuna cheated the system by mastering mana control in his past life, blending mind, body, and technique perfectly. Lionel hypes him up as the ultimate close combat mage, and he instantly proves it by casually dodging every strike. Sure, close combat magic has zero range, but once you step inside his personal space, he controls the field and slices through spells like butter. Setsuna calls this the absolute peak of close-range magic. With this power, he finally matches his old self, but the past version immediately unleashes that annoying 6-attribute attack again. The crowd is collectively holding their breath, assuming he is about to get wrecked. Instead, Setsuna reads the mana flow, targets the single weakest spot, and shatters the spell. Everyone is utterly speechless as he clears a direct path to victory. Seeing himself outplayed, his past self gracefully surrenders. Smiling, Setsuna promises his old self he will use this power to crush the evil god. The spectators finally remember to breathe once the victory screen clears. The headmaster is stunned he actually beat his own prime self, while Layla is basically crying happy tears over his success. Chronoboros chimes in to officially grant him the win, but when Setsuna wakes up in the real world, Layla points out he somehow picked up 3 spirits along the way. Layla thinks this upgrade means he is ready to take on the apostles. Setsuna agrees, but reminds her that their final boss is Vidrak. To take down that monster, he is going to need a lot more spirit contracts. The headmaster interrupts to suggest the ultimate training ground, the Valley of Spirits, which is basically a top-secret elf village overflowing with ancient magic. Layla is totally blown away since she had no clue it even existed. The headmaster explains it is highly classified and impossible to reach normally, but he naturally has a shady backdoor entrance. Just then, a frantic knock sounds and an attendant drags in a badly beaten priest. Everyone freezes as the bleeding man gasps that he has an urgent message for Setsuna. Layla is shocked to hear Roberta sent this, immediately tearing the envelope open. The letter contains a grim update about the Great Saintess, the top dog of the entire Holy Order. Roberta warns that Setsuna needs to read this before everything goes to ruin. The duo panics when they notice the paper is covered in blood, realizing Roberta might have been ambushed while sending it. As the priest is rushed off to the infirmary, Layla voices a nagging question. Why has Setsuna never once mentioned any plans of rescuing this supreme saintess of theirs? Setsuna drops a heavy truth: she is the one person he absolutely cannot save. A flashback shows the saintess praying peacefully when a suspicious priest named Gustav walks in. Annoyed, she demands to know why he is interrupting her divine crying session. Her constant tears show her absolute devotion, but lurking in the shadows, Roberta is secretly watching, sensing a trap. Gustav flatters her and says there is a special guest she needs to meet. A spatial rift rips open and Satania steps out, introducing himself to the shocked Roberta as the second apostle. The saintess claims she knows him, asking if those creepy powers came directly from his evil god, which he gladly confirms. The main cheat code is Dimension Rend, allowing him to slice through space itself. Before he can explain, Holy Knights burst in, totally ignoring Roberta's strict orders to wait for her signal. Believing Satania is here to kill the saintess, the knights charge. He casually deletes them with one wave, leaving Roberta terrified as they get sucked into the void. The saintess is furious about the dead knights and Gustav's betrayal. Gustav immediately drops the friendly priest act, revealing his monstrous true form as a fellow apostle. His power is thousand-faced illusions, allowing him to shapeshift. The saintess laughs, calling them absolute idiots for bragging about their secret techniques right in front of her. She shows them exactly why by pulling out her magical book and writing down their powers. She claims their cheat codes are now her property, ordering Satania to try hitting her with Dimension Rend. He happily obliges, aiming to sever her arm first. But when Satania activates his space-slashing magic, nothing happens to her at all. She boasts that her Tome of Sealed Truth is a direct gift from the Creator God. Since it literally records reality, rewriting its text allows her to bend the laws of physics. Before she can strike, Satania begins slow clapping, thoroughly amused. He tells her she needs to meet his master as a giant portal tears open behind him, revealing Vidrak waiting in the shadows. The moment the saintess looks at Vidrak, she begins to tremble and loses all her composure. She genuinely thinks Vidrak is her creator god, leaving a hidden Roberta completely dumbfounded. Kneeling, she asks why the god who ordered her to protect the world now wants to destroy it, assuming humanity let him down. But Vidrak tells her she has got it all wrong. He says humans did a decent job decorating his garden, but now it is cleanup time before they turn into pests. Vidrak admits he was the one pulling her strings all along, before dropping a massive truth bomb. The Tome of Sealed Truth was actually his authority all along, meaning the beloved saintess Marianne is actually the first apostle. Roberta is left frozen, unable to process the betrayal. Marianne experiences a brief existential crisis before immediately drinking the Kool-Aid. She decides the world belongs to her creator, so deleting it is actually the right call. She offers herself to Vidrak entirely, begging him to use her body and tears however he likes. Vidrak happily accepts her devotion, corrupting her soul to take absolute control of her book. Seeing this horror show, Roberta panics and realizes she needs to warn Setsuna immediately. She turns to flee, but Satania senses her presence and launches a lethal slash. Roberta barely dodges but takes a nasty cut to her arm. Before the follow-up hit can finish her, some remaining knights dive in, sacrificing themselves so she can escape and deliver the warning. Layla is in total denial that their saintess is secretly working for the bad guys. Lionel is also sweating bullets, realizing they basically have to kill the god who created them. The headmaster points out the obvious: they need a massive power-up. To help them reach the spirit realm, he has already summoned a legendary guide. A secret door slides open, and Morgana walks in, leaving Setsuna completely speechless. He snaps out of it and bows respectfully. Though as usual, the old woman walking in is just a puppet, while the real childlike Morgana is hiding right behind her. Setsuna is relieved to see her looking fully healed, which Morgana dismisses with a casual joke. She claims she is only here because the headmaster practically begged, but she will gladly guide them. Setsuna is incredibly grateful for the assist. Layla quickly chimes in, begging to join the trip, prompting Morgana to look at the headmaster for a green light. A few days later, Setsuna and Layla pack their bags. The headmaster reveals he already forged their school hall passes, and after some quick goodbyes, they head out with their tiny guide. Following a exhausting trek, they arrive at an absolute frozen wasteland covered in thick mist. Standing at the edge of a cliff, Morgana announces their arrival, leaving Layla very confused. Since there is literally nothing but empty air, Morgana tells her to chill, pulling a weird lantern from her bag. Lighting it up, she explains the elves relocated after the Great Magic War. A magical lantern shoots a beam into the heavens, splitting the clouds as a massive dragon emerges. Setsuna and Layla stand there completely speechless, but Morgana tells them they have not seen anything yet. They hop onto the beast, soaring high into the clouds, where Setsuna nearly faints from absolute shock. Right in front of them sits a massive, beautiful island floating in the sky, the legendary home of the elves. Morgana smugly explains this is the Valley of Spirits, a place untouched by humans since the Great War. After telling Setsuna he should be deeply grateful, they touch down, and Layla immediately wonders how a whole island is even floating. Morgana boasts that it is all thanks to one of her brilliant inventions. Suddenly, a deadly rain of arrows pours down. Setsuna activates his God's Eye, effortlessly catching them, before barking at their hidden attackers to show their faces. Elven warriors step forward, aggressively demanding to know why filthy humans dare trespass on their sacred ground. Morgana immediately steps in, declaring the humans are her personal guests and she is here to see Queen Lucia. The moment they recognize the legendary elf, the warriors instantly bow and beg her to forgive their terrible disrespect. With the tension gone, Morgana assures Setsuna and Layla that Lucia is an old buddy who will at least listen to their request. They head to the palace and meet the queen, whom Morgana greets like a casual college roommate. Queen Lucia instantly snaps back, yes, they absolutely must maintain formalities. She groans, knowing Morgana only brings trouble, but demands she explain why they came anyway. After hearing the whole story, Queen Lucia gets why Setsuna needs to form contracts with multiple spirits. Morgana happily tells her to guide the young mage to the Great Spirit's shrine, but Lucia completely shocks them with a flat refusal. Lucia makes it clear she does not believe Vidric is trying to destroy their world. She brutally adds that she could not care less if humanity gets wiped out, as long as her elves are safe. Setsuna interrupts, warning her that this threat is not just a human issue. He points out that the apostles have always feared spirit magic, meaning it is only a matter of time before they track down this floating sanctuary. He then removes his left glove and unleashes his fire spirit, Blazer, causing Queen Lucia to instantly stiffen in her throne. Setsuna warns her that the brutal apostles will use any disgusting method to get what they want. In short, they are enemies nobody can ignore. But instead of taking the warning seriously, Lucia gets furious that a mere human is speaking to her so casually. She sneers that Setsuna must be incredibly weak if he struggled so much against the enemy. With a freezing stare, she warns him that spirit power is not meant for fragile humans. Annoyed, Setsuna fires back that elven selfishness literally started the Great Magic War. This drives Lucia into a total rage. She stands up, angrily demanding to know if he is trying to justify the persecution of the elves. She binds Setsuna with her powerful magic, but he shatters it effortlessly, leaving her speechless. Setsuna calmly points out that humans have gotten way better at using magic, but this only makes the queen even more enraged. Off to the side, Morgana just facepalms as she watches the entire conversation spiral out of control. Later, back at her house, Morgana sighs and explains that Lucia has always been incredibly stubborn. Layla thinks they should keep pushing, but Setsuna refuses to escalate things. He explains that Marianne was originally supposed to fall 4 years from now, but his time-traveling changes are already causing the future to shift in unpredictable ways. Hearing that, Morgana realizes the future is a complete wildcard now. Setsuna then asks how they can convince Lucia to finally take him to the shrine. Morgana explains his best bet is to stand his ground until the queen breaks. She will probably demand a duel to see who gets their way, but Setsuna still hesitates to go that route. Defeating her by force might only breed more hatred between their races. As they talk, Layla slips outside for some fresh air. Waternia asks where she is going, and Layla admits that after witnessing the Chronoboros trial, she realizes Setsuna has been fighting completely alone. He kept struggling even after his entire world was wiped out. So, even if they can avoid this next battle, she wants him to enjoy a tiny moment of peace first. Just then, Layla spots a familiar fruit her family used to serve at their inn. Overjoyed to find it here, she decides to pick some and bake a sweet treat to cheer up Setsuna. She is still harvesting when angry local elves show up, demanding to know why she is stealing their fruit. The next morning, Setsuna returns to the palace, deeply worried because Layla never returned. But the moment Lucia walks in, she coldly orders him to leave. Setsuna flatly refuses, declaring that the entire fate of humanity rests on his shoulders. He then bows deeply, respectfully begging for her permission to face the Great Spirit's trial. Realizing he is not going to budge, Lucia decides to give him a single chance. Her terms are incredibly simple, they duel. If Setsuna wins, she guides him to the shrine. If he loses, he leaves immediately. He hates the terms, but Setsuna knows this is his only way forward. Lucia coldly reminds him that humans and elves can never coexist, adding that she is only doing this for Morgana before ordering him to follow. But as they step outside, Setsuna is baffled to see Layla happily hanging out with the local elves. Even Queen Lucia is stunned, especially when an elven chef proudly explains they are having a baking contest for the kids. Naturally, the children choose the professional chef's dessert. Layla is not upset, knowing she was up against an elf with 300 years of experience, and the chef actually praises her clever use of the local fruit. Layla finally spots Setsuna and happily calls out to him, while our completely stunned hero asks what she is doing. Layla explains that the chef caught her yesterday while she was prepping her ingredients. They immediately locked horns in a friendly baking rivalry, which naturally ended in a massive public cook-off. Layla walks over to Queen Lucia and warmly offers her one of the freshly baked treats. As the kids drag Layla away to eat, Morgana uses this adorable moment to prove that humans and elves can actually get along. She warns that isolating themselves is no better than what humans did to elves, and it will only breed endless hatred. Her words finally crack Lucia's cold shell, giving Setsuna the perfect chance to beg for her help in saving their world. Thanks to Layla's baking, Queen Lucia finally lowers her guard and shakes our hero's hand. She tells him to just call her Lucia, showing she has accepted him. Lucia promises to guide him to the sacred shrine, and Setsuna thanks her deeply. Afterward, he tells Layla that bringing her along was definitely the best choice he ever made, making her blush furiously at his warm smile. That sweet praise is more than enough to make her day. Waternia hilariously pressures Layla to just confess her feelings already, but Layla refuses, wanting to wait until they finally put an end to the evil god. Soon, the group arrives at the Great Spirit's shrine, just as the enemy apostles begin their move in the outside world. Setsuna orders a coordinated strike on multiple fronts, making sure Setsuna cannot predict where they will hit next. He assigns 2 dangerous apostles, Lulu and Cruel, to slaughter the dragon protecting the ancient temple. Meanwhile, the other dark generals scatter to execute their own secret missions. With this multi-pronged assault, Setsuna is confident our hero cannot possibly save everyone at once. Back at the shrine, Lucia explains that 3 powerful spirits reside within light, thunder, and ice. He warns Setsuna that each spirit has a brutal trial, so he must choose his partner wisely. Suddenly, Morgana tenses as a telepathic message hits her brain. Her magical doll on the surface has just sent an emergency update. The apostles are active and marching toward multiple targets simultaneously. The terrible news catches Setsuna completely off guard, making him suggest they might have to put his trial on hold. Morgana immediately shuts that idea down, warning him that an all-out war has already begun. The apostles are terrifying, and their dark god is infinitely worse, meaning Setsuna is literally humanity's final line of defense. Without these legendary spirit contracts, he stands absolutely zero chance of defeating Vidric. Though deeply frustrated, Setsuna knows she is right. Meanwhile, Lulu and his dark forces reach their target, finding heavily armed knights waiting for them. Suddenly, the soldiers start coughing up blood in agony. Without even moving, Lulu completely obliterates them, wielding a terrifying gaze that instantly kills anyone who makes eye contact. Elsewhere, Carol is busy preparing supplies when a massive dimensional rift tears open right inside the school, unleashing hordes of monsters. Leading this sudden assault are Dantaleon, the 3rd apostle, and Gigantes, the 7th. Together, they let loose monsters all over the campus, triggering massive panic. One poor kid trips, and the beasts swarm in. Just seconds from becoming monster food, the headmaster rolls up with a dragon to roast the beasts. Now the entire faculty is armed, and ready those apostles are in for a rough day. Meanwhile, Setsuna is fully confident everything is going to plan. Next, he wants to crush the mage army, eliminate humanity's shield, and the rest is easy. Soon, Setsuna and his army invade Elven Island. The local warriors try holding them off with a massive arrow volley, but the villain casually blocks it and prepares a deadly counter. Luckily, Morgana and Queen Lucia step in, boldly declaring the invaders will go no further. But then, Setsuna spots Morgana and Layla standing with her. That means Setsuna is nearby too. This is actually perfect for him. He can wrap up all his chores at once, especially ending our favorite overpowered hero. Layla freaks out when Setsuna threatens to wipe out the capital, and Morgana is shook that he knows their secret. He asks where Setsuna is, but Lucia says he is busy. She claims she is more than enough to handle him alone. As the tension peaks, Layla prays to Waternia for the strength to survive this. Seeing Layla channel spirit magic, Marianne loses her mind and summons a hideous monster. Since Waternia can only boost one person, Morgana says to focus on Layla. The chaotic brawl erupts, and Morgana throws a spell that nearly cuts Marianne in half. She mocks her rival, reminding her that magic tools require knowing their true name. Since Morgana literally built these weapons herself, those names should be top secret. But Marianne wraps up her analysis with a smirk, bragging that nothing can hide from a divine messenger. Knowing the names, Marianne instantly shatters Morgana's weapons and forces her back. Even so, our favorite craftswoman doesn't even flinch. She has plenty of backups, but deep down, she is sweating. Mary Ann's raw power is terrifying, leaving Morgana hoping she can survive until Setsuna finally shows up. Meanwhile, Layla is ready to put her life on the line. Lucia stands tall against Setsuna, eager to show him what an elven queen can do. She fires a long-distance spell that misses and sinks into the dirt. Setsuna laughs, thinking she has terrible aim, until giant vines sprout and lock him down. Lucia lunges forward to impale him with her staff, but Setsuna easily breaks the vines and retaliates. She dodges the worst of it, but her leg takes a nasty hit. Stubborn as always, she wraps the wound with vines to keep standing. Setsuna is genuinely impressed by her massive mana pool, but his next words shake her to the core. He knows her crown is the only thing keeping this island floating. Morgana panics, their biggest secret is out. Now, Setsuna wants that crown to control the entire sky. His plan is to steer this flying rock over the capital and drop it like a bomb. Lucia is horrified by his sheer madness, but Setsuna just laughs at her broken leg. Lucia realizes she is completely outmatched. Even worse, Morgana and Layla are too busy with Mary Ann to offer any backup. Just before she is overwhelmed, her loyal warriors jump in to shield her. But they all get absolutely shredded, and hope fades. Lucia collapses, completely exhausted, as Setsuna steps up to deliver the final strike. Out of nowhere, Setsuna slides in, swoops her up to safety, and apologizes for the delay. Setsuna, though, is absolutely thrilled to see him. Setsuna is his ultimate target, yet our boy is completely fearless. An apostle tries to sneak attack him from behind, but Setsuna drops him with one casual punch. Setsuna is stunned to see his elite ally folded like a common minion. He asks how Setsuna gained such insane mana control in just a few days. Obviously, our hero is not stupid enough to reveal his secrets. Setsuna shrugs it off. Strong or not, humanity's doom is already set. But Setsuna fires back, refusing to let the future end in tragedy again. That is why they trained so hard. He promises this plan will fail, but the villain tells him to prove it. Setsuna charges straight ahead, and Setsuna leaps to meet him. Suddenly, Setsuna activates time spirit magic, casually slipping past every single blow. Setsuna panics, mistaking it for foresight, and snaps open a deadly spatial trap, but Setsuna's close-range speed is the real cheat code. Closing the gap in a flash, Setsuna literally shatters the pocket dimension with his bare hands. As Setsuna stares in pure shock, our boy tells him that fists are all he needs. Setsuna claims he is still holding back, especially since Mary Ann is watching. That condescending attitude only pisses Setsuna off even more. Furious, Setsuna unleashes a giant beast, but Setsuna weaves through its attacks and slices it in half. Realizing Setsuna is closing in, Setsuna dives into a space portal, but our hero predicts exactly where he will pop out. Setsuna tries a portal ambush, only to get countered. Before he can react, Setsuna kicks him straight through the air. That leaves Setsuna completely rattled. He has to admit, Setsuna is matching the power of his masters, so the coward changes targets and rushes straight for Lucia. He sprints toward her, but Setsuna triggers lightning magic to boost his speed and catch up instantly. In a panic, Setsuna throws up a dimensional shield, but it is utterly useless. Setsuna punches straight through it. Setsuna loses his mind. How could a mere kid overpower an apostle? But our hero snaps back. He is no kid, but the mage who crossed time to bring him down. Infused with absolute rage and crackling lightning, Setsuna drives a devastating punch right into Setsuna's face, slamming him deep into the dirt. With the villain finally down, the girls cheer for the epic victory. Lucia is stunned. Setsuna managed to contract the lightning spirit, since not even an elf has ever done that. He just smiles, reminding them that Mary Ann is still a threat. Layla points out that she has been quietly analyzing every single one of Morgana's magical items. However, Mary Ann is clearly struggling to decipher the staff in Morgana's hand. That gives Layla hope, and with Setsuna here, they might win. But then, Mary Ann's analysis completes. She identifies the artifact as the legendary gravity crown. Before Lucia can process that her headwear is actually a superweapon, it gets yanked right off her head into Mary Ann's hands. Morgana realizes they were just being toyed with this whole time. Mary Ann laughs, revealing that the crown was her true target from the very beginning. She never cared about fighting them. Now, she corrupts the artifact, planning to drop this floating island directly onto the capital. Layla warns she will die too, but Mary Ann does not care. Her life has always belonged to her master anyway. She crushes the crown, but the nightmare is not over. Morgana suddenly notices her own body starting to glow. She realizes Mary Ann has analyzed her body as well. A devastating fire spell erupts, seemingly roasting Morgana alive, but then the real Morgana appears completely unharmed nearby. She tells Layla to leave Mary Ann to Setsuna because they have to stop the island from crashing. Layla grabs Lucia, and they retreat, leaving this fight to our main character. Marianne is absolutely thrilled she can finally go all out. Setsuna readies his stance, knowing he must take her down before she can analyze him. The ground shakes as both powerhouses clash. Setsuna slips behind her. He aims a punch to knock her out cold, but Marianne is too fast. She analyzes him and seals his lightning magic. She claims she could do it because he fought that bear earlier. Setsuna is stunned. A sketchy book just disabled his entire setup. With his lightning gone, Marianne is ready to test him. Another melee breaks out. Setsuna relies on experience to dodge her wild attacks. She presses her advantage. But our guy slips close and strikes with his flaming blade. He chains his strikes to build a massive combo. Still, he hits a wall. Her crazy defense is completely impenetrable. Marianne proudly claims she left that opening on purpose. She admits his magic switching tactic was clever, but she has already analyzed his other 3 elements. To her, this boss fight is officially over. Setsuna shocks her. He calmly claims he already won. Marianne is totally baffled by his confident smile. She warns him his power is garbage compared to her book. Right before his eyes, she analyzes his time manipulation magic. Then her hand suddenly freezes solid. She stands there in complete shock. Setsuna is not just a simple lightning user. He tells her she lost the moment he got close. Her precious scripture of truth is already locked out. Panicking, Marianne pulls out her staff. She fires a giant blast to vaporize him instantly. Smoke fills the area. When it clears, she realizes she only hit a light refracted illusion. Marianne instantly understands what this means. She messed up. Setsuna breaks the silence. He reveals he mastered every element, including ice and light spirits. Before she can even react, he charges. Our guy drives a massive mana sword straight through her chest. Marianne drops to her knees. Before dying, she asks why he keeps resisting. Vidric has unstoppable power. All humans can do is obey his will. Our protagonist answers that he only prays to stay alive. Because of that, he refuses to let anyone steal his future. Fading away, Marianne smiles. She warns him he will still die eventually. Just like that, his lightning magic returns. Destroying the scripture undid everything it had changed. But wait, the island is still in freefall. They must stop it. Meanwhile, Layla and Morgana reach the control point. Nobody actually knows what to do. The elves start to panic. They are completely out of ideas. But Luxie steps up and rallies them, reminding them humanity has survived far worse. Then Morgana summons Waternia to put her plan into action. Using Waternia's power, Morgana moves the sea. She wraps the entire capital in water to cushion the crash. It works, but the strain makes her cough up blood. Morgana is pushing way past her absolute limit. She is completely exhausted from the previous battle. Yet, she refuses to stop. Layla runs over to support her with crucial healing magic. Morgana keeps pushing herself. She believes she must pay for the sins of the Great War. After all, her own brother was the one who started it. A moment later, Morgana collapses. She hit her limit, but Layla steps in to take over. She unleashes Waternia's full power, positioning the water cushion right before impact. The water cushion completely softens the massive collision. Everyone in the capital is saved. The elves celebrate, and Lush praises Layla's bravery. Morgana is just glad to see humans and elves standing together again. For her, surviving that brutal war was finally worth it. Elsewhere, Setsuna is enjoying the victory. Suddenly, a terrifying figure appears in the sky. His presence is overwhelming. Everyone nearby almost collapses from the sheer pressure. It is Vidric himself. Meanwhile, Lulu and Cruel are ambushed right before completing their task. Cruel spins around in total shock. Enemy mages are pouring out of a massive teleport circle. Zappa boasts that their commander was always one step ahead of them. These reinforcements completely ruin the Apostles' master plan. As the battle spreads, the headmaster explains his master plan. He placed giant teleport circles globally for fast travel. Thanks to that, they can fight the Apostles on even ground. With his forces holding the line, the headmaster can only rely on Setsuna. Vidric appears and immediately mocks them. He calls humans mere insects crawling in his garden. He is annoyed that his own Apostles are struggling against bugs. For his opening move, Vidric creates a giant black sun. He intends to vaporize everyone nearby. Before it strikes, Setsuna charges. He shoots a powerful spell directly at the black sun and obliterates it. Everyone is stunned. Our guy flies up to face Vidric directly. He asks a very simple question. Why destroy the world you actually created? Vidric replies that this world is no different from the countless others he made before. He claims humanity develops far too slowly. Still, in 1,000 years they will become a real threat. Wiping them out now is his only mercy. Suddenly, the eager elves rush in. They attack Vidric, fully believing they are helping. Before Setsuna can yell at them to stop, they fire. Then the cold truth hits them. Their attacks do absolutely nothing. Annoyed, Vidric gathers mana in his eyes. Setsuna knows exactly what that means. He screams for everyone to get back. They stand absolutely no chance. Normal magic is useless against his ultimate cheat skill, mana decomposition. With his eyes fully charged, Vidric unleashes the killing curse to erase our protagonist. But Setsuna just closes his eyes. He rushes him at lightning speed. Vidric is shocked that his instant death spell completely failed. Before he can even react, Setsuna lands a heavy punch right in his gut. The trick is punching him before the mana gathers. Moving fast, Setsuna follows up with a devastating 1-inch Trinity Fist. He blasts the god straight into the distance. He tells Vidric he is wrong. Humans can defy fate and build their own future. He just needs to believe in them. But Vidric just dismisses him as an annoying bug. Setsuna gives up on talking. This god is pure evil. Suddenly, Gustav, also known as Balam, and Satanakia appear. Vidric orders them to surrender their power cores. Satanakia loyally steps up to give his, but Gustav suddenly stabs him from behind, ripping it out. Setsuna is stunned. Then Gustav's face shifts. He was actually Leo in disguise. These apostles came from the same ruined world as Vidric. They each got their own divine authority. But Leo stole Gustav's power to pull off this grand identity theft. Setsuna yells at him in shock. Leo reveals that all the apostles actually came from a world Vidric destroyed ages ago. In exchange for their hearts, they received divine cores and unique powers. That is why the other apostles swore total loyalty to Vidric. But Leo never truly did. He instantly charges at Vidric to strike him. The god stays calm. He knows Leo is too weak. Vidric releases a massive blast that puts Leo in serious danger. Vidric explains the divine cores were once parts of himself. A higher being swallowed them before they were recovered. Hearing that, Leo bursts out laughing. He has been waiting for this exact moment. Ripping his shirt wide open, he reveals the shocking truth. 4 cores are embedded in his body. He even thanks Setsuna. Overthrowing Vidric's plans stopped the god from recovering his cores. Meanwhile, Leo gathered 4 of them himself. The massive power gap is now much smaller. Furious, Vidric fires a massive magic wave. Leo tanks the entire attack. Then he mocks the god. You may be absolute, but you are just old, stale, and boring. Vidric is super annoyed. Still, Leo keeps trolling. He calls him a boring god who only knows how to smash stuff, then releases a massive blast of energy, completely wiping the floor with him. Talk about a wild twist. Vidric can only watch as Leo literally absorbs his power. Once the smoke clears, our overpowered villain casually steps out. The elves celebrate. Finally, the evil god is gone, but Setsuna stays alert. Leo gloats about his easy victory while Setsuna worries Vidric fell way too fast. Leo just shrugs. He was strong, but incredibly boring. Apparently, Vidric just throws tantrums and destroys worlds when he's bored. Such a childish control freak. To Leo, having fun is everything. He starts detailing his toxic plan to make this entire world far more entertaining. Setsuna doesn't get it. So, Leo decides to show him. He drops a heavy pressure that instantly chokes the elves, draining their life force. Even Luxia and Layla get trapped. Leo casually muses about how fun it would be to spread a deadly plague and watch humanity scream. That's the final straw. Setsuna snaps and draws his mana blade. He charges. Leo barely flinches against the raging fire. Setsuna demands to know what he's doing. Leo just smiles. He has a god's power now, and destroying humanity is going to be a blast. Disappointed, Setsuna asks why he can't accept peace. Leo claims peace is way too dull. Still, he offers a deal: join me, and I'll spare this world. But Setsuna isn't buying it. He knows Leo would just murder everyone anyway to watch him despair. Leo laughs, admitting he's totally right. Then, he merges with Vidric, transforming into a final form that is honestly just incredibly ugly. The massive pressure proves Leo is now far beyond Vidric's original strength. He has 4 divine cores, plus a god's power. Still, Setsuna readies himself. He is not letting this guy slide. Loving his new cheat codes, Leo starts testing his absolute limits, using Tsukiyomi's authority to raise the dead. A whole zombie army rises. Setsuna slices through them effortlessly. Leo is genuinely impressed that his rival is too strong for basic mobs, so he decides to crank up the difficulty. He briefly tries the truth scripture, but realizes it's too much work and saves it for later. Next, he whips out Satana's power, but Setsuna easily bypasses the threat using his god's eye. He dodges the rifts while slicing through the zombies. But while Setsuna handles these continuous tricks, Layla and Luxia are still completely pinned down by Leo's heavy pressure. Tired of Setsuna's special eyes, Leo activates his own cursed eye of death. Setsuna easily dodges the death beam. Then, he suddenly splits into multiple clones, completely throwing Leo off. Leo tries to guess which Setsuna is real, but he picks the wrong target. By the time he realizes he chased an illusion, The real Setsuna is already right in his face. Setsuna fires off a deadly 1-inch punch. Leo blocks it effortlessly. He retaliates with a heavy blow of his own, declaring he's done testing magic and wants a classic fistfight. The impact sends Setsuna flying backward. Setsuna is shocked. A single physical punch rattled him this badly. He realizes Leo is perfectly blending the divine core's power with his own, confirming he has completely surpassed Vidric. Down below, the others only see 2 blinding streaks of light clashing in the sky. As they trade heavy blows, the massive mana overflow forces Luxia to warn Layla that they'll only get in the way. Layla refuses to do nothing. She desperately racks her brain for any way to help. Mid-fight, Leo admits Setsuna is incredibly skilled, but he wants more. Knowing his rival has hidden spirit contracts up his sleeve, Setsuna charges, telling him to shut up, but Leo wins the exchange and blasts him away. This forces Setsuna to consider combining 4 elements, which is extremely risky. One wrong move means instant death. Even if he pulls it off, the power boost won't last long. Honestly, standard attacks aren't cutting it anymore. Mid-battle, Setsuna suddenly gains a massive power surge, smashing Leo into the ground because he finally combined the strength of all 6 spirits resting inside him. This lets him summon the legendary Hexagrandia Mana Blade. He takes a clean swing at Leo's head, but the villain barely dodges, only losing a couple of limbs in the process. Seeing that power, Leo laughs like a complete psychopath, screaming that he loves it. But Setsuna isn't here to play games. Setsuna only has 60 seconds in this form, meaning he must end things fast. Realizing his opponent's trump card is active, Leo decides to cheat too, unleashing a massive aura to instantly regrow his limbs. Next, Leo summons 3 giant black suns and hurls them forward. Using his God's Eye, Setsuna gracefully weaves through the danger and slices them to pieces. He charges straight at Leo, who immediately realizes that getting hit by this attack would be extremely bad news. He flies into the sky, but Setsuna pursues him using wind magic. Leo taunts him, praising his effort but reminding him his timer is ticking down. Setsuna pushes his power into overdrive, even if it cuts his remaining time in half. He doesn't care, as long as Leo loses. With the seconds slipping away, he charges once more, desperate to land a finishing blow. Down below, everyone is praying for Setsuna's victory, because if he fails, they are all doomed. Setsuna finally catches up, but going at hypersonic speed completely ruins his accuracy. Making things worse, Leo summons a literal demon horde to block him, forcing Setsuna to hack his way through them first. While Setsuna is busy dealing with the monster mash, Leo prepares an even nastier surprise. Just as Setsuna breaks free, Leo blasts him with his cursed eye. Setsuna is ready for it, and reflects the beam, damaging Leo and creating a perfect opening. Sensing real danger, Leo resorts to a dirty, underhanded trick. Talk about a toxic mind game, Leo actually transforms his face into Layla's to make Setsuna hesitate. But our boy shows zero chill, smashing his head down, though he still can't cut through his tough hide. Leo managed to catch the blade right before it hit his chest. He yanks it away and kicks Setsuna back, mocking him for trying to murder his own girlfriend's face. Leo then unleashes his ultimate spell, the Magic Devouring World, summoning a massive blade that grows by eating mana. With only 10 seconds left on his timer, Setsuna is forced completely onto the defense. With only 4 seconds left, Setsuna gambles everything on a final, desperate strike. The reckless plan actually works, and he closes the distance to strike right before the timer hits 0. His sword connects, causing a massive explosion of smoke. This final move completely drains Setsuna's mana, but when the dust clears, he's horrified to see that Leo is somehow still standing. Setsuna stands frozen in absolute disbelief. Leo mockingly praises his strength, admitting that, for a brief second, he genuinely thought that final attack was going to end him. Now that Setsuna is completely out of juice, Leo starts mocking him, telling him to scream louder. He blasts him with a wave of energy, yet our stubborn hero still refuses to quit. Setsuna charges forward with absolutely nothing left but a bare fist, slamming it into Leo's face. But Leo easily catches his arm, counters with a brutal punch to the chest, and sends him flying. Even Leo is starting to respect how Setsuna keeps crawling back up with 0 mana. Setsuna simply wheezes that he only made it this far because giving up was never an option. He vows that as long as he can clench his fingers, he won't stop. Seeing this dramatic determination, Leo decides to end the show, launching a colossal energy blast that engulfs Setsuna in a massive explosion. Once the smoke fades, Setsuna is nowhere to be found. Leo smiles, absolutely convinced of his victory. Now, he decides it's finally time to blow up the entire planet and everyone on it. Little does he know, Layla pulled our hero away at the very last split second. But with nobody left to oppose him, Leo happily starts deciding which landmark to vaporize first. Setsuna wants to trash the academy principal, but a mage ambush forces him toward the capital instead. Hidden away in a cave, Layla sees his terrible wounds and panics. Once he regains some strength, he thanks her. Then he tells Layla to run, since she is totally out of magic. Layla just grins, pointing out he's in the exact same boat. She presses a gift into his hand, the shiny brooch Setsuna helped her win back from that bully senior earlier. Turns out, she had the gang charge this magical battery with healing spells beforehand. She begs him to use it, though he hesitates since she is pretty beat up as well. But Layla insists. He has been risking everything since day one, and now she is ready to do the same, because only Setsuna can put an end to Leo. Right on cue, Watarnia pops up to explain she shielded Layla from any fatal blows. She admits watching our reckless hero fight so hard actually touched her cold heart. Suddenly, Setsuna realizes he might have actually cleared her trial. Watarnia agrees to a contract but warns it could kill him, since his body is already packed with 6 spirits. Setsuna does not care about any risks. Watarnia asks Layla if she will lend him her power, and she smiles, agreeing instantly, but she demands a promise. No matter what happens, he has to come back alive, because he deserves to finally enjoy a peaceful, quiet life. Setsuna grins, confessing he would still be fighting alone if they had not met. He is incredibly happy they crossed paths in this second loop, and pledges to save the world before heading off with Watarnia riding shotgun. Just as Leo is about to start his villainous monologue, Setsuna drops in. A shocked Leo immediately goes full rage mode, but his big attack does absolutely 0 damage. That is when he senses a massive shift. Our boy has somehow united all 7 elements, and right in front of Leo, the ultimate spirit power begins to wake up. Flashbang incoming. A massive light explodes, forcing Leo to cover his eyes. When it fades, a majestic rainbow form is left standing, shocking everyone except Chronoboros, who already saw this spoiler in the future. Say hello to the savior of worlds, the Rainbow Spirit King, Bifrost. Setsuna is glowing, his hair cycling through a whole color palette. Blazer warns him that this insane energy is literally ripping his body apart. Still, he tells him to hang on. He has a promise to keep to Layla, after all. Setsuna smiles, then locks in. In a blink, Setsuna closes the distance and delivers a punch that makes Leo squeal. He keeps up the pressure, unleashing a relentless combo while the villain fails to react. Setsuna tries to slam him down, but Leo barely dodges, launching into the air. He charges back for an epic clash, but our hero completely outclasses him in raw strength. The clash breaks Leo's arm with a satisfying crunch. Setsuna follows up with a heavy gut punch, sending him flying like a rocket, though the bruised boss still crawls out of the trash. He screams in utter denial, unable to accept that our hero is now stronger than a literal god. Setsuna walks up to tell him it is over, but Leo refuses to quit.